Welcome, and thank you for joining today's symposium on the tokenization of real-world assets and liabilities. Please note that all audience audio connections will be muted for the duration of today's symposium. Please open your chat panel by using the associated icon located in the toolbar at the bottom of the webinar screen. If you do not see the toolbar, please move your cursor and the toolbar will appear. If you're on a mobile device, tap your screen to display the toolbar. Closed captioning is available by clicking the live caption/closed captioning icon in the toolbar. Captions will appear at the bottom of your screen. If you need technical assistance, please send a chat and address the event Inteller Events host. With that, I'll turn the call over to Jennifer LaRoche, OCC attorney and senior advisor to Ben McDonough. Please go ahead.
Good morning and welcome to today's symposium, and thank you for coming. I am Jennifer LaRoche and I will serve as the MC today. Before we begin, a few housekeeping reminders. Please silence all cell phones and refrain from taking any video or audio recordings during the panels and remarks. Bathrooms are located outside of the auditorium behind the stage, and there are signs and people to direct you. In the case of an emergency, please follow the exit signs and directions by security. Also, when we have breaks, I'm going to say this now, when we have breaks, you can go out through either of the exit doors on either side of the auditorium, and there will be snacks and refreshments on both sides. Now I will turn it over to Ben McDonough, Senior Deputy Comptroller and Chief Counsel at the OCC, to start the program. Thank you.
Good morning. Morning, everyone. Hello. We'll try that again. Good morning. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. We're trying to get the energy in the room early on. Hello, and welcome to our in-person and virtual attendees, as well as our speakers, moderators, and panelists. Thank you all for joining us. Staff from across the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, including the Chief Counsel's Office, has led the development and planning of this symposium. I hope you find both the panels and the opportunities for side conversations to be enriching. Before we begin, I'd like to set the stage by providing a working definition of tokenization that we could use for today, and also to explain why we chose this topic for today's symposium. While there are many definitions of tokenization, my working definition of tokenization will be the process of digitally representing an asset, ownership, liability, or both on a programmable platform. The panels today will discuss various aspects of what tokenization means, and I myself intend to keep an open mind about that definition. So why this topic now? At the OCC, we've started to see use cases from the banks we supervise and in other areas. As with other new technologies, these use cases raise questions about legal foundations and risk management and control. Accordingly, our first panel will discuss the legal foundations of digital assets, followed by a presentation of academic papers discussing digital payments, stablecoins for real-time gross settlement, and non-fungible tokens. After lunch, we will hear from various federal government regulators on their perspectives on the regulation and supervision of tokenization of real-world assets and liabilities. Our final two panels will discuss the use cases and risk management and controls, followed by our keynote speaker, Dr. Hyun-Sung Shin. Dr. Shin, thank you for being with us. Without further delay, I'd like to introduce Michael Su, Acting Comptroller of the Currency, for some opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Su.
Hi, good morning. Welcome to the OCC Symposium on tokenization of real-world assets and liabilities. It's really great to see folks here in person. I know there are a lot of folks online. I'm really delighted to be here and to be able to open this and to think purposefully on how tokenization can alleviate one of the most widespread pain points in financial services today. But before we get started, I want to first express my gratitude to all the panelists and moderators for their time today, as well as to the OCC colleagues who've invested months into bringing today's program to life. This year's symposium is focused on the tokenization of real-world assets and liabilities. And tokenization holds the promise of solving real-world problems by reducing settlement frictions. Settlement occurs when a transaction is deemed final. Typically, there's a lag between the terms of when the terms of a transaction are agreed upon and when all of the transaction components are performed and obligations are fully discharged. That lag is due to the multiple entities and multiple steps that are typically needed for reconciliation and verification. Tokenization has the potential to improve settlement efficiency by minimizing those lags and thereby reducing the associated friction, costs, and risks. The panel discussions today will focus on the legal and risk management foundations for tokenizing real-world assets and liabilities. Strong foundations will help enable purposeful innovation that promotes safety, soundness, and fairness and complies with laws and regulations. As I've noted in other contexts, the better a car's brakes, the faster you can drive it safely. Today's symposium is about helping to get those brakes right. We have several star-studded panels with experts from around the world who possess a diverse range of backgrounds and perspectives. As with last year's symposium, today's esteemed speakers represent both the public and private sectors, as well as academia. Before turning it over to the panels, though, I want to suggest a North Star for the growing efforts focused on tokenization. First, why, then how. Rather than promoting a particular technology, like blockchains, or a particular set of institutions, like banks, the North Star reminds us to focus first on asking why, in order to guide the search for the best how, i.e., putting purpose and problem solving ahead of any particular technology, practice, or set of institutions. Too often, incumbents defend their turf and disruptors fetishize their technologies to the detriment of the public. First why, then how can help keep an open mind and keep our eyes on the prize. The discussions today should inspire the building of strong foundations for purposeful innovation. My hope is that this helps attract and support innovators and problem solvers to reduce settlement risk, thereby helping everyday users of financial services and strengthening the financial system overall. Thank you for your interest in this important topic. I'm greatly looking forward to today's program. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Su, for your opening remarks. We have an excellent program for you all today. Before we begin with our first panel discussion, I need to provide the disclaimer that the views expressed by our guests at today's symposium are those of the panelists and do not necessarily reflect those of the OCC. I would like to welcome our first panel onto the stage. This panel will discuss the legal foundations for digital asset tokens. Please welcome our panelists and Jonathan Fink, Associate Chief Counsel at the OCC, who will moderate this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Good morning, everybody, both here in Constitution Center and online. I'm very privileged and delighted to start off our program this morning with our first panel on the legal foundations of tokenization. As Jennifer noted, my name is Jonathan Fink. I serve as part of the executive management team of Senior Deputy Comptroller and Chief Counsel Ben McDonough, who we heard from earlier. We wanted to start our program with this legal discussion this morning, given the foundational nature of private law rights and obligations in any conversation about tokenization. We hope in this first discussion to provide a representation of the legal underpinnings for topics covered later in the day, such as with respect to use cases and risk management imperatives that we'll discuss this afternoon after lunch. I also note the benefit that prudential regulators and their lawyers can derive from dialogue with private law scholars as to issues arising in innovative activities generally, including with respect to tokenization. I think as the acting controller reflected in his remarks this morning, and then certainly in his speech last June to the EBA Risk and Compliance Conference, clarifying the ownership and other property rights of tokenized real-world assets and liabilities is foundational. It will inform the broader risks and associated risk management and controls needed to transact with tokens in a safe, sound, and fair manner. So I think there is a clear tie. I think many of you will be regulatory lawyers. There's a clear tie between the developments in the private law context and the regulatory legal issues that we're addressing in the official sector side here and overseas. So with that, let me welcome my esteemed colleagues on today's panel. First, to my immediate left is Professor Juliette Moringiello. Professor Moringiello is the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs at Widener University Commonwealth Law School in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. She regularly teaches courses in bankruptcy, property, sales, and secure transactions, including a seminar in business law and emerging technologies. Professor Moringiello is an elected member of the American Law Institute, a fellow in the American College of Commercial Finance Lawyers, and a uniform law commissioner for the state of Pennsylvania. Very pertinent to today's subject, she was also the vice chair of the ALI ULC Drafting Committee on the Uniform Commercial Code and Emerging Technologies, and a member of the permanent editorial board for the Uniform Commercial Code. In her more than 2 decades of service to the Pennsylvania Bar Association Business Law section, Professor Moringiello has played a key role in the enactment in Pennsylvania of several revised articles of the Uniform Commercial Code and the Uniform Voidable Transactions Act. Professor Moringiello's research interests include a variety of topics at the intersection of commercial law and emerging technologies. She has written several law review articles about the movement of contracts to the electronic environment and the bankruptcy and commercial law treatment of digital assets. Professor Moringiello earned her BSFS from the Georgetown University Edmund A. Walsh School of Foreign Service, her JD from Fordham University School of Law, and her LLM from Temple University, where she served as an Abraham Friedman Teaching Fellow. Next, to Juliette's left, is Edwin Smith. Mr. Smith is a partner in the New York City and Boston offices of Morgan, Lewis & Bockius, LLP. He concentrates his practice in general commercial and insolvency law and has been a member of the teaching faculty at the Morin Center for Banking Law Studies at Boston University Law School and has served as a lecturer at Northeastern University Law School, Harvard Law School, and Suffolk Law School. As a Uniform Law Commissioner of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, he's been instrumental in the enactment of many revised articles of the Uniform Commercial Code and the Uniform Voidable Transactions Act. He has also served on the drafting committees for the Uniform Regulation of Virtual Currency Businesses Act and the Uniform Supplemental Commercial Law for the Uniform Regulation of Virtual Currency Businesses Act, among others. He is currently serving as a member of the permanent editorial board for the Uniform Commercial Code and recently served as chair of an ALI ULC that drafted the 2022 amendments to the Uniform Commercial Code to account for emerging technologies, and we'll be talking about those changes as part of our discussion. Mr. Smith served as a U.S. delegate on the UN Convention on the Assignment of Receivables in International Trade, and as a U.S. delegate to the UNCITRAL Working Group and creating a secured transactions guide for legislation in UN member countries. He's a member of the ALI, the National Bankruptcy Conference, the American College of Bankruptcy, and the International Insolvency Institute, and is a past president of the American College of Commercial Finance Lawyers. He's also a graduate of Yale University and Harvard Law School. And then to Ed's left is Professor Andrea Tossato, who's an associate professor in commercial law at the School of Law of the University of Nottingham, England, and a visiting associate professor at the University of Pennsylvania Carey Law School. Professor Tossato is a leading private law scholar with internationally recognized expertise in the intersection between commercial law and new technologies. In the US, he serves as the Associate Research Director of the Permanent Editorial Board of the Uniform Commercial Code that I referred to earlier. He is also the chair of the subcommittee for UCC and Emerging Technologies of the American Bar Association Business Law section. In the United Kingdom, he has advised the Law Commission of England and Wales. Internationally, he regularly serves as an expert advisor to UNCITRAL and UniDroit. Professor Tossato is currently engaged in several international legislative reform projects dealing with the impact of blockchain and other distributed ledger technologies on commercial law. And in the United States, he was a key contributor to the ALI ULC Uniform Commercial Code and the Emerging Technologies Committee that drafted, again, the 2022 amendments to Article 12. He's also a member of the ULC Committee Working Group on the enactment of these new laws across the United States. At UniDroit, he was a member of the drafting committee of the Working Group on Digital Assets and Private Law. So welcome to you all.
Thank you.
So now let's jump into our discussion. And I'd like to start with some initial questions just to set the stage. And I think I'm going to start off with a question for all of you, probably at the most foundational level possible, I think. So I'm going to ask you from a legal perspective, what is tokenization? It doesn't get more fundamental than that. What is a token? What do we mean when we talk about tokenization of real-world assets and liabilities, and what are some examples?
Right, well, good morning, everyone. The truth is that tokenization is actually not a new concept at all. It's actually been around for hundreds of years. And as we heard today, well, the acting controller's definition is one that is recognized by private law and has been recognized for a long time. And that's the idea of taking something, typically, again, centuries past, something tangible, a piece of paper, and the law recognizes, agrees, acknowledges that that piece of paper now represents rights in something else. And so there are many examples of this, and many examples have been around for a very long time. So a check, it's a piece of paper that is embodying effectively an order to pay. And for those who are a little bit more alive to international commerce, a bill of lading, nice piece of paper that represents ownership of goods stored on a ship, or warehouse receipts. Again, it's a piece of paper representing ownership to what? Ownership to agricultural product or anything else stored in a warehouse. So this, the why, right? That's what we were encouraged to talk about. This notion that to simplify, to fluidify the commercial circulation of certain goods, it would make a lot of sense to represent their ownership or other property rights through a token. That idea has been around for a while. I'm not going to put everyone to sleep with like 18th century English common law and all that, but it would make for a fascinating conversation. So what is it that is happening now? It's the idea that the token is no longer a piece of paper, because paper has all its inherent limitations, right? It's a piece of paper. It gets lost. You can burn it. The idea is let's tokenize, let's have these property rights be represented by what? A data entry, something electronic. So the idea of tokenization is not new. Implementing this idea that the law has recognized for a long time through electronic means, through distributed networks, networks that have potentially no central party controlling them, that is, if you want, the challenge of the day.
Yeah, and so I'll jump in a little bit on what Andrea just said, because he mentioned existing examples of tokenization. And when we heard the opening remarks, again, the North Star first why. So, when we're talking about things like promissory notes, checks and drafts, deeds to real estate, security certificates, car titles, they all emerge to solve a problem, right? Andrea said he didn't want to bore you with, old English common law, but the idea of a bill of exchange has been around for centuries, because back in the old days when people were trading goods across borders, it wasn't safe to carry cash, and some countries actually limited the ability to take cash out of their countries. So people would trade debts, right? If Andrea owes Ed for something and Ed is buying something from me, he can hand me a piece of paper that says, go collect from Andrea. So that solved a very specific problem. And as Andrea said, our typical idea of a token is a paper representation of an intangible right? So you have paper that represents debts, and in fact, in the case of negotiable instruments, actually embodies those debts. Deeds to real estate. Now, those aren't really hard tokens because you can become the owner of real estate, for instance, by, inheriting it through intestacy without actually taking the delivery of a deed. But, deeds were necessary in order to track who owns real estate. And even though we think of real estate as tangible, rights in real estate are actually intangible. So the paper deed that could be filed in a public record allowed us to determine who owns the real estate. Securities certificates represent an intangible ownership interest in a business entity. And so, again, most of the time we're making the intangible tangible, although Andrea mentioned bills of lading, which actually, do represent rights in tangible goods. And those all emerged for very specific reasons. They solved a problem. I think one thing that muddies the conversation about tokenization today is some of the attempts that, are kind of non-serious, right? Well, I mean, the people who do it think they're serious, but, tokenizing interests in real estate. Like, why? We already do that, right? We have deeds. But, you have all these splashy, oh, we can use a token for something. And I think it muddies the conversation of some necessary tokens or tokens that make sense. And I think, Ed, you might want to talk about accounts and general intangibles and things like that.
Well, thank you, Juliet, and thank you, Andrea, for teeing this up so nicely. What you've heard just now is how tokens can be on paper and represent various rights on paper. But when people talk about tokens today, they're generally not talking about paper. They're talking about something that is in electronic form. If you look to all of the paper type tokens, today you find some sort of statutory background, some sort of statutory foundation which links that piece of paper with the right. If you're talking about a negotiable instrument, you have Article 3 of the Uniform Commercial Code. If you have a bill of lading or a warehouse receipt, you have Article 7. If you have a certificated security, you have Article 8. Those are statutory foundations that give that paper token meaning. So what happens when the token is electronic? What is there in the law that links that token to a specific type of right so that you can say that right or liability is embodied in the token? That's where, before the 2022 amendments to the UCC, people were scratching their heads, saying, where is the legal foundation for that? It's one thing where the token itself, it's just an electronic data, is itself the right, like you have with cryptocurrency, for example, like Bitcoin. Yeah. The electronic data is, in fact, the particular asset. But where you want the electronic data to be linked to something else, whether you're talking about a right to payment, or you're talking about real estate, or you're talking about gold bars, you need to have some sort of law out there that links that right or liability to the electronic data. And that was actually the reason why we had the 2022 amendments to the Uniform Commercial Code.
And before, as I think Andrea probably wants to say something on this, but before I kick it over to him, I mean, I think what's really important about what Ed said about the various UCC articles was that they were, as the Uniform Commercial Code does, it tends to reflect existing practices and enable existing practices, right? The Uniform Commercial Code, probably important to remind everybody, is not regulatory, it's facilitative. So for, hundreds of years, these assets were linked to a certain type of right. And, when the UCC came along in the 1950s, said, oh, well, actually even before that, but, the law then recognized this link.
Yeah, I think that what Ed just said is possibly the biggest challenge that we've seen with tokenization over the past, I'd say, 3 to 5 years from a private law perspective. And that is the market and market participants, sometimes in good faith, unfortunately, oftentimes in bad faith. They come to the market and say, look, I have this beautiful token here. And look how fantastic it is. It moves so fast. We have this beautiful network that allows for it to travel at the speed of light. And we've got a blockchain that makes it trackable, and the blockchain is cryptographically resistant, all that, and that's all true. And then they go on to say, and once you take this token, and they usually utilize very hazy language to describe the taking of the token. Once you take the token, then you also acquire ownership rights in something else, a painting, a rare car, a digital image. But when you delve into it, you find out that, as Ed said, unless there is some form of statutory instrument or even a common law decision that gives you a property right, those contractual promises being made by the issuer are just that. They're promises, they're contractual undertakings. They don't give you property rights, which means that when they fall short on their promise, and this sounds a bit too abstract, when you're buying the token that promises to give you ownership of a Brooklyn Bridge, and it turns out that they don't own the Brooklyn Bridge and they're not about to transfer you ownership of a Brooklyn Bridge, what are you left with? A breach of contract action. So that's the problem.
So what you're hearing is, if the question is, how does the common law handle tokenization when the token is in electronic form, the answer is badly.
Yeah.
That if you look on the surface, there's nothing there. If you look, there's little there, and if you look below the surface, there's nothing there.
Yeah, excellent point. And I want to mention something that Andrea said, because it reflects also the opening marks for Mr. Hsu. So, you know, you in the payments field, it makes a lot of sense for, you know, payment rights to move at the speed of light in a lot of cases. But like the folks who are tokenizing real estate say things like, well, gee, a home purchase transaction can be as fast and easy as a Venmo transaction. That is probably not a good idea. For all of you who have bought homes, probably not great. So again, you know, back to the why, right? There are certain things, certain assets that for which tokenization makes a lot of sense, and certain ones for which it really doesn't.
So, Jonathan, have we exhausted that question or not?
I think you guys have done just a really excellent job at just laying that foundation. I think that's just a really helpful opening. So thank you all. Maybe having traveled through those sort of foundational and definitional issues, we should dig a little deeper now into some of the property rights issues and how the UCC, or at least more accurately, perhaps the various states' enactment of the model code applies, and with what results. So just sort of digging a little deeper into those.
Yeah, so I'll start with the unrevised UCC and then turn it over to Ed for what the 2022 amendments do. And then Andrea is going to talk a bit about the United Kingdom Law Commission. So, you know, one question, and, you know, this is one I think we've all fielded a lot, is, well, does the existing unamended UCC provide for security interests in tokens, in blockchain assets? And there were a lot of people who said, well, gosh, no, it's just so new. The UCC doesn't do anything about that. But that's actually not true, okay? The unamended UCC, and as Ed is going to talk about, the amendments are going through the enactment process. We have, is it 11 enactments?
So far.
11 enactments so far, and just yesterday, the Council of the District of Columbia approved them. So,
They knew that we were having a tokenization symposium, and
they knew, yeah, they did.
It's now going to be a tsunami of enactments.
Exactly. Right. So under the current Uniform Commercial Code, a token or a blockchain asset, or I know some people don't like this term, but crypto asset, would be considered a general intangible. That is a catch-all category for collateral under the Uniform Commercial Code that is not goods, negotiable instruments, and every other defined category of assets under the UCC. So if you can take and perfect a security interest in one of these assets under the current UCC, why did we need the 2022 amendments? Well, so right now, under the unamended UCC, which is still in effect in most United States jurisdictions, in order to perfect a security interest in a general intangible, a creditor has to file a financing statement. And if that general intangible is transferred, the person taking the general intangible by transfer would have to search the Uniform Commercial Code records to see if there is a prior a security interest in it? Because if there is, that person, that transferee, takes subject to the prior perfected security interest. Now, people who transact in the assets that we are calling tokens, and let's talk about tokens for that represent payment rights, and Ed mentioned Bitcoin. They want these tokens to be negotiable. In other words, they want to be able to use them in commerce the same way we use promissory notes in commerce, checks in commerce. And if somebody, a chattel paper in commerce, somebody who takes possession of those assets without, for value, without knowing of prior claims to the asset, takes free of perfected security interests. And filing, it'll give the creditor priority over the trustee in bankruptcy, but doesn't give priority over these people who are holders in good due course, good faith purchasers of these assets, and so on. So these take free rules for, I'll use negotiable instruments as an example, enable the negotiability of these assets. And that's what people in the space we're talking about today wanted. Now, another issue, though, and so that's the real business practical reason for focusing the amendments on these assets, which Ed will explain are called controllable electronic records. Now, another issue is if the Uniform Commercial Code is uniform among jurisdictions, then, we don't have to worry about a transfer of an asset from somebody in California to somebody in New York because it's uniform law. Well, what was happening over the past few years is that states wanted to appear crypto-friendly, to encourage these businesses to incorporate in their states and do business in their states. And they were enacting their own statutes, which either explicitly or implicitly or inadvertently revised the Uniform Commercial Code. And that created some, I think, important choice of law problems. I would not want to be the bankruptcy judge who, found this stuff in a bankruptcy estate and had to try to figure out what law applies. So that was the impetus for the 2022 amendments that Ed will talk about.
Thank you. Thank you, Juliet. And it's important, I think, in talking about the 2022 amendments to bear in mind some basic property law concepts. If I own a tangible piece of property and someone steals it and then sells it to Jonathan, I can recover that property from Jonathan. I'm the owner of that property. On the other hand, for commerce to work, we need some concept of negotiability. And we see that with negotiable instruments, with securities, with bills of lading and warehouse receipts. We have these adverse claim cutoff rules where buyers in good faith of these type of assets don't need to worry about some person several chains down the chain of title, several links down the chain of title coming back and saying that's mine. Otherwise, we wouldn't have these trading systems that were workable at all. So the question is, what do we do with electronic tokens? Do we give them that same sort of negotiability or not? And there seemed to be a great outcry for, yes, doing so to meet commercial expectations, as Juliet mentioned. And when you look to the existing UCC, as Juliet mentioned, not only does the pre-amendments UCC not work for security interests, doesn't work for sales either, because let's say cryptocurrency is a general intangible, and sales of general intangibles are outside of the scope of the pre-amendments UCC entirely. So what the 2022 amendments did is it tried to come up with rules that moved the electronic tokens from the pure property concept to more of a negotiability concept. And so there is a rule that says that if I obtain what we call a controllable electronic record. If I obtain that from Juliet, I get whatever rights she had. And if I'm equivalent to a good faith purchaser, what we call a qualifying purchaser, I take free of property claims to that particular electronic record. Now, the electronic record is just an electronic record. You know, that will work for cryptocurrency. It might work for non-fungible tokens. But what do you do if you want to have an electronic record that embodies some sort of right? And we thought about bringing in all sorts of other rights to this electronic record and say, when you transfer the electronic record, then all of these rights travel with that electronic record, and whatever rights the transferee gets with the electronic record, including the adverse claim cutoff rules, that transferee also gets with the embodied rights. But when we looked at the entire universe of what these embodied rights could be, the universe was too vast for us to deal with. We couldn't deal, and some of it was outside our jurisdiction. We couldn't deal, for example, with copyright law and an NFT. That would be nuts. But what we did concentrate on are payment rights. What we call, if we have what we call an account or a payment intangible under Article 9 of the UCC, and the account debtor, the person obligated on that payment right, agrees to pay the person in control of that payment right, then that account or payment intangible travels with the electronic record. And to establish what we mean by control, which allows all of these particular rights, including the adverse claim cutoffs, we tried to come up with a concept that was equivalent to possession for a tangible object. So if I claim I have control of this electronic record, then only I can transfer it. Only I can prevent other people from tinkering with it. I get to enjoy substantially all the benefits of that record. I'm the one who's able to identify myself as the person in control. If you have an electronic record that is simply not subject to control, it's outside the scope of these amendments entirely. So that's what we tried to do to create this concept of negotiability, and also for a limited number of assets, namely payment rights, to be able to say, once you get the electronic record, control of the electronic record, you also get the payment rights and you get all the benefits of the adverse claim cutoff rules.
Yeah, and before turning it over to Andrea, I just want to reiterate something that Ed said about control being, sort of the electronic equivalent of possession. You might wonder why we didn't use the term digital assets in the 2022 amendments, and that is because that term was already taken by the Uniform Law Commission in another act, which included things like, email accounts and Facebook pages, and that was not really what we were looking at. But so these tokens or controllable electronic records are intangible rights that act like tangible rights in the sense that they're rivalrous, right? I mean, my chair that I'm sitting in is rivalrous. If I am sitting in it, nobody else can unless, they sit on my lap. So I have to, I can include, exclude, and so on. And I think the great promise of the existing technologies that allow tokenization is that they make those intangible assets act the same way. Ed talked about the requisites for control. Well, those are, the basic property concepts of, you have the right to include, you have the right to exclude, you have the right to transfer. So I think that is a really important point about the tokens that we are talking about. That point is incorporated in the 2022 amendments.
So to recap, when trying to compare what is going on in the US with the UCC and what is happening in other jurisdictions, including I can't speak for the United Kingdom, but rather England, and I don't speak on behalf of the UK Law Commission that is dealing into this. But what we really heard is that there's three fundamental problems in play. First, if you're trying to transfer the ownership of one of these crypto assets, so selling them, what kind of rules apply? In the US, we went from a world in which a good faith purchaser of these crypto assets basically had no protections. The UCC amendments under certain conditions are bringing protections to a good faith purchaser so that they take free. What is the rest of the world doing in this space? Well, you will be surprised to hear, particularly if you've been following more sort of a financial regulation side here in the US, that when it comes to these private law matters, what has happened here in the US is far ahead compared to other jurisdictions. So certainly in most civil law jurisdictions, there is not much going on, which means that the status quo remains, even if you are a good faith purchaser of these digital assets. If you are buying from someone who did not have clean hands, or someone who bought from someone, who bought from someone, who bought from someone who didn't have clean hands, that original sin flows all the way down to you. So this is problem number one. In the US, through the UCC, it is now addressed. Again, good faith purchaser takes free. Rest of the world, many jurisdictions, no. What about the UK? Well, England's kind of going the English way. Scotland will do its thing, but England is kind of saying, look, we're going to put out some guidelines and then we'll let the common law develop. So we'll see how courts advance this. The second problem that you heard about is what happens when these digital assets, these crypto assets, are used as collateral. And again, Juliette gave you how the world was before. And she told you, look, you want to be a perfected secured creditor? You really want to have your claw as a lender in this collateral? You need to file. Perhaps she was gracious in not adding, and good luck with that. Because where am I going to file? Against whom am I going to file? Your public key address? Your MetaMask? Pass. So again, Ed told you UCC reforms come in, and now you want to be a creditor taking security in these crypto assets. How do you do that? Well, you can still file, and again, good luck with that. Or you can take control of them. And if this sounds too abstract, it's just a good old pledge or a good old pawn shop. Yeah. You tell the debtor, give me the stuff, I'll give it back to you when you repay. And again, you take advantage of the take-free rule, and that works. What about the rest of the world? Well, if you're in a civil law jurisdiction that really has the Napoleonic kind of structure with two security interests, the hypothec and the pledge, you want to use these assets as collateral, that's all I have to say. At common law, English law style, again, you can do a charge or a floating charge, and I'm not going to bore you with that, but you're still going to have the filing problem. You most likely will encounter a filing problem. Unless you circumvent all of this and you try treating these things as purely financial assets and try to tap into the rules for financial assets, but that opens up all sorts of other problems. The third prong is, again, what we're really focused on today, tokenization. So what if someone tries to create a digital asset and say, purport that the digital asset carries rights to something else? The truth is that in the reforms that are coming here in the US, there's some progress in the sense that it's now possible to embody what? Payment rights. You can create tokens that now the law will recognize as carrying a payment obligation, which means that whomever has control of that digital asset in the eyes of the law can demand payment, can expect to be paid in the same way in which, again, if you have a holder of a check or other similar paper instruments embodying payment obligations, you can call upon the debtor on that instrument to pay to you. But beyond that, and again, I emphasize this because there's a lot of confusion in the market about this. Beyond that, there's still nothing. So people out there claiming that the NFT vests a copyright in itself, it ain't so. Because federal copyright law, at least in the US, federal copyright law does not allow for that. There's no provision for such, and until the law recognizes that, and similarly, any other attempts at tokenizing other assets, they are either recognized in law in some way, or the token does not vest that property right. The big change of the UCC is this: you can now have tokens that carry, embody, represent, whatever image works best for you, a payment obligation. So what about the rest of the world? Well, some jurisdictions have made attempts, still pretty experimental. So in Europe, a couple of jurisdictions take this approach that if real world, so tangible assets are held safely in a warehouse or something along those lines, and then the person, the entity running that warehouse can issue an electronic instrument that represents the property rights, but still pretty experimental. Otherwise, there's not much. In England, there is nothing in law other than some views and opinions put out by the UK Task Force on Digital Assets. But regardless of whether you take sides or not on these things, but in terms of major commercial jurisdictions, the US right now has the most advanced body of rules to do these kind of transactions. So pure transactions involving just clean digital assets, cryptocurrencies, so tied to nothing else, and tokenizations as well. But I emphasize the scope of valid, legally, in the sense of recognized by the law, tokenizations, even here in the US, is narrow. When you step outside of that, you're back in the world of contractual promises, not property rights. And breach of contract, it makes you an unsecured creditor in bankruptcy, which, as I always tell my students, it's not a good life.
And before we get to bankruptcy, I just want to point out that the copyright thing is even weirder than Ed and Andrea implied, because, that was one of the sort of first great use cases, right? We're going to allow creators to have, really solid rights in their creations. And, I think we all know if we buy a painting, we don't have the copyright in the painting, but we have the painting and we can exclude others from it and lock it up in our house and all that sort of thing. So what a lot of the intellectual property community sort of, well, I shouldn't say a lot, but some people in the intellectual property community said, well, if you NFT a, digital creative, piece, a Bored Ape or, some other picture, drawing, whatever, and you tokenized that, the owner of the token would be able to exclude others from that creative work in the same way that I can exclude others from paintings that hang in my house, and that's just not true.
Could I just mention one particular use case that may be on the mind of some of you? We used to call these hypotheticals. Now they're called use cases. But people ask, well, why can't we digitize securities? And if you look at the 2022 amendments to the UCC, you could have, let's say, a company that says, if you're going to transfer my security, you have to transfer the token. How would that really work given the 2022 amendments to the UCC? It can work. It's a little awkward. You could have the transfer of the token to someone in control be an instruction to the transfer agent to transfer ownership of that security on the books and records of the issuer to that transferee. But now you have really two different types of assets. You have the token itself, which gives you the right to make these instructions, and you have the security. And to transfer the security, you're not under Article 12, you're under Article 8 of the Uniform Commercial Code. Now, mercifully, the adverse claim cutoff rules work pretty well, so that if you transfer the token and make that an instruction to the issuer to transfer ownership of the security on the books and records of the issuer, whoever acquires the token and benefits from the adverse claim cutoff rules will likely also benefit from the adverse claim cutoff rules under Article 8 of the Uniform Commercial Code. So you get to the right spot, and it's possible to do that. And I know a lot of institutions are thinking about this very carefully and trying to figure out how it's going to work. Bank custodians may be a little challenged here because you never want to separate the token from the security. If you're going to credit one to the securities account, you got to credit both. Otherwise, you get into a real mess with someone else having the right to transfer and someone else and another person having the rights embodied in the security. But I just wanted to throw that out as something that people are thinking of quite a bit.
Thanks for that additional point, Ed, and thanks for the great discussion around the UCC rights and the international developments as well. I think you mentioned, a number of you mentioned bankruptcy, and of course, within the last year or two, that's been a context in the United States for some developments around legal rights and obligations in this area. In England and Wales, the Law Commission report is an important context for how those rights and obligations have been discussed and talked about. We have some real life bankruptcy case law and experience now in the United States. So Juliet, maybe I'll turn to you just to sort of lay the foundation around that. Ed, I think you have some sort of transactional pieces there, and then I'll go to Andrea for some probably more esoteric issues that we were chatting about earlier.
Yeah, so I'm just going to tee up the important bankruptcy issues because I think Ed and Andrea have some very interesting things to talk about. So, remember when somebody files for bankruptcy, really the key issue that a court has to resolve is what's in the bankruptcy estate, right? What does the debtor, the person who has filed for bankruptcy, own that can be liquidated and distributed to that person's creditors? And so, we have individual debtors who own Bitcoin, other crypto. We have cryptocurrency exchanges that have filed for bankruptcy. Now, when Andrea was initially talking, in fact, I think it was when he was talking about the UK Law Commission and civil law ways of granting security interests. So, under the unamended UCC, you had entities that were trying to, that were making loans and taking crypto as collateral, right? So, all right, so I talk about property of the state. And of course, the other important issue that bankruptcy courts have to resolve is who has claims against the debtor, right? Who does the debtor owe? And are those claims secured by assets of the estate, or are they unsecured? So you had, crypto lenders who would say, okay, well, gee, we don't want to rely on this general intangible thing. I know, we'll take control of this crypto, which was not a way under the UCC of becoming a secured creditor. And then it was all by contract, as Andrea said, whose stuff is this, which became an issue in a whole bunch of bankruptcy cases. And I'll let Ed talk about those.
Yeah, the issue was if I give my crypto to one of these crypto custodians or exchanges, do I own that crypto, or does the exchange or custodian own that crypto? And what courts did was look at traditional property and contract law principles, generally looked at the terms of the contract. And if the contract says, yes, I'm giving you my crypto and you can do whatever you want with that crypto as long as I get a 20% return, that sounded pretty much like the exchange or custodian owned the crypto and not the customer. On the other hand, if the customer just said to the custodian, you hold my crypto and you can't do anything with it without my consent. That looked much more like the customer owned the crypto. One of the astounding things to me was that this issue was one that was solvable even under pre-amendments UCC. It was solvable because all that needed to be done was for the custodian to agree to treat the cryptocurrency as a financial asset under Article 8 of the Uniform Commercial Code, credited to the customer's securities account. And Article 8 then makes it very, very clear that that crypto is not subject to the claims of the estate of the custodian's creditors and is property of the customer. Now, that's pure custody. If the customer said, do whatever you want with the crypto, you're probably outside of the protections of Article 8. But at least we could have solved that pure custody problem. And the 2022 amendments to the UCC make that even clearer, because those amendments say specifically that a controllable electronic record may be a financial asset that is credited to a securities account under Article 8. Now, the definition of controllable electronic record excludes investment property. It excludes bills of lading and warehouse receipts, chattel paper in electronic form, because we already have statutes that work well in those areas. But it's amazing to me that so few of these exchanges that went into bankruptcy had taken advantage of Article 8. The only one I'm aware of that did was Prime Trust.
Yeah, and Ed said that the owners of the crypto said, oh, you can do this with it. Well, they said it. So we're talking in a lot of cases about individuals who own this stuff. They said it by a click to agree agreement that, had all sorts of buried terms. And, yeah, that's click to agree agreements are enforceable. But, that raised a big issue as well.
Yeah. And by the way, under the 2022 amendments to the UCC, there would be another way of solving that issue possibly. And that is where the exchange says, okay, I'm not a securities intermediary under Article 8, but I have control for you, customer.
Yep.
And at that point, because it's possible for A to have control for the benefit of B, and that may solve the problem too.
But back to tokenization. So one of the reasons why we thought that talking about bankruptcy was interesting here was that the sad part about the bankruptcies of bankruptcy is always problematic, but what is especially troubling of the crypto platforms bankruptcies over the past 3 years has been that, in effect, for all intents and purposes, many customers that thought they were just depositing their digital assets with these platforms and kind of thought that they were in the same position in which they are with their brokerage accounts, then unfortunately discovered that was not the case. So these platforms go bankrupt. The customer, the individual customer thinks, well, that's my stuff, I'm going to get it back. And then they find out, no, you're an unsecured creditor. And then the world sometimes has great levels of irony to it. So a bunch of customers discover they are unsecured creditors. What does it mean that they are unsecured creditors? It means that in bankruptcy, they have a claim against the estate. What's the claim? That's a money claim, right? They're owed money. How much? They don't know, because it will depend on the recovery of the bankruptcy. And so there were a bunch of individuals that held these promises for payment. And what happened next? Someone in the crypto industry thought, let's tokenize those. Let's go to these people and say, you have an uncertain recovery from this bankruptcy. What about if I give you a token? And this token is going to be magic. It'll have emojis that make sounds and does things. And you give me your claim, I give you your token, and you're so much better off. you'll be able to liquidate this token. You'll be able to use it as collateral. You'll be able to trade it on my platform. And this is actually happening. But, and this is really one of the points I think that our panel today is trying to get across, the importance when setting up commercial transactions, commercial structures, commercial offerings, of having a good grasp of the underlying private law elements, which is a fancy way of saying make sure you understand the respective rights and obligations, what you own, as opposed to someone just making a promise to you. What is happening in these tokenization of bankruptcy claims is really that the issuer of the token is not giving you a token that in law represents that claim. It's not that they are transforming your claim to the bankruptcy that is intangible, that doesn't move along the market fluidly. They're not transforming that into a digital asset that represents the claim in bankruptcy, which is what you might want. These platforms are just buying off the claims from these people, giving them in return tokens, the value of which, how shall I put this? The value of which is dubious. And that's an example of very bad tokenization. But going back to the North Star,
right,
what would be the why? There is a why here. It is true that bankruptcy claims held by individuals, so your classic trade claim, is a very illiquid asset that it's very difficult to transfer and therefore could benefit from some form of, I'm saying, when I say could, it's more like might. So this is something that should be tested in the market. But there is an argument there to be made as to, look, there's an asset here that is possibly a valuable asset, doesn't move well in the market because the market is illiquid, which means that you end up having huge spreads and information asymmetries, and it doesn't work so well. So let's bring some form of electronic implementation of this that facilitates, that brings liquidity, that makes this market better. The why is there here. At least there's an argument to be made for it. But then there's the legal failure. So the inability of setting up these platforms, of doing these tokenizations in the correct way. And by correct, I mean in a way that is recognized by the law. And so what is potentially an opportunity of doing something, and exploring something new and sort of really testing a why, just becomes this kind of grotesque situation in which an individual held crypto assets with a platform that goes bankrupt, thinks that they can do something about it, and really in turns get another valueless token and becomes in turn an unsecured creditor of another platform. So bankruptcy issues and tokenizations, there is a why, it just needs to be done right.
And one could do it. One could theoretically do it after the 2022 amendments are in effect.
Correct.
Thank you so much for that really interesting discussion. We have about 10 minutes left, so I'm going to turn to each of you and give you an opportunity in a moment for any just closing thoughts that you have. A couple of items that I think will probably come up in later panels that you could think about addressing if you have time as well. Smart contracts. Some have said those are neither smart nor contracts. But I think as we are the legal panel, given the nomenclature that's developed around that software, essentially,
right,
the audience might find that helpful just when that term comes up in later panels, I think. We had also, I think, talked earlier about issues around immobilizing the underlying asset. But really anything that you'd like to contribute in the sort of closing of the panel. This has been fascinating. So just turn it over to you, Juliet.
Thanks. So actually, just one thing that I want to point out that may have been a little bit too subtle in our comments, and going back to the North Star that we heard about earlier. So we've been talking about why and skeptical of some of the whys, and we were focusing on how under the 2022 amendments of the UCC, but in the opening remarks, We heard that we don't want to focus on a particular technology. So one thing that's really important about the 2022 amendments of the Uniform Commercial Code is you are not going to see the words crypto, Bitcoin, blockchain, distributed ledger technology in the the text of the UCC. Why? Because if we did that, it might be outdated in 2, 3, 5 years. So the goal of the drafting committee was to make the 2022 amendments technology neutral, to accommodate today's ways of transferring intangible assets in a way that would make them negotiable, and ways that we have no way of anticipating. And I think, we hope that it will be as great a technology neutral statute as the Uniform Electronic Transactions Act, which is about 25 years old now and still works.
Some of you may think that this is some sort of a marketing effort for the 2022 amendments to the UCC, but I'm afraid that that's what you got with this panel, because we were all involved in that process.
Also a good way of thinking through property rights in these assets.
I'll mention 2 other areas that we've just touched on very briefly before. Andrea talked about how you could set up a platform for trading bankruptcy claims, but you can set up a platform for trading any sort of controllable electronic record that is linked to a payment intangible or an account where the account debtor agrees to pay the person in control. So this could be very transformative. You could, for example, have trade receivables traded on a platform using Article 12. And so I think there are going to be a lot of very interesting type of creative platforms coming forward that are going to use these provisions. The other area, and maybe Andrea wants to touch on this a little more, is choice of law. Of course, a lot of these assets are traded globally. So how do we manage where we have these rules in the United States that Andrea says are a little far ahead of what's going on in other countries, where a dispute could arise in another country, and that other country may not necessarily apply the law of a uniform commercial code jurisdiction. That's an insoluble problem. The best that we could do was to have choice of law rules in the Uniform Commercial Code that lets the parties, by party autonomy, pick the governing law. And they can also, of course, pick an exclusive forum, so that if a dispute does arise, there would be an argument that it can only arise in a jurisdiction that has adopted the 2022 amendments and applies the substantive law of those amendments. So those are 2 areas that I just wanted to flag.
So I think you've heard that this was like the UCC Article 12 sales pitch. So I think I'm going to move a little bit away from that. Over the past, I think, 2-3 years, and I really hope that this echoes a little bit, especially in this room. I think that one of the problems that we've had in this space is that there has been insufficient dialogue between regulatory efforts couched broadly. I'm not pointing my finger to any one agency in any one jurisdiction. It's really about an approach. So there has been insufficient dialogue between, on one hand, the view that the state, the government, the authorities should regulate how these activities happen, and on the other side, how private law was understanding the respective rights and obligations of the parties. What I think has, because so much money, so much capital was being mobilized by these new technologies, the response was, okay, we have to regulate. And I don't take issue with that, and I don't pass judgment with that. But the problem was that these efforts often lacked a sufficient understanding of what were the rights and obligations of market participants. And the result was that basically things just fell to the sides. The regulatory efforts captured some things, but not others. Sometimes regulatory efforts attempted to regulate things, market transactions, that were very different from a private law perspective, tried regulating them in the same way. And I think that as a whole, this is really one of the efforts that is required going forward if there is a desire to create legal certainty, if there is a desire to create markets that are reliable and safe for market participants, there needs to be more dialogue and more cohesion between regulatory efforts and private law. I think that the good thing about these amendments is not necessarily whether they are right or wrong, or whether they are the best or the worst that could be, but at least there is now a body of rules. You can look to that body of rules, and if you're a market participant, you can build on that basis. And if you are a regulator, you can say, look, you operate on the basis of those rules, I'm going to treat you in this way. You operate outside of that body of rules, I'm going to treat you in a different way. So in this respect, I think that this is really my closing remark. I feel that it's absolutely imperative that there is greater dialogue between the regulatory approach and the private law approach in this space.
And I think we ignored Jonathan's smart contracts question.
I will not regard that as a breach of contract.
No, it's, you know, so it's just poor nomenclature, right? They're not contracts, as Jonathan said. I mean, you know, the joke, they're neither smart nor they're contracts, but it's a piece of software that executes an if X then Y instruction. So it can, you know, help, part of it can perform a contract, but it itself is not a contract. And you know, we could talk forever about language and this space as well, but it's really just poor nomenclature.
Well, thank you so much. This has been a fascinating panel. We owe you an enormous debt of gratitude for starting off our symposium so beautifully and setting up the panels to come. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Yeah. No assets.
Thank you, Jonathan, Andrea, Ed, and Julia. That was certainly an engaging and thoughtful discussion. We will now have a 30-minute break. Our program will resume promptly at 10:45. Please enjoy some refreshments in the hall. And again, you can use either exit. Go ahead. Okay. All right. We're getting ready to begin. So our next panel will present their academic papers discussing various aspects relating to tokenization. Please welcome Chao Do, Deputy Comptroller for the OCC Economics and Risk Analysis Division, as the moderator for this panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer, and welcome back to the break, and welcome to the panel on academic papers on tokenization. It's my great pleasure to moderate this session where we have 3 distinctively different paper presentations that will touch upon different aspects to consider in the tokenization of real-world assets. Academic research related to tokenization is obviously relatively new and has been exploding in recent years. With research related to the cryptocurrency markets, non-fungible tokens, stable coins, blockchains, distributed ledger technology, and promises that tokenization may bring. We selected the 3 papers today to spur conversation around 3 important facets in the discussion of the tokenization of real-world assets. Each person will have about 20 minutes to present, followed by a couple of questions by me, and then we will close to have a little bit more of a discussion, hopefully time permitting, with some general discussions on this topic. Our first speaker today is Bob Chakravorty, who's on my left, CEO and founder of Chakra Advisors, who will present some joint work done with Jeff Allen, Santiago Carbo Valverde, and Francisco Rodriguez Fernandez on assessing incentives to increase digital payment acceptance and usage, a machine learning approach. In this paper, Bob will speak about the characteristics and factors that drive the adoption and use of digital payments, particularly highlighting the incentives by all participants in the market, including consumers as well as merchants. While this paper focuses on the adoption and use of digital payments, the framework Bob and his co-authors have set up will be important as we consider what is the framework incentives that may be helpful in facilitating the adoption of tokenization. Our next speaker to the left of Bob is Gordon Liao. He's a chief economist for Circle, as well as a research fellow at the Cornell FinTech Initiative and co-chair of the National Association for Business Economics Finance Roundtable. His paper, Beyond Speculation, Payment Stablecoins for Real-Time Gross Settlements, which is joint work with Thomas Hadid and Ziming Zhang, will discuss the evolution of stablecoins, where it started out as an on-chain cash balances for crypto exchanges and traders, but has evolved in some cases as a form of payment. Gordon will also speak on some of the parameters necessary for the adoption of digital token money and its benefits. As stablecoins are blockchain-based tokens that represent a stable real-world asset, this paper will serve an example of a use case of tokenization and serve as a springboard for our next speaker, Yukon Liu, who is also to the left of Gordon. Yukon Liu, our last speaker in this panel, will discuss the markets for non-fungible tokens. In his paper, The Economics of Non-Fungible Tokens, with co-authors Nicola Bori and Alay Civinci, they construct a data set of NFT transactions to create indices for the NFT market and discuss how the similarities of the NFT market to other markets. Right now, and as discussed in this paper, most NFTs are used to purchase digital collectibles such as CryptoPunks, Bored Ape Yacht Clubs, or Decentraland. Obviously, proponents of NFTs believe that there's a wider application in other fields that may represent real-world assets, such as commercial or residential real estate. And this paper will serve as another point for the panelists to discuss how the NFT market may be evolved into the future and what are the considerations for an efficient market. With that, welcome everybody, and I'll hand it over to Bob.
Thank you. Ciao. Stand up. Yep. Thanks everybody for coming. Thanks for the OCC for inviting me. It's been a pleasure to come back to my roots. My first job out of grad school was coming to DC. I worked in the regulatory for a regulator for a while as an economist, as a research economist at the Fed. So it's great to be back with the regulators and great to be back with all of you. It's a very timely topic. Most of my work nowadays does deal with tokenization of different types of things. So I'm excited to see what's going to transpire at this conference and more broadly. So let me first say the usual disclaimer, which I used to say when I was at the Fed, except this is not for the Fed. These views don't represent the World Bank, any of its members, or the executive board, or any of the countries associated with them. So with that, let's get started. So one issue that we were dealing with in this paper, because of the countries we're dealing with, was financial inclusion. And financial inclusion, one measure or one precursor is the account ownership, transaction account ownership. And the World Bank has a survey or an index that they call the Global Findex. And this index in 2011, when they first started, had about 51% of the global adult population having a transactions account. Now, these transactions account need not just be at a bank, but can be at non-banks and other places. And in some countries, that's actually where most of these transactions accounts are. In 2021, this actually grew to 76%. So quite a bit of progress on that. But let me say that financial inclusion is more than just having access. So just giving bank accounts or access to them isn't really getting the essence of financial inclusion. In order to get that, you have to see what are the benefits that people get, and individuals as well as small businesses. And we'll talk about that going forward, and also its usage. So you may have these transaction accounts, but you may not use them. And we see that in some countries as well. Now, financial inclusion is not just about payments, although payments is very important, but it's also about credit facilities to individuals and small businesses, along with savings, investments, and insurance products. Moving on to the importance of digital payments. So this paper will focus on digital payments. Digital payments serve as a gateway to other financial services, as we just mentioned, credit, investment, savings, and insurance. So it's a way to get people into the digital world. And one term that often you hear is digital liquidity, which basically means how much of their transactions happen in the digital space. Studies find that digital payments increase economic growth and reduce poverty. There are a lot of studies that suggest that, and that's one of the reasons why it's important, certainly at the macro level. However, introducing new technology and greater access to transactions accounts may not be sufficient. So the notion that you can just build it and they will come doesn't always work. You might need something else. And that something else in this paper that we look at are incentives. So as an economist, that's what we're primarily interested in. And what are these incentives and what do they look like? So the incentives for all participants throughout this ecosystem must be aligned, especially for new products. And this is something you'll see in tokenization in the digital world as well. So we embarked on this project, Digital Payment Acceptance. I had 4 other co-authors, Jeff Allen, who's currently at the board, Oya Ardic, who's at the World Bank, Santiago Carbo, who's at a Spanish university, and Francisco Rodriguez, who's also Spanish university. We all were consultants at the World Bank. Oya's certainly full-time staff there. And we conducted this research as part of the Financial Inclusion Global Initiative. This was an initiative that had 3 partners, the World Bank being one of them, the Committee of Payment and Market Infrastructures at the BIS, and the International Telecommunications Union. And this was funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So the question we asked in the research that we were doing is how to increase acceptance and usage of digital payments at micro, small, and medium retailers, which we label as MSMRs globally. So we have a direct, because in a lot of places in the world, these are the places where consumers go to make purchases, and this is something that they do on a daily level. So if we can get at this portion of digital payments, then it can spread to other areas. We focus on incentives broadly, including public and private sector incentives, and we'll show you some examples. So it's very broad in terms of incentives. They're not always financial, but often are. We focus on 2 impact variables or response variables, the impact of what we want to study of the various explanatory variables. First is the point of sale terminal adoption by MSMRs. Now, in a lot of countries, certainly cards were precursors to a lot of things, and it's important. But in other countries, cards weren't really present. And so that variable doesn't really capture that. So then we looked at share of digital payments made by consumers to MSMRs to see what other types of payments started coming through. Now, the World Bank in 2016 estimated that these MSMRs globally made and accepted approximately $34 trillion worth of payments annually, of which 44% were made digitally. So the question is, how do we get more of that to go digitally? And this differs across the different types of countries. The lower income countries, the percentage is higher of cash payments. In the more advanced countries, it's less. It also, women are represented, use digital payments less than men do, and there are other statistics like that that the World Bank provides. There's 2 components of this research. The first component is basically a case study approach, which is a report issued by the World Bank called Incentives for Electronic Payment Acceptance in 2022, where we provide case studies in various countries. I think we looked at between 12 and 15 countries, and we looked at different aspects. It's available online. Feel free to have a look at it. The paper I'll be presenting here today is the working paper, which is titled Assessing Incentives to Increase Digital Payment Acceptance and Usage, a Machine Learning Approach. I got cut off there, sorry about that. And it's published in PLOS One, which is a scientific journal. Here, what we do is we find incentives that are likely to increase digital payment acceptance, adoption, and usage. So in this chart, I wanted to show that there are several stages, and this can be used in digital tokens. It can be used in all sorts of other areas that have this characteristic. So the first thing in level 1 is you have to have some sort of account ownership. So that means either you go to a bank or non-bank, a telecommunications provider, as in Kenya we saw with M-Pesa, and you have an account. That's level 1. Level 2 is you have to get into some sort of a payment mechanism. And the payment mechanism has to be accepted by the seller of the good as well as the buyer, the merchant and the consumer. In other types of financial transactions, there are often two parties. Both parties have to adopt that instrument. And this literature at about turn of the century and in the 2000s, there was a lot of work on two-sided markets. How do you get both sides on board? And if that doesn't happen, then you fall to cash, which we'll see at the bottom. Now, once you've adopted the same platform, it's no guarantee that that platform will be used. So for example, when you go to the store, you may have a credit card, you may have cash, you may have a mobile payment, you may have all these other things, but still you have to make a choice. And that choice may be influenced by a merchant steering you. The merchant might say, hey, if you use cash, I'll give you a discount. Or in other ways, they might say, well, you know, the machine's not working for the payment card or something else. There might be some steering going on. When you get through all these stages, level 1, level 2, level 3, then you get to the instrument used. So on the left-hand side, you're going to see that you're going to come down. Yeah, your left too. You're going to come down to e-payments. On the other side, you're going to get to e-money. And if these are not satisfied, generally, you're going to be using it in cash. So what is the type of data we use? So data is sort of the economist's tool for doing analysis. And we can spend a lot of time on this and talking about what data is good and what data could be better. It's a challenge because we're doing a global study. And you got to get standardization across these different countries at different stages. And so what we do is we use international organizations, we use World Bank data, IMF data, and other data. So we look at 106 countries. And in those countries, we look at 81 variables. So that's the country level data. But since we're looking at the merchant, we also looked at merchant level data. And here we looked at a World Bank Commission study that looked at 7 countries: Colombia, France, Kenya, Lithuania, Morocco, Pakistan, and Turkey. The idea here is to get a breadth of different economies and different states and different geographies. And we looked at 576 merchants with a total of 111 variables. So that's sort of the data that we use. Unfortunately, we didn't have time data, i.e. the samples weren't done over time. There's a one-shot. Some variables we have different years, but going forward, that would be the way you would want to go on this. So what's the methodology? Now, given it's a mixed audience, normally I'd spend a lot of time here, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I want to sort of tell you what we're trying to do and the tools we use to do it. So the empirical analysis has 3 parts. Part 1 is a random forest algorithm. So the idea here is we want to see what variables are good predictors, right? And remember, we have the 2 variables that we have interest in is the POS terminal adoption, the share of digital P2B payments at MSMRs. And so we use this technology to find, and I'll show you those results in a second. Part 2 is conditional inference trees. The idea here is that you may need precursors before you can actually get to the final stage. And it may be that the sequence of those incentives have to come in a certain path. So you need A to have B to have C. If you don't have B, then it's difficult to get to C, for example. The last part, because as economists, we want more inference instead of prediction. So we tried to use causal forest, which is a new technique, which gets at the treatment effects that are similar to what economists would find in panel data when they do various types of regressions like diff and diff and things like that. And so we use the literature to implement this technique. So first, the random forest results. So if we look, the response variables we have the 2 variables that I've described. And then we have categories of different predictors. So we see the merchant payment chain. This is something that we didn't see as very important, given that we were economists that were building structural models. We didn't kind of think this through. What this basically says is The merchant pays their workers, pays their suppliers, and it also gets paid by consumers, and it also makes, on occasion, payments to consumers, right? If they're more electronic or more digital in other areas, not just the consumer payment coming in, they're more likely to adopt digital payments. Then there's infrastructure. Infrastructure is looking at telecommunications, communication system, also national ID. Now, in order to get onboarded, often you need a national ID. And there's also a lot of discussion, I don't know if we'll get to it at this conference, on digital IDs, because when you go online and how that works. Then you have institutional and policy type variables, which are fiscal incentives, a financial inclusion strategy, wages paid into a transaction account, and then also the shadow economy. We're going to find that if the shadow economy is larger, you're less likely to go to digital payments. And we'll talk about taxes and other things as incentives. And this is pretty similar to the share of P2B electronic payments as well. One thing that we do find, of course, not surprising, if you have POS adoption, it actually has a positive effect on the share to P2B electronic payments. But there are other things that we're going to talk about, like killer apps that come into that space that allow you to leapfrog over payment cards. So let me give you an idea of a conditional inference tree. Now, we did hundreds, if not thousands of these. Now, one thing that I will say is that sometimes you get some quirky results because the algorithm is just producing these trees. So you have to interpret what these things mean. Now, we have done some robustness checks on the results that we do have, and I won't go into that here, but to give you an idea what a conditional tree is, at first there's a decision, or there's a series of yes-no decisions that come down this tree. The first one is, does the merchant believe that the consumer prefers electronic payments? So if yes, then we find what % of the wages paid electronically by merchants. If it's less than 30%, POS adoption is predicted to be only 10%. But if % of wages paid electronically by merchants is greater than 70%, then we find that POS adoption is at 70%. And similarly, you have things on the other side. So in the interest of time, let me move on. And here, what I've done is I've listed some others where some things like if wages are paid electronically, card penetration in previous 5 years are over a median value, you get a 100% greater likelihood that you're going to have this P2B electronic transaction. And there are others here that relate to the infrastructure and things like that. Let me get to the, whoops. Interesting results. So we look at treatment effects. And the treatment effects that I wanted to highlight here is the shadow economy over GDP and crime. Those have different effects. As the shadow economy goes up, you're less likely to use digital payments. And as crime goes up, you're more likely, which seems to make sense. And then the share of B2P payments and the share of B2B payments also has a positive impact on that. And then we looked at the merchant level, that was for the country level, the merchant level data, and we find certain things have strong effects. Cash limits, so countries can impose that you can only make purchases with cash if it's below a certain number. Those have a positive effect. Consumer financial incentives, the government might have a tax break. There's a killer app, we know what those are. If electronic payment is mandated, the most interesting is fiscal incentives. This has to do with taxes. So a lot of small businesses don't want to accept digital payments because you have to pay taxes. And if you accept cash, you don't. And so to get around that, so some governments have instituted a tax break. So in conclusion, we find that policies to increase transaction account ownership, increase electronic payment acceptance and usage, but other things are necessary. Investment in information and communication infrastructures are likely to increase adoption and usage of digital payments. The cell phone, the mobile phone is the perfect example of that. When other parts of the payment chain are digital, like we discussed, it's more likely that you're going to go to digital payments. Leveraging mobile phone technology to deliver payment service by killer apps leads to the leapfrogging and the use of less expensive QR technology. You see that in China and India and places like that. Policies that reduce taxes paid by consumers and merchants are effective to increase acceptance. That's something that we found that was very important. Government policies targeted at reducing the shadow economy, and there's economists that write all sorts of things about reducing the denomination that's out there and things like that, are effective. And certainly cash limits. Sometimes there's a lot of protest to that, and we talk about that in the paper. And then from the empirical study, finally, fintechs and other non-banks have played a vital role in increasing financial inclusion, which I think is very important as we talk in a bank regulatory study. Now, the additional conclusions from the case studies, not surprisingly, we find that public authorities should support a level playing field between banks and non-banks in the provision of value-added services that improve business intelligence and MSMR's access to financial products. It's a lot of words that basically say you need some added benefit. I'm not going to, as a merchant, just adopt digital payments because it's more efficient. What is it doing for me? So a lot of companies are offering different things like credit, better marketing tools, and other things. You look at Square and other things like that, and you'll find that. And what are the added benefits associated with new forms of payments that enable greater acceptance by merchants? So let me stop there. Thank you.
Oh. So just a couple of follow-up questions, Bob, before Gordon presents. Just one in general was just like, I know you accumulate a lot of different countries, and it seemed like there was a range of a lot more maybe developing countries. And I was just wondering if you were able to tease out what the specific impacts, or if there were different impacts for like US specific, just to understand.
So the interesting thing, this group would find interesting, I did when I did it, of the 106 countries, US isn't included for various reasons. So you're right that there's a lot of developing countries. We tried to run the things where we divided it, but we didn't have much success because we don't have enough data. But anecdotally, what we find is that these can fall into different buckets. So some buckets are where digital payments are advanced and have been provided for a while. And you're going to have different types of effects in those countries, and you're going to have different types of adoption. The interesting cases is, for example, in Kenya still, bank accounts are still very small compared to accounts that are held outside of banks. And there you find different things. And the interesting thing about Kenya is that a lot of the transactions happen at these payment servicers. So people take cash and they go there. So there, anecdotally, you see that there are definitely differences.
Right. And then I guess one last question. I just want to be mindful of time here, but to the extent that I mean, obviously the paper is really framed on incentives. And, you know, to what extent do you think some of these incentives are applicable to the to adoption of tokenization, or some of them may not be relevant? Do you have any thoughts on, you know, I guess anecdotally, obviously, because you haven't looked at the data, but.
Wow, let me try to be short here. So certainly on tokenization, I think incentives are going to play a role. And then the usual suspects are there. Regulatory clarity is going to play a role. Protection, consumer protection is going to play a role. Fraud, dispute resolution, all of these things that we heard this morning are going to play a role. So I think there are certain crossover things that are going to, but I think the most important thing is, if you look at the cryptocurrencies, one of the questions being asked is, who are using these for payments, and when is it going to be the case I can go to Starbucks and buy a latte? And I think we're far from that.
Okay, Well, thank you very much, Bob. And with that, I'll start with Gordon, who will present his paper.
Thank you so much for the organizers for inviting me here today. I'll be talking about tokenization of cash, and specifically I'll present this paper, which is Beyond Speculation, Payment Stablecoin for Real-Time Gross Settlement. This is joint work with Thomas Hadid and Ziming Zhen. Thomas is at the Federal Reserve Board, so the usual Fed disclaimer applies that the views here are of ours and should not be interpreted as those of the Fed or any person associated with the Fed or any other institution for that matter. So this paper presents empirical evidence that there has been a significant shift of the usage of stablecoin away from speculative trading in crypto assets in recent years. Specifically, stablecoins were originally employed for trading of Bitcoin and Ethereum on digital asset exchanges. But over the last 5 years or so, we've seen a 90% drop in the speculative trading via stablecoin per dollar value. And we also make some additional comparisons between different types of stablecoins, as well as how those speculative trading volumes compare to something like an M2 and trading of traditional assets. So let me dive into what do I mean by stablecoins here and payment stablecoins, at least for the purpose of this paper. So stablecoins here are defined as digital tokens representing fiat currency value on blockchains or distributed ledger, it could be permissioned, and they maintain one-to-one convertibility with the underlying currency through the issuer. Notice I didn't say one-to-one peg to the underlying currency, because when you refer to a peg, that refers to secondary market activity. But one-to-one convertibility is about primary market issuer, the ability for the issuer to offer a part redemption. Now, I define payment stablecoin here as a specific subtype of stablecoin characterized by two characteristics. One is the full reserve backing by high quality and liquid cash-like assets. And two is it's more loose, but the primary function functions as a general form of money, general form for payment, not exclusive to just trading. So there are currently payment stablecoin legislations that has legal definitions of what payment stablecoins are. I'm not going to get into those, but I'll focus on these two characteristics. So empirically, later on, I will categorize USDC, one of the stablecoins, as a payment stablecoin, and the other major stablecoins as trading stablecoin. Although over time, of course, the other stablecoins could upgrade their reserve, for instance, and become more like a payment stablecoin. So stablecoin has been recognized as a form of money. This is what Chair Powell has said previously in Senate hearings. As a form of money, I think it should be part of the M2, right? Right now, it's not in the statistics. I think it's important to think about where payment stablecoin sits. It is privately issued money, but privately issued money is 90% of money in circulation. So M2 has roughly $20 trillion or so for the US, and 90% of which are privately issued. As we think about tokenization of money and tokenization of money-like instruments, I don't think we want to shift away from that mostly 90% privately issued and small portion, maybe 10% are publicly issued split. Because if we increase the amount of publicly issued money, obviously that blows up the balance sheet of central banks, which creates a number of downstream implications with potentially distortions of asset prices with larger balance sheet. But I think importantly also, it places burdens on central bank independence if you have a large balance sheet, which is a larger target politically. Now, the characteristic I mentioned earlier about payment stablecoins is that they're fully backed by cash-like instruments. So what do I mean by that? For USDC, which is a payment stablecoin under this definition, the vast majority of about 90% of the backings are of short-term T-bills of less than 90 days, as well as some amount of treasury reverse repos that is usually overnight and is over-collateralized. Of course, there's a thin layer at the bottom in this graph. There's a blue layer that's cash that are held at reserve banks or settlement banks. What are these? Well, these are cash amounts that are needed to facilitate redemption through sending wires out. if users demand a redemption to convert back into the fiat. But this portion is important to facilitate this conversion, but at the same time, it exposes the stablecoin to potentially credit risk of the banks that are holding these cash. So later on, maybe I'll discuss one way to actually solve this issue is simply to have more direct access to, say, wiring services. This is because you can't redeem in kind for stablecoin, unlike ETF, for instance. So stablecoins, payment stablecoins specifically, are considered as outside money. And what are outside money and inside money? Well, inside money is money that is within the private economy in zero supply, that is their credit money, or as I think James Tobin one time mentioned, it's fountain pen money. It is written with a fountain pen of credits. Outside money, however, are fiat nature. They're printing press money, for instance, or commodity money that are not in zero supply in the private sector economy. This distinction is important because there's a lot of work that's been done in economics about how inside money could potentially create fire sale externalities during downturns, and those are considered to be more risky. So in some respect, outside money could actually be safer, and because there's lack of maturity or liquidity or credit transformation. I think stablecoins are getting to a place where they're becoming a physical cash substitute. So earlier, Bob talked about cash being used for various purposes, but I think stablecoins are the tokenized version of it, and it's more traceable because it is on immutable blockchain. So here is a graph of currency, dollar currency in circulation, that's physical cash in circulation for the US dollar. It's been growing at a pace prior to 2020 at about 150 billion per year or so over the last 15 years or so. 2020, with the pandemic and some of the QE, there was an increase in cash in circulation, but recently, in the last 2 or 3 years, the growth in physical cash in circulation has slowed down dramatically. It's largely plateaued. Now, contrast that with stablecoins, it actually has grown quite a bit in the last couple of years. So this is a chart of the circulation or money supply for the 3 largest stablecoins, USDT in green, USDC is in blue, and BUSD is in yellow. I think right now it's about 130 billion or so of money supply for stablecoins. But in terms of currency, in terms of cash substitution, physical cash substitution, perhaps it's even more of a substitution because of the higher velocity of payment that occurs for stablecoins. So in terms of velocity, I think some of the stablecoins have velocity around 50, which potentially means there is more of a physical cash substitution going on. Now, how has the stablecoin use evolved over the past couple of years? Well, this is one key chart from this paper where we looked at the daily crypto trading turnover. So what are daily crypto trading turnover? It's the ratio of trading volume on different both centralized exchanges and decentralized exchanges divided by the circulation, divided by the money supply for the 2 types of stablecoin I mentioned earlier. So payment stablecoins in blue, again, that's USDC, and the trading stablecoins, which are the other stablecoins, are in green. A few facts you can observe from this immediately. One is payment stablecoin, as it was originally designed for payments, always have had less of this crypto trading turnover, crypto trading volume on exchanges throughout this entire period. 2 is both for payment stablecoin and trading stablecoin, there's been a decline in the amount of daily turnover over the last 5 years. It's about 90% decline, which is quite significant. And 3 is this decline in speculative trading per dollar value is unrelated to the variabilities or fluctuations in the digital asset prices, which is represented by the Bitcoin price, which is in this gray line overlaid on top. So Bitcoin price went up and then came down and then recently went up again, but that has nothing to do with what has gone on with the per dollar speculative trading. Of course, this is a ratio. So what's actually driving this is largely that the trading volume for crypto asset has remained constant, but the growth in the denominator, that is growth in the circulation or money supply, has increased over the last couple of years. But it means that the increase hasn't been used towards pumping money into crypto. Now, how does it compare with other different forms of money? So if I apply the same methodology of daily trading turnover for not only stablecoin, but also for M2, for also retail brokerage cash accounts, I actually get a nice comparison. So for M2, I'm looking at the trading volume for traditional financial assets, that is equities, fixed income, and FX, divided by the overall M2 supply. That is actually proportionally more than the per dollar volume of trading that payment stablecoin supports in the crypto digital asset space. And for retail brokerage account, I'm looking at some of the large retail brokerage accounts that publish numbers about how much trading is going on their platform versus the cash balances, which is even more so than M2, generally speaking. And trading stablecoins on the entirely other side. The figure on the right corroborates this evidence. Is looking at the correlation between the circulation change and asset returns at the weekly level. Same thing if you look at it at the monthly level. There's very little correlation between changes in the supply of stablecoin and things like Bitcoin returns. But this is contrasting with the changes in the supply of M2 versus S&P return, because whenever there's M2 expansion, usually associated with QE, S&P tends to be more buoyant. Now, in addition, leverage on payment stablecoin is also significantly less comparably to leverage, I think, in the traditional M2 type of dollar. Here, the graph on the left is comparing collateralized borrowing per dollar equivalent. So for payment stablecoin is collateralized borrowing on these DeFi lending platforms, and the collateralized borrowing for M2 are the repo borrowings through the regular Treasury and MBS repo markets. So this is to say that this dispels the notion that stablecoins are used in a very large way for leverage. Now, finally, if we look at comparisons of settlement systems, as the paper is titled RTGS, payment stablecoin for RTGS, settlement systems have a particular feature to it in that there's a lot of transaction value going through it at any point. So settlement systems such as Fedwire, for instance, every day process something like $6 or $7 trillion per day. That is, every 4 days, the entire GDP of the US get turned over through settlement systems. In the foreign exchange space, it's very similar. Every day there is about $7.5 trillion of FX that's being traded, but only a small percentage, about 2% of it, is actually corresponding to global trades in goods and services. This is to say that large portion, the 98% of all settlement systems transaction values are financial in nature. So when you evaluate and compare something like payment stablecoins in the framework of a settlement system, the amount of financial transaction is actually somewhat less. And so this is although there's no direct measurement of how much of a GDP value is being transferred on payment stablecoins, we could try to estimate it by looking at what is defined as tangible value transfers, defined as digital wallet transfers that do not involve exchanges, virtual asset service providers, and decentralized finance smart contracts. So if you look at that lens, there's actually potentially more of these real-world transfer value type of payments going on in this payment stablecoin settlement system relative to the conventional settlement system in Fedwire and FX transactions. So what are the emerging use cases of beyond payments that I'm particularly excited about? Well, I think tokenization of just generally financial assets enables so much more than just going from T+2 to T+0. That's just a better DTCC. But what tokenization enables is programmability. Why is that important? Well, for economists, if you think about the contract theory perspective, you get on-chain data verifiability, not just observable data, but verifiable data. And also you get a contract enforceability. I think combining those two features together with programmability, it could be very meaningful in shifting intermediation risk away from levered institutions to unlevered balance sheets. So a good example of this is automated market makers in the foreign exchange space has already started to eliminate settlement risk and lower remittance costs and facilitate things such as weekend price discovery, that currently FX market doesn't trade over the weekend. And this is a joint paper I have with some of the folks listed. And the chart here is a comparison of on-chain and off-chain remittance for $500 equivalent. So this is using the World Bank $500 database versus some of the numbers from decentralized finance platforms. I think it's important to think about this in terms of who's providing a liquidity into these automated market makers. The ones who are providing liquidity in the automated market makers are not the high-frequency trading firms that are highly levered. Rather, there are more passive institutions. So I know the BIS has a project on Project Mariana, which is a similar idea that perhaps you can get the more passive capital, such as a central bank FX reserve account, to provide those liquidity in certain key markets, rather than relying on highly levered institutions to provide market making and intermediation services. Lastly, how do we preserve stability? This is a key question for regulators all the time. Well, first, there's a lot of commentaries about singleness of money, because every time there's a fluctuation in the pricing of some of the stablecoins, there's a lot of discussion about those. But I think it's important to distinguish between primary market issuance and ability to redeem at par versus secondary market prices. Now, primary market issuance is the bulk, 95% of the conversion between stablecoins and fiat values. The secondary market, which happens through essentially third-party platforms through these exchanges, it's only a tiny percent, it's about 5%. But these secondary market prices gets noticed a lot more in the media, especially, for instance, last year when the SVB crisis was going on, Circle actually held some money at SVB, and that created some disturbance in the secondary market price dislocation. So the daily volume weighted average price in the secondary market went to 94 cents on the dollar. But if you look at overall how much is going on in the primary market, well, that's just insignificant. On a weekend, of course, the primary market doesn't function as well because the banking rails are closed. Now, what could preserve singleness of money, I think, is direct access to central bank settlement accounts. Even if it is a small limited settlement account, that could help preserve the ability to redeem at par in a timely fashion and also remove the credit exposure. So I don't think you can have fully tokenized cash if you still have that credit exposure. Lastly, issues regarding fears about disintermediation of banking. But I think there's actually now very good work that's been done, a couple of structure models, one by Jonathan Chu and co-authors at Bank of Canada, now it's published in the JPE, and another paper by Tony Whitehead and co-authors, also a structural IO model, that looks at introduction of digital currency that's low interest bearing or zero interest bearing, and the competition effect it could have on deposits and lending when banks have market power. So as economists, you think about supply and demand curve for loan demand is downward sloping because everything is in rates, so everything is reversed. So typically, the spread between loan demand curve and deposit supply curve is the net interest margin. When you introduce competition, what it does is it forces banks to raise the deposit rate to compete against, even if a zero interest digital currency gets introduced, it helps the banks to compete against them because the digital currency provides a convenience yield or a valuable service for payments. And that competition raises the deposit rate and force the quantity of deposit and loan to shift out, and you have actually more lending going on. So it's a crowd-in effect for deposits. The profitability doesn't necessarily decline because you just transfer one rectangle of the vertical rectangle to the horizontal rectangle. But what makes a huge difference is the deadweight loss, which is this triangle that economists like to talk about, the triangle between the two curves. The triangle gets smaller. So the deadweight loss for society gets smaller because you're introducing competition and you're supplying actually more loans into the market. So I think we should view this as potentially a very positive and encouraging development for competition purposes. So let me just conclude that in this paper, I presented some empirical evidence that stablecoins have evolved beyond usage for speculation, and especially for payment stablecoins that have emerged as both a medium of exchange and a store of value, and is functioning as almost a RTGS system to some extent. that actually operates pretty well relative to traditional settlement rails. The technology is driving adoption, not just for general payment use, but I think the programmability of contract and what it means for intermediation risk shifting from the levered to the unlevered institution is very interesting to observe, but also an encouraging trend. And lastly, I think regulatory clarity is much needed in this space to ensure there's safe adoption, to ensure that payment stablecoins could be used as cash tokens and fulfill its role for redemption purposes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gordon. Just a couple of questions for me before we move on to Yukon's paper. So I think in one of the graphs, you kind of basically showed a real strong, like almost exponential increase in the use of payment stablecoins. And I was wondering if you can elaborate, or if you know, like what are the characteristics that were driving that rapid adoption? And I don't know if it's leveled off or if it's still increasing at that rate or.
Yeah, I think that might be the circulation or supply graph I showed earlier. So it did level off a bit. And as I mentioned, like the initial ramp up was during the COVID period. Perhaps there's more digital payment to be used anyway. We're seeing more adoption of this technology for cross-border payments. So you might not see it for everyday, paying Starbucks coffee down the road, but in a lot of economies, you're actually seeing it for use for cross-border payments, as well as in some of the economies, it's being used just as a general form of money. So you definitely see that going on. More recently, I think it plateaued, in part because it's a zero interest yielding asset and you have high opportunity costs going on with 5% interest rate. But also in part is what I said about the velocity of money is much higher there. So perhaps you don't need as much of this tokenized cash versus physical cash to provide the same amount of payment services.
And then what particular merchants do you know are actually accepting payment stablecoins?
Yeah, so this is more of talking from my circle head, we work with a variety of companies, everything from the Stripes of the world to very large enterprises in the world that are working on adopting tokenization, as well as some of the, I think we made announcements about platforms we have integrated with in various economies that are adopting tokenized cash as a form of payments.
And then one last question, I guess, in terms of, this always has spurred discussion on CBDCs. And I was just curious in terms of how those may coexist or not, or.
I think if you have wholesale CBDC, it could very well coexist. It depends on the features of the CBDC. If the CBDCs do not have programmability, of course, there's an important differentiation here because I emphasize how stablecoins could be used for programmable payments and programmable contracts. And wholesale CBDC, I think, could actually be helpful for a lot of transactions, but perhaps not serving the same set of customers.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Our last presenter, Yukon Liu, we will talk about non-fungible tokens.
The title is not that one. That's fine. So thank you for having me here. This is a joint work with Nicola Bori from Lewis and also Alej Chvinsky from Yale. The title of the paper should be Economics of Non-Fungible Tokens. Okay. So what do we do in this paper? In this paper, I mean, a lot of things we did, okay, but the idea is to give you like a high-level kind of view of how this non-fungible token transactions really is going on right now, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to try to understand the market structure and the returns of the overall NFT market. To understand the overall NFT market, one important thing you need to do is to come up with a kind of price index for this whole thing, right? Just like, for example, to understand the US stock market, how is it doing? You need the S&P 500, right? But, we're going to see that it's going to be a little bit more difficult to come up with such a thing for the NFT market. But, That's the general idea. And then we're going to study the properties of this index and also the market structures and the investor behaviors in these markets. Okay. So what is a NFT? So NFT is a non-fungible token. It's a unique digital identifier that cannot be copied, that's recorded on in a blockchain, and that's used to certify authenticity and ownership. So the important thing is really about this ownership idea. This ownership can be transferred, allowing NFTs to be sold and traded. If you think about it, this is really important, right? Like, for example, when you have a house, you want to make sure that you have the ownership for it and no one's going to come in and take your house away from you. But in the digital world, however, for the longest time, we just take it for granted that, the ownership is basically undefined. And the NFT is one way that, people come up with using the blockchain technology to solve that problem. And we know that these property rights, they are fundamental concepts in economic growth, and they're, potentially very important for the digital property rights for this digital economy. So what are the results? We're going to give you a preview of the results. Towards the latter part of the presentation, I'm going to build this overall market index of the NFT using the method of repeat sales regression, RSR. Basically, it's the same way people build the housing index. Think about the housing market. It's also a non-fungible asset market. Basically, each house is different from the other ones. Same for NFTs. So, how do we come up with the overall index for that? You have a similar idea there. So in the periods we studied from 2018 to 2023, in this market, the average returns weekly is about 1%, with 14.6% volatility at weekly level. So both much higher average returns and also much higher volatilities. That comes down to an annualized Sharpe ratio of about 0.5. So, surprisingly, that's very similar to S&P 500 doing around the same time, as similar for the cryptocurrency. Bitcoin, for example, also has about this Sharpe ratio. And then the first thing we are actually, the order is a little bit reversed now. What we're going to do is we're going to test a bunch of different kind of theories, both in the NFT market and also in the more kind of traditional non-fungible token, non-fungible assets, and also market restrictions, those kind of theories. We're going to try to first see what are the important components that are going to be important for the prices of these NFTs. What we find is that basically how the NFT looks themselves are very, very important. Two ways we do that. One is looking at the rarities of these NFTs. We find that, based on the features of these NFTs, if it's more rare, the price tends to be a lot higher. And these are going to be more important for collections with fixed supply, like Bored Ape, like, only 10,000 copies, versus something that have a more variable supply, like the crypto kitties. Those these kind of rarity scores are less important. Another thing we're going to do is look at the more general but less interpretable, the visual characteristics to see how important they are. So over there, we're going to use some machine learning methods, and we're going to show that these visual characteristics in the NFT market, they're vastly important, okay? As compared to some other markets, like the ones you might like, the art markets, the visual characteristics is not important at all, okay? And then we're gonna see for this market, how does the market structure look like? We're gonna find that this market is very, very segmented, both in terms of how many transactions are taken by the top buyers and sellers, and also for the top buyers and sellers, what are their kind of portfolio concentration look like? Okay, we're going to dive into that later. And then we're going to do a network analysis to see that are there any dominating kind of central intermediaries, just like, the over-the-counter market for bonds, or like the cryptocurrency tradings, like Bitcoin tradings in general. The answer is no, it's very different from those also. There's no dominating central intermediaries here. So what are the data methodologies? The data we use are from the major exchanges, the CryptoKitties, Gods Unchained, Decentraland, and the two main ones are OpenSea and Atomic. We're gonna use their data directly from them. Before that, we also check, cross-check with some blockchain data, and largely they're okay. We're gonna aggregate that mainly to the weekly level, and we're gonna focus on the trades done in the Ethereum, and the other things. Okay. In some robustness, we also do some in Solana, which is the main one for the transactions in Atomic. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to look at what are the features of the NFTs that are going to be important for prices. Okay, somehow the notation is floating around in this presentation, but that's fine. Okay, what we're going to do is in the hedonic regression, don't worry about what it is. Okay, basically it's the idea to see that what are the things, okay, what are the characteristics as in Z, I, T, K, those are the individual characteristics of the asset, okay, individual assets, and individual NFTs, and see which one is going to be let's think about as strongly correlated with the prices and which one's less correlated with prices, factoring out the BT, which is the time trend. Yes, of course, like during this time, there's movements in the time trend of the prices. We're going to factor that out. Okay. So let's see what are the important ones. In particular, the things we're going to be most interested in are the things that are, for today's NFT market, a lot of them are going to be like pictures, right? Think about those things. And we're going to see whether these pictures themselves are going to be important. Okay. We're going to have different samples. In the benchmark ones, the full sample, we're going to see what the time component, the currency, collection, repeat sale, these kind of things, are they important or not? And then in the end, we're going to get to the collection sample component, where we also have the individual NFTs characteristics and looking at whether the rarities and the visual characteristics of them, are they important or not? So before we get into that, of course, I need to first define, the other things are easy to understand, but one thing I need to define is what is the rarity for a particular NFT in a collection. This one's actually quite easy to measure compared to like your house, right? But think about your house. How do you measure whether it's rare or not? It's a very ambiguous number, okay? But for the NFT, this is actually much easier just because how it's created in the first place. Because for most of these NFTs, what you need to do when you create that, you need to have different kind of parameters in your NFT collections, namely the number of different traits you want to have for your NFTs, the number of NFTs in that collection is a fixed number or is a variable number. Okay, how many NFTs have a particular feature or attributes, right? Then if we know all this information, which we do know, then what we can do is we can see for a particular trait, is that a rare thing in your collection or is it a very common thing in your collection or not? Okay. Then the more rare one, we're going to give it a higher score. The less rare one, we're going to give a lower score. And again, we're going to sum the traits together. And then that's our rarity score. So to give you an example, this is a famous collection, the Bored Ape. In the Bored Ape, we know that there are 10,000 different 10,000 these NFTs. They were randomly created on the basis of only 7 layers of traits, actually. What are these things? They're the eyes, the backgrounds, the fur, the mouth, the clothes, the head, and the earring. Okay. In the original design, in the randomized kind of creation at the beginning, these traits, they're designed at that point, and the number of these traits are set at the time already. For example, like this one, the Bored Ape number 3284. For this one, there are 5 out of the traits that are available. And then, for example, there's the robot eye and the fur color and so on. For this particular one, what are the rare things? The rare things are about the eye, the robot eye. That's very rare, actually. And the clothes, the rainbow suspenders, that is really rare. Okay. So that's how we're going to do that. Okay. And this is expensive stuff. Okay, back in the day. Very expensive. So what are we going to do? So for example, like this one, right? Let's say that this robot eye, let's say there's only 10 of those. This is a hypothetical. Later, we're going to give you the real number. If that's the case, we're going to get this rarity percentage, which is 10 over 10,000. And then we're going to flip that. So a more rare item, you're going to get a higher score. right, automatically. We're going to sum them up together. For example, in the actual case, the robot eye, there are 350 of these out of the 10,000 kind of bored apes. So this gives you a 3.5% score. When you flip that, that's 28.6. We're going to do that for all these 7 different traits. You can see that the most rare one is, is the unshaven dagger. Okay, that's the most rare one. The rainbow suspender is pretty rare. The robot eye is pretty rare, but the most rare one is the dagger in the mouth. Okay, that gives it 357.1 score. Okay, in total, that's 493. We're going to see that if that score, if it's higher, like within the same collection, is it going to give you a higher like value or not? Okay. So to set the stage for the benchmark case, we're going to look at the full sample here. We don't look at the rarity. We don't look at visual characteristics at all. Okay, we're going to see how does the time dummy, basically the time trend, like the collection dummy, basically whether the collection kind of variations, some more popular, some less popular, how much of that accounts for the kind of prices of these kind of different NFTs. Okay, over here, the thing you should focus on is this R square, which basically says that for these time dummies, the time trends, the collection dummies, how much kind of price variation do they capture? You can see the first thing you should realize is that the time dummy is very important. That already accounts for about 40% of variations of these NFTs. Okay? So basically, when the NFTs goes up in prices, a lot of they tend to go up at the same time. When they come down, they tend to come down at the same time. Another thing that's important is the collection dummy. You can see that when we put the time dummy together with the collection dummy, that pushes it all the way to 80%, which means that, the collection dummy accounts for another about 40% of the variation. So some of them are very expensive versus the other ones are like much cheaper. Okay. Now let's look at the rarity scores. You can see that over here, basically, we're going to define different like the actual rarity scores based on the mean, the median, like the minimum, the maximum, and so on. You can see that across all of them, they're all going to be positive, meaning that the more rare they are, the price will be actually higher, and highly statistical significance just means you can trust these numbers. Okay, so on average, based on these numbers, like when you have a rarity score that is higher by 1 standard deviation, that gives a price bump by about 18%, so pretty large. Okay, so that's the interpretable part of the visual thing. Now but another thing we want to do is, let's think about for these visual things in general, can we account all of them and see how much variations of the prices do they capture? Well, we can do that with the help of the modern machine learning methods. Okay, this method is first used in the art market by like a Avery 2021 paper. It's interesting to do that comparison. For Avery et al. For the art market, what they find is actually quite astonishing. Basically, it says that for the art market, what the visual characteristics, do they matter or not? They don't matter a bit. Okay, basically, it says that the only thing that's important is the name of the kind of the painter. Let's say if you know that the painting is drawn by me versus Picasso, the Picasso one's going to be more expensive. Okay, versus here we're going to find some dramatically different. We're going to do using the convoluted machine learning method, which is the standard thing. What we're going to find is the following. Basically, if we don't put these visual kind of characteristics, we can only explain about a 45 in this sample, a 45% of the variations. Versus if we do put these visual characteristics, that goes all the way up to like a 70%. So that's a large increase. You can see from the figures about the predicted value versus the actual values. When we don't put in the visual characteristics, you can see that it lines up, but like the lineup is not great. Basically meaning that the green ones and the white ones on the first figure, they don't line up perfectly. But when we do put the visual characteristic in, you can see that they line up very, very well, right? So meaning that people do value these visual characteristics a lot versus in the art market. What about the market segmentations? So what we are kind of do here is two things. One is to see that for the big players in this market, how much of a market they occupy, and also like what's their concentration in this in their holdings. Well, okay. So let me get to the numbers actually. So the first thing what we find is that, well, the top people, they account for about a lot of the transactions. So top 1%, they already account for like 25 to 58% of all total transactions, depending on like how do you count, volumes or based on transaction numbers. On top of that, the top kind of buyers in this market, their concentration of the portfolio is very high, about 30%. What does that mean? That means out of all their transactions, 30% of them is going to be only in one particular NFT collection. That collection can be different from me and you. Like say both of us are top buyers, but you might only buy Bored Ape. I might only buy CryptoPunks. But that shows you there's a very segmented market, right? We only play in one particular field over here. You can see also this thing in the network, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to do this network analysis, but only for the top players. What we're going to find, this is the top 100 like players. So how do we interpret this thing? Basically, you can see that there are a lot of like pretty big dots in the middle part, which means that in this market, all these things, they are all these buyers, they are very central. They're just playing different markets. In this graph, it's hard to see that from the graph directly, but what we're going to find is that this graph is very, very far from a complete graph, meaning that a lot of the nodes in this graph, a lot of buyers in this graph, they don't interact with each other at all. So this is a very different feature from like the Bitcoin market, for example. There are like in the Bitcoin market, basically for the top buyers and sellers in this market, they're all the intermediaries, okay? And it's basically a complete graph. You can see that Binance is going to interact with OKX, they're going to interact with Coinbase, right? Those things, they need to have interactions. Versus for the NFT market, that's completely not the case. Okay. For my remaining few minutes, let me just talk about my aggregate index. Basically, the idea of this repeat sale method is to just say that, well, although all the NFTs, they're different, however, we can just look at the transactions of each, repeated transaction of each NFTs, then we know the returns of particular NFT, and then we can take out the common components of all these repeated transactions. If we do that, what we're gonna find is that particular component is going to account for a lot of variations in the returns of these NFT transactions, about like 26 to 27%. So it's very strong kind of common component over there. In terms of how the market looked like, this is how it looked like. From 2018 to 2023, it went through actually 2 cycles, although it only looked like one here. Basically, the first cycle is there's a peak in 2018, and then it goes down all the way to, it starts with 1, okay? Goes down to only about 10% of the value. And then all the way in 2022, it went to about like more than 10, which means like 10% to 10, more than 100 times increase in value. And then in 2023, just like every other thing, it came down a lot. Now it came back up quite a bit. If you look at the exposures of this thing to the market, it's very significant to the cryptocurrencies, but not so much to the other asset markets. Okay. Let me conclude. So basically in this paper, what we do is we construct this NFT market, give you some summary statistics of that, and then test the theories about like the segmented market and then the non-fungible assets in general. The bottom line is it has a lot of features that are similar to the non-fungible assets, okay, both in terms of the market frictions and also the investor behaviors. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Yukon. So just to start a little bit, I understand that in the NFT market, there are like different cryptocurrencies that you can buy and sell. And I'm just curious, how does that, can you tell a little bit more about that process? And is there like a separate crypto exchange or, and whether that introduces another friction, or how does that maybe impact your indexes?
Right. So basically for the different kind of exchanges, they have their preferred kind of thing, right? People, like for example, for like OpenSea, they mainly just do Ethereum, like Atomic. If you look at the data, they mainly do like Solana and so on. So, but like they can allow you to do other kind of cryptocurrency for transactions too, right? But not all of them are available, but a lot of them are available. In a way, this is like also true for many. So like if they don't allow you to do that, you really want to do it over there, then you need to go through the currency, kind of cryptocurrency kind of transaction first, and then do this particular, you buy with Ethereum, right? Let's say you only have Bitcoin. But this is in a way very similar to like the OTC market, right? For example, if I'm a Chinese investor, I want to buy US bonds, which is denominated in US dollar, I need to first kind of convert my yuan to dollar and then do that, right? That is an additional layer of friction. But in my mind, that's a relatively smaller one because, for all these like kind of cryptocurrency exchanges, you can do that, right? A lot of times they also have this NFT features like for Coinbase, for like Binance, or all these things. Yes. One thing we do find interesting is, which we talk about in the paper, which is this money illusion kind of effect. So basically, although you can trade on many different kind of underlying cryptocurrencies for the same NFTs, what happens is if you decide to do that with the cryptocurrency that went up in prices a lot in the previous, the recent kind of weeks or months, you tend to pay a lot more for that same NFT than if you do that with the cheaper kind of cryptocurrency, which went down in prices in the more recent times, which it's kind of weird, right? If you think about it, it's the same thing, but just because of the underlying cryptocurrency you use this difference, people tend to pay different prices for that.
Okay. Yeah. And I know we are almost out of time, so I want to respect everybody's lunch that they want to get to at 12, but I do want to have one last question just really quickly from all three of you in terms of, we talk about the why use case of it, and then there's obviously, trying to reduce market frictions and efficiencies, expand, financial inclusion, and maybe, in terms of promoting social equity. I guess, do you have particular perspective on what is the most, I guess, use case that would be the most valuable kind of, that would either all three, if they, all intersect, or separately, from, basically real estate to payments, settlements, and all this stuff. Is there any like particular ones that you think will, be the most valuable?
I can give a crack at it. So I've done some work in sort of looking at carbon markets and sort of dealing with climate change and things like that. And it seems like the infrastructure of the Bitcoin and the certification and the bringing the real world assets, it's a very good intersection point for tokenization. So that's one use case I would throw out there.
I'm most excited, as I mentioned, about programmability and just the fact that you can reduce information asymmetry and get closer to a complete market and get closer to a first best outcome from a contract theory perspective. And that translates into perhaps using more of these automated smart contracts for market making that for some, even treasury market tends to be illiquid at times, reducing the risk of a treasury basis blowout and reducing the risk of, say, a FX exchange rate crash. I think those are to me, the biggest application and shifting the intermediation risk from levered institutions to unlevered institutions.
Yeah, for me, I think the most exciting is to link the digital and NFT to the physical thing, right? But I think over there that you need, like the first panel talked about, the legal framework. Also, in my mind, the intermediaries would be very important there. Yeah, I mean, they need to do a lot of this verification, also like the market making and so on, especially for this market.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Pleasure to discuss all of these papers with you. So I think, I don't know if, are you going to talk about lunch now?
Thank you so much to Chow, Bob, Gordon, and Yukon for such an informative discussion. We will now break for a 1-hour lunch until 1 p.m. There is seating available adjacent to the hallway and as you exit the auditorium. And there's also additional seating in additional conference space on this floor, and the people outside can direct you to that additional seating. There's also extra seating in the cafeteria if that is needed. We will start promptly at 1 p.m. with our next panel. And again, you can also use both exit doors. Thank you. All right. Seems like most of us are seated. Some are still coming in, but we can go ahead and begin with panel 3. So please join me in welcoming our next panel, which will discuss tokenization of real-world assets and liabilities from the regulator's perspective. And welcome to the moderator, Chris Brummer, who is a professor of law at Georgetown and the host of DC FinTech Week. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. It is really a pleasure. It's not always the case that you get the opportunity to hear our regulators on the same panel, same space, same time, to really tackle issues like tokenization. Just jump right into it. We have an all-star panel with Luke Brown, the Associate Director for Supervisory Policy Branch, the Division of Depositor and Consumer Protection over at the FDIC. Sonia Danberg, Deputy Associate Director over at the Federal Reserve Board. George Harada, the Director of the Office of Technology Innovation at the CFTC. Donna Murphy, making sure I'm sticking here, the Deputy Comptroller for Compliance Risk Policy and Acting Deputy Comptroller for the Office of Financial Technology at the OCC. I want to make sure I get every single word right. I don't want to be escorted out the building.
Long title possible.
And Val Stepanek, who is the Director of the Strategic Hub for Innovation and Financial Technology at the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. I told our panelists that the one thing that people like to hear are our great minds, our great regulatory leaders talking to each other and engaging each other. It really, I think, offers some really interesting perspective on these issues. So we'll be looking forward to that. I guess I'll just kick this off with Sonia. You know, I'm a professor. We all know that, you know, there are legal terms and then there are terms of art. And often when you get to regulation, your business is sort of dealing in both. When you take a term like tokenization, what does that mean for your agency?
Thanks, Chris. At the Federal Reserve, we're thinking about the tokenization of real-world financial assets through the lens of our core mandates as the Central Bank of the United States. That necessarily means that we're asking practical short-term questions, and we're also asking some of these bigger picture, longer-term theoretical central banking questions. A really important part of that process for us right now is asking questions and listening. So we're listening to a diversity of private sector, public sector, academic perspectives. We're all seeing different things on this table and in this room based on where we sit. And that's why I'm delighted, frankly, to be here at this conference today and in dialogue with my colleagues on the stage. I'll note that the views that I'll be sharing today are my views. They don't necessarily represent the official views of the Federal Reserve Board on these issues. So as the central bank, the Fed has responsibilities for implementing monetary policy, for promoting financial stability, for supervising and regulating financial institutions, for fostering payment and settlement system efficiency and safety, and for promoting consumer protection. So we're evaluating and researching all the broader financial system innovations through the lens of these core mandates. I like to call those of us who are working on innovations at the Fed open-minded realists. And so what I mean when I say open-minded realists is that we both understand that evolutions for the financial system are necessary. They can increase efficiencies. So for example, we used to process checks manually. Now we do that largely electronically, and that was enabled in part by this availability of new technology, right? We have the ability to quickly and easily take digital images and send them over the internet. But we're also equally sober and realistic enough to understand that not every new thing is necessarily a net benefit for the financial ecosystem. So as I said, we're focused both practically in the near term on questions such as whether and how participants can interact with tokenized ecosystems in a safe and sound manner. We're promoting responsible innovation. We're getting our hands on the technology to better understand it. We're also thinking about some of these longer term, bigger picture questions. So we're asking questions like, how does this new technology have the ability to impact the amount, the location, the severity of financial risks within the system? So how could it change things like liquidity risk or asset values, counterparty risk, leverage? How could tokenization allow traditional assets to be used in new ways? And what are the risks and potential opportunities of that? How might tokenization interact with existing financial market practices, such as liquidity saving mechanisms and central clearing? These are really complicated issues, so maybe two quick things in closing. First, I want to acknowledge that from my perspective, we're still pretty early in the life cycle of the tokenization of real-world financial assets. So I couldn't say that we have a full handle on the full set of risks, potential benefits, future impacts. We're still very methodically interrogating potential risks and benefits to the Fed right now. And second, given the complexity of the issues that we're talking about, we're necessarily taking a very cross-disciplinary approach. So on any given question related to tokenization, we're forming teams comprised of economists and technologists and lawyers. We have experts in financial stability and consumer matters, supervisory issues, payments policy. That lets us all really expand our thinking. Frankly, it lets us challenge some of our assumptions about tokenization and work together to holistically better understand the full set of risks and benefits. Interested, Val, maybe in how you guys are thinking about it at the SEC.
Sure, thank you. And I'll just echo your point that these views are my own and not necessarily those of the agency I work for or anyone there. And just, I think it's helpful to set the perspective of how folks at the SEC might view these things. So just, you know, setting the aperture on our lens is we're looking at promoting capital formation, protecting investors, and ensuring fair, efficient markets. When we hear tokenization, I will say I've been working in the crypto space since about 2012, so that makes me a pretty OG in this space. And I've seen a lot of reinventing of things under different labels. So I think it's really important to look at a label and say, well, what's behind it? Because we really can't analyze the law or how regulation applies until we really understand what are the facts. And so I think tokenization is a term that's being used to describe a range of activities. And what I've seen are we talking about just simply issuing a crypto asset and transferring it on a blockchain? I don't think so. I think that's been around for a while. And I assume we're talking about something kind of next evolution. So, you know, I've seen projects where they're seeking to put existing financial assets like a deposit or something like that in tokenized form for the purposes of transferring value from one person to another in, for example, a payment or remittance system. I've also seen using tokenized forms of consideration as a way to try to improve efficiencies in a clearance and settlement context, for example, for securities or derivatives transactions. I've also heard people talking about creating, taking either a real asset that exists in the real world, whether it's tangible or intangible, and putting it on chain. And that can be in like a whole form or a fractionalized form. And so, you know, there's a lot of talk about different projects that I think a lot of them are at proof of concept stage. I haven't seen too many that are been commercialized yet. And I think that because there's a lot of issues to think through as we're talking today. So at the SEC, we're going to look at things no differently. Surprise, surprise, that we have all along. We're going to put aside the label. We're going to see what is the activity, how are these tokens being created, who's issuing them, how are they being used, and why are they being tokenized? And we're going to look at them from our securities law standpoint. So facts and circumstances based tests. from what I've seen, you know, a lot of these tokenization could be securities. They could be securities-based swaps or some other derivative of a security. An interest in a pooled investment vehicle could be an asset-backed security, an investment contract, or other types of securities. So we're really going to look to see what are the economics of the structure that's being created. Why is it being created? How does it relate to the underlying, if there is an underlying, and what are the promises being made by the issuer? All these things are going to be important for us as we look at how the federal securities laws are implicated in any particular tokenization.
Luke, do you want to add? Absolutely. And you might start, as we get into the third, fourth, fifth regulator here, you might start hearing some similar things. But let me say from the FDIC's perspective, it might, it'd be helpful to remind you of our mission. The FDIC's mission is to maintain stability and public confidence in the nation's financial system. And so what that means is we ensure deposits, we examine and supervise banks for consumer protection and safety and soundness, and we make large and complex financial institutions resolvable, as well as managing receivership. So that's our mission, and that sort of drives how we consider and look at tokenization. What this also means is, in terms of our mission, we're the primary federal regulator of state chartered banks that are not part of the Federal Reserve System, which means primarily community banks across the country. Our banks have many relationships with third parties where they rely on them, they engage them, and working with them helps support providing products and services to their customers, and it also gives them access to technology in many ways. So that's kind of the lens through which the FDIC looks at these issues. As you've heard today and from other speakers, obviously there's potential benefits in this space, including faster delivery channels and enhancement of services to consumers and businesses and reductions of costs, other benefits as well. At the same time, there's risks, and those risks need to be identified and understood and managed effectively by institutions. Regarding the meaning of tokenization and blockchain-related technology, use cases are generally driven by the market, but also, this is from the FDIC's perspective, but also by banks choosing to use particular technologies based on their business decisions related to their unique business models, needs, and risk appetites, and to the extent that they're able to manage the risks associated with tokenization. From a supervision and examination perspective, our approach at the FDIC is to focus on understanding the underlying activities which the technology is being used for, whether the bank is identifying and managing the use, the risks, and using appropriate risk management framework. So that's the way we view it. It's about our banks and our bank's connection to the technology. So I'll stop there.
George. Professor Brummer, always an honor to be here with you and with this esteemed group. And you know what? It's bad going this far back. Everybody else sounds so great. So I'm just going to hide my thing by just being very short. So we'll just be there. So first, I should say, obviously, like everyone else, I work for the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. And so these are just my own thoughts. So if I misspeak, it's my fault. So
I represent Georgetown in every way.
would they agree with that? I don't. Well, let's just see what
there's
some later.
Higher powers with.
All right. Let's see where we go with it. Look, I wanted to sort of think of this slightly differently because you come to these things and everybody's has different ways of looking at the same problem. Here, I wanted to sort of focus a little bit more on the concept of when we think about tokenization from a regulatory perimeter part. So you've come to hear us all. Each of us looks at this slightly differently. We're looking at this elephant from our own lens. So I wanted to try to think of something at least slightly interesting to talk about. First of all, there are many different ways to think about tokenization. One way to think of it is in terms of sort of wholly new products, things that are being created that were hard to envision before, and others that are sort of a wrapper, just putting a thin wrapper on something that already exists. So in the new product space, and this actually goes back to something that was said from the last panel, when I think about sort of these new products, one of them we might think of is like tokenized carbon offsets. And so at the CFTC, Chair Benham has spoke quite a bit about his concern for the environment, and we have been very involved with this sort of thing. There are derivatives right now in the voluntary carbon market that are being traded, say on the CME and elsewhere. And so this is an area which sort of fits within our regulatory perimeter. And we have things like there's tokens out there. Some of them are like Toucan BCT, Moss's MCO2. So these are basically taking carbon credits and tokenizing them. They're complicated because you're talking about, say, the Vera registry and other registries, and taking these things that are on one registry and then tokenizing them and putting them onto another blockchain. And it's that whole traceability from one to the other. There's a lot there, for the CFTC to consider. So anyways, just want to share that. That's one thing that's a little different than the way some people may be thinking. The other is when we sort of think about this kind of thin wrapper, right? Interest in sort of these real world assets. And, it's a way to reflect an interest in an asset or financial product. So when you have the key to that thing, you will now have a way to reflect your interest. And where CFTC might come in is where we think about tokenized real world assets that could be used for collateral for swaps. So that's somewhere, so even if it might fit into sort of an SEC world, it also fits into our world in the sense that when we're talking about the swaps that we oversee, we are very concerned about collateral, that making sure that that safety and soundness. And so that's another area of particular interest to us. So I just wanted to share how CFTC might uniquely be thinking with a few little examples about our regulatory perimeter when it comes to this.
Yeah, that was fantastic and really interesting. In part, there are some themes I think that carry over into another set of questions. I mean, I think one of the themes that we're hearing is an insistence in keeping both minds and eyes open to make sure that on the one hand, you're really looking at new facts and new circumstances. It's not just a sort of a legal question, but it's literally a part of the regulatory process and sort of understanding what decision-making should subsequently look like. Well, since I do have some of my students here who will be taking exams, as well as all of you, let's maybe.
So if I could.
Oh, yeah. I apologize. Yeah,
it's okay. So as the host, it's appropriate that I go last, right? But I do want to, not going to try and repeat anything that my colleagues have said here, but as the, OCC is the agency responsible for chartering and regulating and supervising national banks and federal savings associations, we are looking at this through those lenses, and many of the points have already been made. The one point that I will add, in addition to we have a very much a risk management perspective on this, and one of the things we're seeing, while I would agree with Val that a lot of what's going on in terms of representing real world assets through the tokenization into a digital format is in the public sector and the public blockchains and things like that. There's some proofs of concept out there and those kinds of learnings. We are also seeing within some of the national banks intra-bank uses, and I think some of those are a little bit further along even in terms of again, the same types of idea of tokenizing those real world assets and, potentially facilitating settlement, overcoming frictions, costs and delays. And I can say a little bit more about that in some of the subsequent questions, but I did want to make that point early on.
Fantastic. And particularly the intra-bank part is I think, going to be of real interest to many people here. I guess we'll start then at the very end. So I keep track here with Val. When you sort of emphasize again this part of thinking about facts and circumstances, it's really getting your mind around risks, advantages, and but what are the questions and the issues that are coming to mind for you and that you're seeing, and maybe we can get a feel for what those questions mean across the regulatory agencies.
Yeah, like I said, always a lot of questions because, we'll talk to a project and you really want to understand exactly what is happening from a factual standpoint. And I think really good points made in previous panels about what are you actually getting when you get this token? So how is this token, what are the rights that it embodies? Is it just contractual rights between you and whoever gave you the token or issued it? Or is it somehow tethered to another set of obligations and rights that exist somewhere else in the real world off chain? And so I think understanding what is the tokenized right represent, what is the relationship to the asset that it purports to tokenize, are you creating side-by-side markets? How are those markets interplaying with each other? And are there, is there an ability to impact one market through the trading of another? Is there some manipulation risk that you're creating there, or some other kind of market fragmentation or mismatch? So I think looking at that, it's important to look at who's involved in the chain of this transaction flow. And so are you introducing, people talk about disintermediation, but I think you're introducing, potentially other intermediaries in the process, whether they are technology providers or custodians or doing something else, but are you introducing third-party risk? Are these third parties folks who are used to dealing with financial regulations and compliance and those kinds of considerations? I think looking at, are there conflicts of interest involved between and among the intermediaries or other parties that are interacting with the holder of the token? So I think, picking apart how I always like to think of the transaction flow of how does this token get born, where does it live, and how does it die? And then how is it tied to the market that it's supposed to be reflecting? So I think those are all very important questions that we're going to be asking on top of, just the general, is there technology and operational risks? And, if you're on a public blockchain as opposed to a private blockchain, there are completely different risks there that need to be considered. So I think those are just some of the questions that we've begun to ask, and that we would ask of any project that comes in and wants to talk to us about. And by the way, part of the Innovation Hub, there's a couple of us here that run Innovation Hubs, and part of what we do is to invite people in to talk about these things. So inviting any tokenization projects that want to come and talk to the FinHub to do so. We don't give legal advice, but we can certainly talk to you about the way that the staff views some of these projects.
Donna.
Yeah, so thanks, Chris. And I would add two issues or questions that we're seeing a lot of. We have in the Office of Financial Technology here at the OCC interact with lots of the fintech companies as well as the banks that are starting to look at this. And there are, there's any number of questions and issues on the table, as well as lots of potential benefits that we're going to talk about, I think, a little later. But two, I would just put on the table, I want to echo the point that my colleague made in the first panel today, that the smart contract aspect of these tokenization efforts and digital assets that we're looking at, they're neither smart nor are they legal contracts, right? And I think I repeat that because it's really important for us to keep that in mind. They are programs, they're computer programs that execute on the pre-programmed steps and sequences that are established at the time that the tokenization happens. And so when you are dealing with potentially a digital asset, a tokenized asset that is not an easy sequential doesn't have an easy sequential lifespan, to use Val's analogy. What happens when those points come where there's judgment involved, or there's decisions that have to be made, or there's forks in the road, and how that's going to be dealt with is one of the questions I think we're looking at a lot. Put one more on the table before I pass it on to my colleagues. A governance question, and I think it was mentioned a couple of times this morning, but the issue of fragmentation among different systems. I mentioned intra-bank efforts, and of course banks can control within their environment in a pretty strong way. But once you go outside of that and you're talking about systems across different entities, the issues of interoperability or fragmentation are huge. And I think there's a lot of work going on in that space, and it's question and issue that we are looking at pretty much continually.
George. Yeah. One of these days, you got to let me go first, as you know, and unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be today. So you have to invite me to something else. Yeah, I know.
You sat in the middle.
I know. I sat in the middle. It's the curse of the name with an H in it. So alphabetically. Look, you guys have covered a lot of the main things. I would just add a few things. I mean, again, my view on it may be slightly different, right? I'm sort of thinking about these tokens and thinking about them in terms of whether we're talking about a thin veneer token or a thick veneer token, right? A thick one might be something like a smart contract with, loaded with all sorts of coding in there. A thin veneer contract might be, somebody who says that they are you're using it as some sort of accounting mechanism, and it's just used internally, and it's never to be transacted outside of, say, the bank or someplace like that. So these are things we're thinking about. There's a bunch of risks, though, that we're contemplating. The challenge with these things are like the operational risks, things like the oracles. We've seen it over and over where oracles have been taken advantage of in some ways, and the smart contract ends up acting in a way that hadn't been anticipated. So that's a risk. There are times where we've actually seen the case where somebody was not trying to manipulate the smart contract, the oracle, but the oracle itself was constructed poorly. And so that can cause a problem where people thought, well, wait a second, I thought it was going to operate this way, but both sides were trying to do their level best, but the end result was different. Interoperability is always a challenge when you've got on-chain and off-chain assets, trying to keep them synced up. Our friends in Congress, I might say to them, there's some lack of regulation, right? There, people are looking for a little bit more clarity there. And again, I would go back, I'm just trying to make it quick so that other people have a chance to talk, but reconciliation with the ledgers. This really, to me, is always fundamentally the problem when we're talking about tokenized assets, is because in a way it's a pointer to something else. Where is the gold standard? Is the gold standard the token itself? Does a token guarantee you that and if for those listening, get a chance, if you haven't, go back to that first panel, because that was amazing, talking about the legality and the issues with the UCC. But it's really a question when we think about these tokenized assets is how do you keep these sort of things in sync between your token and actually whatever rights and privileges you feel like you have. So these are there's lots more that I could say, but I want to make sure that Sonia has something to talk about.
All right, well, we'll see what's left for me to talk about. One, I'll note that I think a thematic that I'm hearing certainly from my colleagues is that it's still an open question for a lot of us on whether and how tokenization will impact the financial markets. I agree with Val and others that a lot of the activity that we're seeing for the tokenization of real-world financial assets right now is still in pilot or experimental form. We're closely following both the publicly available ones as well as these more experimental projects. I really like concrete examples, so maybe a couple of concrete examples here of things that we're following. One is the tokenization of commercial bank money. I'm not the first person to bring up this topic today. On the supervisory side, the Federal Reserve announced the creation of the Novel Activities Supervision Program in August of last year. That's focused on novel activities at Fed-supervised banks of all sizes. That would include banks who are exploring using distributed ledgers for use cases such as dollar token issuance or the tokenization of securities. I'd note that most of the bank tokenization activity that we've seen to date has been on permissioned blockchains. Second, on the payments clearing and settlement side of the house, we're following lots of issues, including this interest in atomic settlement. So I think Donna touched on this idea of settlement earlier. We can certainly see that this concept of facilitating simultaneous settlement of multiple linked transactions between multiple parties could improve efficiencies, including by minimizing principal risk in settlement. But adoption of such settlement could also really entail large increases in liquidity demands for those ecosystems. So I think what I'm trying to articulate is it's a very nuanced analysis, and you have to really look at both the potential benefits as well as sometimes the unintended consequences when you enact this new technology. So high-level takeaway, I'm going to beat my open-minded realist drum. We're still at the stage of asking many more questions than we are having concrete answers to some of these questions.
So a lot has been said. In terms of questions, as I mentioned earlier, we primarily regulate at the FDIC community banks. So much of the way we look at these issues in terms of the questions that we receive is, so obviously these institutions in many cases don't have the ability or the capacity to get access to certain technologies unless they're having a relationship with a third party. So we get questions about what that means in terms of the bank's responsibilities, which for the FDIC, we expect our institutions to understand the technology and understand the risks and manage those risks as if the bank itself is offering tokenization, regardless of whether they're in a relationship with a third party. So that's one of the most significant issues for us as we engage our supervised institutions. And we also get questions, for example, in terms of, so we expect that banks obviously comply with all the law, whether that's related to safety and soundness or consumer protection. And, we make clear that there are no exceptions to the law, regardless of whether there's technology involved or regardless of whether there's a third party involved. So those are among the issues that we focus on in terms of understanding what the issues are and addressing questions in this space. I'll stop there.
So I guess when listening to these answers, we're hearing questions about what is it? What does it do? Will it even be important enough? And then obviously, does it impact our regulated entities as a kind of a sort of a series of questions that seems to be facing all of the different agencies? Certainly, what I found interesting in many of your answers is that the questions I will asked about questions inherently involve some question about risk. It was almost as if it was almost impossible to ask the question without some understanding or some seeking of questions involving risk. Tokenization is certainly an important process. There are other terms of art that tend to inhabit the space, like decentralization and tokens. Sometimes they're even conflated, but they often kind of impact certain kinds of shared risk. But when you think about like the risk and the opportunities of the technology, it could be useful for, again, to kind of hone in on what those are. And as an agency, how do you go about thinking through those apples to oranges? Donna.
Yeah, so I think we do see at the OCC, a lot of potential opportunities and a lot of potential benefits from various, and to go back to the first question, I mean, tokenization can mean a lot of different things, and there's a huge range of potential use cases. But we do see lots of potential opportunities, and we do approach it through our supervision risk management framework. So to get a little more specific about that, I mean, just some of the potential opportunities or uses of the tokenization that we've seen, either banks considering or testing or piloting, or coming to our supervisors to talk about, include deposit tokenization for that can potentially benefit and allow for 24/7, 365 transactions. We talked a little bit about settlement networks for cash and securities. We talked about commercial paper ownership, money market fund shares, various uses in correspondent banking and trade finance across, cross-border transactions, repo transactions, and post-trade processes are just some of the many uses that we're seeing, being looked at in the financial sector. And one that we haven't really talked about yet is, and this is an area that's that I focus on a lot, is in the financial crime area, the potential uses to help not only increase the accuracy and the efficiency of the systems that we have under the BSA for monitoring for money laundering, terrorist financing, other financial crime, but also hopefully doing it in a more efficient way. There's a number of different companies out there that are looking at how tokenization might be used potentially to go from, the systems we've seen for a while where payments are tokenized or encrypted, depending on how you want to phrase it. But, it's just the very bare payment information. Some are looking at the potential for that to also include that a token could potentially also include the required information for the types of AML and sanction screenings that are required across the board. That's something that we think, those of us who work in this space think, is definitely worth exploring. And, obviously there are risks that come with any potential new use or benefit, but that's one. Also customer account opening and identification. Are there ways that, some of the digital identity systems that are being developed could lead to tokenization in a way that would facilitate access to the financial service and to go back to the last panel, increase financial inclusion. So these are all uses that we're looking at. But in order to get there, some of the things we talked about in terms of, interoperability and such are real challenges. And so I do want to make the point that while I think you said, Chris, it's unusual for us to be up on stage. That's probably true, but it doesn't mean it's unusual for us to be together. The OCC and I think all the other agencies are constantly working together. We're on international and interagency fora to try and help figure out how to move the system forward and address these issues and hopefully realize the benefits while also controlling and managing the risks.
I'm going to have George go second only because I don't have to hear about it later. So, all right. Well, look, I'll make it brief. Thank you for
You're welcome.
allowing me. But unfortunately, you've made me second because I'm about to twist this question into a completely different question, and then we'll get back to what you and let other people get to the real question. Yes. Look, anybody that knows me knows that I'm a big fan of international travel. So I'm going to squeeze in a little international travel story here. I know Sonia's like, oh my gosh, one more story. But anyways, so in January, my daughter Abigail and I, she's 20, and she's one of the few people in my family that will still travel with me. My wife's in the Caribbean right now, and she's like, I'm not going with you. You go to those miserable places. I don't care. Yeah. So my daughter Abigail and I went to explore the Arabian Peninsula. In the Middle East, it's a good time to go. So we were, yeah, why not? That's why my wife's in the Caribbean. Yeah. Okay, so we went to Oman, we went to Saudi Arabia, we went to Qatar, look, Blinken's going there, Qatar, Bahrain. So we've been traveling to all these places. In fact, we actually visited a Bitcoin mine in the top of a mountain in Jebel Akhdar in Oman. A lot of people don't know this. Oman has publicly stated that they're going to control 7% of the Bitcoin hash rate. And everybody that we met in Oman did not know what Bitcoin was. So I thought, wow, they do not know what's about to happen to their grid. Okay, but I bring this up to say we also visited the UAE, of course, and we spent some time there. And I wanted to say, here's an interesting twist, because you come to these things, you want to learn something new. Here, hopefully, is something new. In Abu Dhabi, there's of course, and look, I'm not Muslim, but the people that we're talking to, you've got Sharia law. There is a $4 trillion worth of the Islamic finance market is $4 trillion worth. It's quite significant, but it has to fit within a different set of rules. And so when we were talking to people from Abu Dhabi and particularly regulators in Abu Dhabi, again, personal trip, don't get confused. This is not CFTC funded, but chatting with people there, they've got these. So there's a thing called sukuk, which if you're Islamic, you'll say you really blew that pronunciation. But sukuk are financial products whose terms and structures comply with Sharia law. And so what's interesting is that now people are starting to come up with ways to tokenize assets in these Islamic countries that fit within Sharia law. And that to me is very exciting and innovative, where you're able to do that, to issue things that are like Islamic bonds, for example, is one example. So I'll stop there and just wanted to at least share one thing. If you remember one thing, it's like, okay, well, that's an interesting way to use tokenized assets to be Sharia law compliant. Okay. I dare you to beat that.
This seems deeply unfair to go after that, Chris, but I'm going to give it a whirl and probably really excite you about central bank questions related to tokenization. We've been hearing a lot of examples about some of the near-term kind of practical questions that we're asking, but for us at the Fed, it's equally important that we're asking some of these really big questions, like how might the widespread adoption of tokenization or smart contracts impact monetary policy implementation or broad financial stability questions, the safety and soundness of the payment system. It's important for me to say that we do not go off and just think these big economic or policy thoughts in a vacuum. We are importantly also really grounding ourselves and our research and understanding of how the technology actually works. So for example, I have some technology researchers, some of them are here today on one of my groups at the board that's analyzing existing smart contracts in a very hands-on way. So they're examining the code to unpack how market participants are, for example, implementing smart contracts and tokenized bonds issued on public blockchains. And that allows us to gain a better understanding of the fundamental mechanics of tokenization from a technology perspective, right? Not just the policy perspective. And that helps inform our policymakers and our economic thinkers at the Federal Reserve Board. We were actually lucky enough to have George work with us on the technology side a couple of years ago. So that's a good example of this multidimensional approach. And I think we're all employing that in different ways at our agencies. Shameless plug for those of you interested in following along on how the Fed is thinking about these issues. We're regularly publishing original staff research on innovations questions on both the technology side as well as the economics and policy side through the Fed's notes and working paper series. Those are available on the board's public website. So one quick closing thought. I really do want to reiterate how important we think it is for us to be in dialogue, not just across the government, which I think we do a really nice job of, but with all of you in the room and the people around the world who are thinking about these issues. I think there's a real power in gathering a range of perspectives on any new issue that would include tokenization. I think there's a real power in listening, and that's why I'm delighted that the OCC has put together this conference today. Thanks.
So we only have about 5 minutes left, and I don't want Beth to be mad at me. So we'll continue this questioning with Luke, and then wrap up with Val.
Oh, great. Well, it's easy to be Donna's wingman here because she pretty much covered much of what I would say. I'll just say again, in terms of the FDIC, much of what we're doing is, we're supervising our banks. And through that process, we're understanding their use cases, their risks, and how they're managing those risks. And like others have said, it's extremely important for us to be out there understanding all the developments, since we all know that the technology is changing and use cases are changing. So as Donna said, on an interagency basis, we're constantly having conversations, exchanging information to make sure we're on the same page and we have the same interpretations. We're engaging in all kinds of conversations with various stakeholders outside of sort of our banks as well. And then I'll say internally across disciplines, this cuts across so many areas, whether it be safety and soundness and consumer protection and other areas at the FDIC. So we have a series of working groups and priorities. Those are the kinds of things that we're looking at. And so I guess that's what I'll add to the conversation. I could go through a list of benefits that we see at the FDIC, and obviously it's really important for our banks to be heading in that direction as long as they're operating in a safe and sound manner in compliance with all applicable laws and regulations, including consumer protection related requirements. So I don't have much more to add than that, but appreciate being part of the conversation.
Yeah, I guess I'll just add, I thought something that Mr. Su said this morning was just really profound when he talked about technology being innovations happening in a purposeful way. And I think when you're trying to innovate in the financial space where you're taking people's assets and putting them on chain or doing anything else, you're in a highly regulated space, and you're in a space where there are decades of kind of rails that already exist and ways of doing things. So I think when you come in and talk to your regulators, and all of us here at the table are eager to talk to you, making a case for why you're going where you're going first goes a long way with regulators, because they want to see improvements too. But they want to see, the technology put toward addressing real problems or, eliminating inefficiencies and stuff like that. So if coming in with purpose is I think step one. And then the other thing is the responsible innovation. So it's always, how can we work within the regulatory guide rails to do things in a responsible way? Because unlike, basic research and development where you're not putting people's assets at risk, there's a lot more freewheeling maybe that can be done. But when you're in a very highly regulated space and you're dealing with people's live assets and their livelihoods, I think it's extra important to come in and give a sense that you're doing things in a responsible way, that you're doing pilots, that you're doing it with test nets or in environments where you're preventing harm from happening. So I think those are just basics if you want to really progress with a dialogue with regulators.
Well, with that, I did want to emphasize, I think that one reason why perhaps industry and professors and don't see so many of you on stage together again is because our public servants don't take their jobs to always be on stage, and instead they take the job to get the work done. And I think it's very enlightening and very helpful for the audience to see the amount of knowledge and engagement and interest, open-mindedness and open-eyedness that you all have. So thank you so much for sharing your insights with us. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Chris, Donna, George, Luke, Sonia, and Valerie. We will now have a short 15-minute break until 2 p.m. before moving on to our fourth panel. Thank you. Okay, so we are moving on to our fourth panel of the day, which will be discussing tokenization use cases, and it will be moderated by Jay Gallagher, the OCC Senior Deputy Comptroller for Supervision and Risk Analysis. Thank you.
Am I on? Perfect. So thank you all for coming today and our legal team for coordinating and organizing this. I'm going to do a very quick intro with bios of our panelists here today, and then we're going to jump right in. I've been listening or sitting here observing the panels earlier, and I think based on the prep with this team here, we'll get even deeper into some of the topics that I think are garnering the most interest. So directly to my left, Jennifer Peavy, Managing Director, Global Head of Strategy and Innovation at DTCC. In that role, she has overarching responsibility for the firm's global corporate digital product development, including strategy for new and emerging technological innovation. Jennifer has over 30 years financial markets expertise, including a prior role overseeing CME's cleared OTC credit default swaps business. And in addition to her role at DTCC, Jennifer currently serves on the Global Markets Advisory Committee's Digital Asset Markets Subcommittee at CFTC, as well as FINRA's FinTech Industry Committee. Next to her is Jesse McWaters. He leads MasterCard's global regulatory advocacy function, where he's responsible for directing the company's regulatory standards and engagement on a wide range of emerging regulatory and policy issues, including CBDCs, cross-border payments, crypto assets, digital ID, and consumer protection. Prior to joining MasterCard, Jesse served as financial technology and innovation lead at the World Economic Forum and as a financial services strategy consultant at Deloitte, where he supported large-scale technology transformations and the rollout of new business models for leading banks, insurers, and wealth managers. And last, but certainly not least, Robert Bench. Bob is a senior advisor to the MIT Media Labs Digital Currency Initiative, focusing on cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology. Bob's responsible for managing the initiative's engineering and research efforts. Prior to this role, Bob founded and led Federal Reserve efforts to research central bank digital currency, most notably Project Hamilton and Open CBDC. Bob also previously served as Associate General Counsel and Chief Compliance Officer at Circle, co-founded the Blockchain Association, and has served in various other capacities, including a bank examiner, bank regulatory attorney, and consultant. So with that, I'm going to jump right into the use cases. We broke them out, the topics by use cases, foundations, governance, operational risk. We're going to try and rapid fire some of these and then leave time for the panelists here to tell you what's first and foremost on their mind when it comes to use cases as we wrap up. And for the first question here, introductory question is focused on, at a high level, what are some of the most promising aspects of tokenization for the financial services sector or for certain asset classes? Relatedly, what areas and asset classes have seen the most popular attention, and is there any disconnect between the two? We'll start with Jennifer.
Thank you, Jay. So I think I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the T1 settlement was the most popular topic when it comes to blockchain. And we can get to the disconnect there in a minute. But overall, aside from T1 settlement, which is certainly an interesting opportunity, there are a number of things that this technology can do for financial markets. I like to think of the best places for it to start are where there isn't a lot of infrastructure today, because our global markets are so deeply interconnected that the opportunity to effectively implement change in anything that we currently do and effectively re-architect how we do what we do today is going to be infinitely harder in our established financial markets at this stage of the technology. And so when you think about where in our markets is there either not a lot of infrastructure that exists today, or a lot of manual infrastructure that exists today, or pockets of opportunity where you can connect the technology to something that is a mission critical application, if you will, to extract greater value. So I think those are, and I'll give you, just to put a little finer point on that. So some of the alternative space is a really interesting opportunity for this technology. I think ETFs continues to be an interesting place for this technology, simply because of the operational efficiencies you can get through create redeem processes, data distribution, and things of that nature. So, again, looking for those pockets where it's adjacent to what DTCC does today, for those opportunities to leverage the technology to maximize the benefit. And then just real quickly, in terms of, is there a disconnect between the use cases and the opportunity? I'd say when it comes to something like T1, I think unfortunately, if you're speaking about U.S. public equities markets, there is a disconnect because of the performance and scale component. If you were to, however, talk about the private markets and how we might be able to affect real-time settlement in those markets, or some other market that is probably not as high volume, low value, then I think you've got opportunities to really explore this concept of on-chain real-time settlement, which I think is very interesting and needs to be explored. But all of this effectively comes down to the first and foremost, we need to implement this technology in ways that we can start to demonstrate confidence and credibility, so that we can then start a path towards some of these bigger, more entrenched businesses that we have.
Wonderful. Jesse, anything you want to add?
Absolutely. So, I mean, I think, it won't surprise you. Jennifer comes from the world of capital markets. I come at the world at the moment from the perspective of retail payments. And so for us, when we think about tokenization, we're intrigued about its ability to serve as a mechanism for facilitating payments. We're interested in it primarily as a form of money. We, in our current system, operate global credit and debit card networks around the world. We run or provide the technology for 14 different real-time payment networks in various countries around the world. And we've been thinking for a long time about payments within the context of it being multi-rail. So as we saw the advent of Bitcoin, as we started to see blockchains being sort of touted as the future of payments, we became very interested in how that could be one of the rails that we facilitate payments across. In practice, this has meant that we've been really interested in stablecoins. We're actively exploring the use of stablecoins as a settlement mechanism that folks can opt into within our system. We're working with CBDC projects around the world, though I should note that most of those are functionally not actually tokenized and tend not to actually use blockchain. And we've been pushing very much for greater discourse around tokenized deposit, something that I think we've seen really come to the fore, thanks in no small part due to the work of the BIS on this front over the last couple of years. But if I can just take a moment more, I think it's really important to ask the question that Comptroller Sue did when he kicked this off of the why. Why is there value in this? And so we've spent a lot of time working with our partners to try and dig in and understand where that value is. And I'll be frank that I think it's still an ongoing process. To date, we've seen limited applicability for small value retail payments around tokenization. Certainly continue to explore, but I think the applications, particularly domestically, continue to be relatively limited. But as we push into more complex types of payments, the opportunity to deliver improved coordination, the reduction of counterparty risk, greater controls over fraud becomes really intriguing. We hosted an innovation sprint in the UK late last year, and we started to see interesting things about, for example, exploring settlement around purchase of real estate and the potential for shared tokenized platforms to drive innovation and efficiency there. And I don't want to jump ahead, but there I think we very quickly, even in that experimentation, found ourselves asking another question we've heard throughout this panel of what constitutes a token? Because we, for the most part in that work, very interesting, we weren't thinking about the token as a store of value, but rather as a new platform for messaging around legacy settlement systems. And so I think there's a sense in which we continue to see this evolve, but those are some of the use cases that we're looking at.
Excellent. Bob, anything you want to add on that before we go deeper?
I don't have a lot to add. I think the question you always go to is, this, what problem are you solving? And does this tool solve that problem? And it's not that much more complex than that. Tokenization is just a different form of database management. That's it. It's nothing magical. And so does this form of database management solve problems that exist right now? For the financial services sector, the main thing that I've seen is faster clearing and settlement. Coming up as a bank examiner, you think about things like liquidity risk or credit risk. If an instrument takes longer to settle, particularly say a loan, there's credit risk in the intermediary time. And if you're a desk that's trading that loan, you're sitting on liquidity risk, and you may have to offset liquidity or capital against that delay. I think that's a really interesting use case for this tool. And as far as what classes have the most popular attention, it remains speculation on cryptocurrencies. That's the main place it's happening. Everything else remains, but for considerable regulatory clarity provided by people in this room, risk departments and legal departments of financial institutions are going to be extraordinarily wary of going into this space, and rightfully so. And so, again, the use case is there a problem to solve, and does this tool solve that problem?
Excellent. And I think that ties directly into some of the earlier conversations, so thank you. We're going to dive a little deeper into use cases. So directing straight at you, Jennifer. DTC recently acquired digital asset infrastructure startup Securency. Using that acquisition, could you walk us through how a financial service business like DTCC thinks through tokenization projects? For example, identifying and experimenting with use cases to recognizing practicality challenges and industry readiness, and ending with how value can be added for customers in the firm.
Yeah, sure. So I think it's really interesting, the journey that everyone's been on since, I'll say 2015. That was when I started to get involved predominantly in this conversation. But things back in 2015, there's a lot of hype. There was a lot of collaboration across the industry to understand what those potential use cases were, how you might think about doing things differently. So one thing that I'll just make a point on, just to complement Bob's comments here, is that when we look at use cases, we're not looking to just replicate what we do today in the form of blockchain and digital and distributed ledger technology or blockchain. We're thinking about how do you re-architect a product or service end to end such that you are actually compressing the value chain. And I think that's a very important point here. If you are going to use this technology just to replicate what you do today, it's not going to amount to a lot of value. So going to the problem that you're solving and the value that you're creating from it. So, there's a lot of experimentation and collaboration across industry groups in early stages. Go fast forward 2 to 3 years, and then, there was a lot of internal work going on. So many firms, starting, bringing in some of the talent, starting to educate more broadly, think about their businesses with this technology in mind, and then maybe even execute some small pilots. And then fast forward a few more years and you get to where we are about now, where we see effectively folks coming back to the table, wanting to work and collaborate together because our financial markets are global in nature. They are interconnected. A small pilot or a simple pilot that is between an issuer, a custodian, and an investment bank alone is not actually representative of what or how our markets work. If you think about if you can't get that asset off balance sheet, if you can't trade it, if you can't risk management, then we're not adding any additional value to the ecosystem by implementing a use case with this technology. So the way we've taken a similar path, but now where we've gotten to is, I think, we've gone from this, what's the art of the possible, a lot of fun and interesting to talk about, to now, how do you really operationalize and ensure regulatory compliance, the resiliency, how do you bring that scale to some of these use cases so that the industry can actually, and your clients or our clients can actually then start to see how this would really work, how it would impact them, and how we would move forward. And so now we're at a place where the technology will work. You might have some decisions to make amongst your use cases in terms of scalability and performance, but technology generally works. So then you have a question of, are you adding additional value? What are your clients getting out of this? And how are you compressing the value chain so you can see that? And then you have is it legal and regulatory compliant? And I think this is where we are now spending quite a bit of time shifting the thinking to, how do we build operationally resilient and regulatory compliant technology? So we've looked at some of the key challenges in the space that are related to that concept: custody, scalability, interoperability. And then we've taken a lens of what are the risks that are involved with those three themes, and how do we develop controls to effectively demonstrate that we can mitigate those risks. And so, what's come out of this is we've now developed a taxonomy of these control principles that focus on things like operational risk, cybersecurity risk, resiliency, and we've outlined some of how, what those risk and controls could look like through a taxonomy. And the idea here is now that we create a pilot program, if you will, an industry sandbox that industry can come to and test out use cases and leverage this framework to validate the legal and regulatory compliance within a DTCC solution. So I want to make that clear. It's as we think about our rule book, as we think about how we meet regulatory requirements, how do we demonstrate that use cases are meeting the right risks and have the right controls around them, such that if we go to the SEC or the regulator, that we can demonstrate how we're actually meeting the needs of those regulators. So I think that's really important to us. And I think the other thing that we've built, and this is the last point I'll make, is in order to really start to bring the industry together and collaborate and leveraging the technology that we acquired through the Securrency acquisition, we've also created a testnet environment for clients to come and sign up. It is an ecosystem where, we have a private public network connected so that folks can experiment in different ways. And we are starting to build out the tool set that sits within that testnet ecosystem, again, to allow clients and participants to start to come in and just explore, experiment, understand better their use cases or use cases with DTCC. So I think we've moved the needle quite a bit. I'm pretty excited about this next phase, because this to me is where we get to the crux of, is there something there, and do we get to adoption?
That was Wonderful, Jennifer. So translate it. Started off field of dreams type ideas to real business cases with how to convert it into something that's not only potential for profitability, but does it make the current processes better? So is that a fair connective?
Yeah. How does it make them better? And more importantly, if we're going to do this, are we doing the things within the existing regulatory framework, right, that we have? And I think that's also the point we want to drive home here.
Great. In this vein, Bob, you've been core to the Boston Fed's Project Hamilton, exploring CBDC design. What use case do you see for CBDCs and how might they facilitate other tokenization projects? How do you think about these questions in relation to other technological developments such as FedNow or tokenized deposits, stablecoins, et cetera?
Sure. So importantly, we were the how team. We weren't the why team. And that's really important. The why team primarily sits around this neighborhood, and it's an incredibly smart, hardworking group of people. And I can't understand, who are very thoughtful. The only why that mattered to me while I was building that thing was if Congress passed a law and the president signed a law saying, do it. And as any, I was a Boy Scout, you have to be prepared and you have to get smart. And that was what that was my view on the why. We were just thinking about how. I will say, with regards to the other technological developments FedNow, the Fed doesn't celebrate much culturally. But FedNow was a heck of a job. And I don't think people get what an incredible job that team did in a very fast period of time. It was a great team. And I think FedNow is going to, once the cost stuff gets structured, because there's legal requirements for the cost structure of FedNow, I think that's going to surprise a lot of people long term. I think it's really useful and it's a really, really well done project. I think tokenized deposits, again, this, banks are studying this really hard. The big banks are studying this really hard. But until there's regulatory clarity, I think their legal and risk teams are going to be really hesitant to do anything. And that's the nature of these banks. They're not going to go out on a limb without clarity. Stablecoins, I think, are the most interesting from my perspective. And I do, I helped launch and build USDC at Circle, so I may have a bias here. But it is really interesting moving value on open internet networks. That solves a lot of problems from a technological and financial standpoint, particularly the ability for value systems to be programmable on the open internet and have applications built on top of them. There is something, I don't mean to do VC talk right now, but there is a really good analogy of Web 3.0. The question is do our policymakers and do our legislature find that Web 3.0 a desirable thing for our country? And they have to make that decision. But I think stablecoins having value on the open internet and programmable on the open internet can fundamentally change how we experience value. So in short, CBDCs I think is a really interesting concept, but there's very smart people working on that question, on the why. But I mostly look at FedNow is going to change a lot of things. I think having a Federal Reserve backed payment system that goes about as fast as the card networks, not exactly, but about as fast, and it's includes all the small banks. I think it's gonna be very interesting. I think stablecoins, if policymakers decide to give them a window to operate, can be fundamentally transformative. But that window has to be created for it to happen.
Excellent. And that's a former bank examiner, lawyer, and now researcher and studier putting all those topics. So I'm sure he's not forgetting the compliance and risk management. He led with that earlier. But it's interesting when I hear comments like that, to position it of how do you think about where the internet goes? How do we get to open source payments where you can still have all those other guardrails in place? So we're going to shift gears into the technological foundations and interoperability. This goes right back to Bob. So I think that when many of our listeners hear the words tokenization or digital assets, the assumption is probably that blockchain is the underlying technology. In the context of CBDCs, you've questioned whether blockchain technology is the clear choice. What are some of the technological challenges blockchain presents to tokenized use cases, and what potential substitutes exist? And do certain technologies better fit others?
So when we talk about blockchain, the first version of that was Bitcoin, right? And the best way to think about Bitcoin is it's just an alchemy of a bunch of technologies that existed over the prior decades. So Bitcoin and blockchain is just an alchemy of effectively distributed systems and public-private key cryptography. And so the question is, and they were put together in a certain way to solve a problem. And that problem was they wanted distrusting actors to agree upon a state of data over the open internet. So for most of these systems we're talking about in the regulated financial system or say central banks, you don't have distrusting actors. You have trusting actors. In the case of a central bank digital currency, you have a central bank. In the case of a tokenized deposit, you have JPMorgan Chase or Citigroup or First National Bank at Kinderhook, my first bank examination. You don't have multiple parties over the world on the open internet agreeing on a state of value because no one trusts each other. So it's very useful to take a look at that alchemy and take out the ingredients that are focused around mistrust. And when you take out the ingredients that focused around mistrust, what you have remaining is a distributed data system that is highly secure, highly reliable, and highly performant. And generally speaking, you want money to be safe, efficient, and available. And so when we looked at this in the scope of our theoretical research, we found that you can have a form of data network that shares value in a secure, performant, and reliable way that doesn't need to be chained in blocks. Right? My general theory on why things keep coming back to blockchain is that, again, if you work at the OCC, the first thing you learn about is incentives. You open up the executive compensation list of the managers of that bank, and you'll understand why they do things every single day. And so why blockchain keeps coming up in CBDC conversations or tokenized deposit conversations is oftentimes because there's a very well-incentivized group that funded a lot of money on a token sale that wants to make themselves useful in that situation. They're looking for the use. You don't need the token sale. The distributed system makes sense. The cryptography makes sense. The blockchain doesn't necessarily make sense but for a mistrusted actor somewhere in the system.
Excellent. I'm going to pose a question to Jesse and then Jennifer, see if you have any comments on either of these topics, or Jesse on Bob's response there. But switching gears, interoperability between different technologies and even interoperability between different tokenization projects using the same underlying technology is often one of the core challenges we hear about with respect to scalability, usefulness, and value of tokenization projects. MasterCard recently released a report on its 23 innovation sprint related multi-token network. In part, it envisions tokenized bank deposits underlying a system of applications run using a wide array of issuer-created tokens. How did the sprint address the questions of interoperability between these tokens and what lessons were learned? And then how can the financial services industry at large think about the collective solutions to the interoperability challenges?
I think thank you so much. I'm certainly not going to say that the sprint fully addressed any of those questions.
Okay.
But what I'm going to do is I think I want to just take a big step back for a moment, because I think interoperability is a watchword for all of these conversations, but you can mean a lot of different things when you talk about it. For me, I think one of the things that has probably always been obvious, but that's perhaps clearer today than it's ever been, is that there is enormous value that can be created when you bring money and assets together on a common platform. We've heard a lot of talk about programmability. We've heard a lot of talk about smart contracts. They're neither smart nor contracts, but they can be useful from a programmability perspective, right? I think sometimes about a story that Muhammad Al-Arian used to talk about, that the system historically has been like an old drive-through. You drive up to the first window, you give them their money, you drive forward a few feet, you pick up your burger. If you know, it's fine when things are going fine, but if you start to worry that that maybe the burger joint's going to default, you might pay your money and not get your food. I think a lot of us know that these days it's a little bit more efficient than that. You know, they'll hand you the bag and you can tap your card all at the same time. I'm glad we've reduced systemic risk associated with burgers. We've seen both in, you know, centralized systems and in blockchain-based systems, I think particularly of Ethereum, that you can start to build some really interesting frameworks when you have money and assets in the same place. But I think we need to be careful about a persistent myth that has existed around blockchain. And that's the myth that blockchain is here to solve fragmentation. And I think that there is a sense in which we mistake the fact that blockchain as a database can be useful for keeping people on the same page with the idea that blockchain can convene players or will convene players on a common set of infrastructure. And I think if you look at countless projects, including those run by very large and very respected corporations around things like trade finance, it's been extraordinarily difficult to bring people together on a common platform, whether that be a straight up and down database, a private blockchain, or, you know, even in some cases, if you think about what we've tried to do with NFTs, public chains. And so I think that what this means is that while there is value to bringing assets and money together on common platforms, we are never going to live in a world where one ring rules them all, where there's one platform for all of the assets, all of the liabilities, and, you know, we're trading, you know, block orders of treasuries and fractional units of classic automobiles on the same platform. That strikes me as unlikely. And so I think fundamentally what this means is that we are going to need to interoperate between networks. And I think if we look at the way in which the, you know, Web 3.0 ecosystem and the way in which public blockchains have pursued this, they have tried to do so through a purely technological approach. Things like cross-chain bridges that attempt to preserve that censorship resistant, the unreliance on any central trusted actor in order to deliver. And I think, you know, personal opinion, but I think that that approach to date has not been successful. It has been the, you know, an area where we've seen a lot of the most significant hacks and failures within the ecosystem. And so when MasterCard looks to the question of interoperability between token networks, we look to the history of the network that we've built and operated. That network uses technology to provide security in the interoperation across tens of thousands of financial institutions. You know, we might use biometrics or heuristics or any number of different things to try and make sure that you initiating the transaction with your card or at a, you know, a laptop are in fact you. But that's not the only thing that we use to protect the system. We have a very deep set of what we call franchise or scheme rules, if you're coming from a European perspective, that provide legal and operational frameworks that generate trust between members of the network, that allow you to know how a dispute will be handled if things go wrong, who's going to be on the hook depending on the way in which things go wrong, creating a level of certainty that to date we traditionally have not seen within public blockchains. And so when we look at this space, whether it's about the thought of interconnecting, you know, tokenized deposit networks across various jurisdictions or even within a jurisdiction, or if we're thinking about a world in the future in which, you know, NFT platforms or blockchain-based gaming have proven to be a responsible and popular means of engaging in non-speculative behavior, we're thinking about how you create a common set of rules and procedures around that that are able to create security, that are able to create consumer protection, and to ensure high levels of compliance. And so when we look at things like this innovation sprint we do, it's about way more than just the technology. It's about saying, how can we as an ecosystem come together and build the right types of interoperability, both technical, legal, and procedural.
Great. And Jennifer, in the interest of time, I'll ask the next question, and I think then you can also feed into Bob's comments and Jesse's on those last topics because I think they're interrelated. Not necessarily interoperable, but interrelated. Tokenization has come a long way from its origins, promising a financial system without intermediaries and gatekeepers. How do you think about what is gained and lost when a new use case is contemplating centralized versus decentralized versus consortium governance, permission versus permissionless networks? What's the balance? How is it struck? And what governance rules are more likely to make a project scalable or more secure?
So that's a loaded question. Look, I think Jesse and Bob touched upon a few of the points there in terms of why you would use this technology under what circumstances and what the underlying protocols would require. I think you have to think about that. You know, for me, as I think about use cases for the industry, do we need to use a public blockchain where, you know, effectively two financial institutions need some third party to basically tell them that the trade happened? Probably not, right? We know those two parties know the trade happened, and we have trust, as Bob talked about. When it comes to thinking about how do we think about each of these different options that are on our table? Again, it goes down to the use case. Recently we did a pilot with asset managers, fund administrators, custodians, super simple. It was really just to get, you know, clients acclimated and thinking about what the possibilities were in the wealth management space, if you will. But it was simply to take rate and price information around NAVs, daily NAVs. It's publicly available and distribute it on blockchain. Make it more accessible to investors or and institutional investors who want to see or need to see that data. And instead of their asset managers sending 6,000 plus emails a day just to get the information out. So there's tangible value there. We looked at it and thought, well, this is publicly available information in similar ways that when cloud came out and we looked at public cloud, use of public cloud versus private cloud, if data was publicly available, we thought public cloud makes sense. We can use that for information. So, you know, in this particular experiment, we tested it out with public blockchain. Interesting. It was complete pilot, you know, proof of concept, but it was interesting. And more importantly, it wasn't that anyone stood up and said, I want to use that particular blockchain protocol. It was more about they were able to see whether or not this technology from a data distribution standpoint was going to add incremental value, right? And then how would they consider building on top of that? So, you know, for us, we don't want to dictate necessarily, you know, what our clients use in terms of blockchain. So we do spend a lot of time looking at and working with others on interoperability, predominantly because the other point that Jesse made is that there's a 100 trillion in value in the U.S. equities and fixed income markets that's managed alone. None of that's on blockchain or DLT or distributed system right now. And to actually move those assets to a distributed system would be a momentous feat, right? And so for the foreseeable future, being able to bring, any assets that are tokenized onto a ledger system, new opportunity, et cetera, with these legacy assets is going to be incredibly important. And so looking at how we bring all of that together is critical. And then the point Jesse made around the endpoints and vulnerabilities, I think that's also something we think about a lot where, again, we don't want to introduce new systemic risk into the system. So how do we take, the learnings of the financial markets over the last 50 years and think about how we leverage this technology in a way that we're, again, putting those right controls in place to manage the risks around the distribution of data and interoperability between us, legacy systems, our peers on a global basis, et cetera. I mean, there's an awful lot to think about when you're going to implement a system on this technology. And again, I think where we are in the journey, I'll just say, and I probably talk about this too much, but again, I'm going to go back to cloud. Cloud is well over 15 years in the making, and there are still many financial institutions that would like to use public cloud for certain applications and can't. And so, that's well over 15 years in the making. Now, like we're talking about a technology that has not been proven at scale in our markets for the assets that we serve. How do you get to the point where you're actually going to see good adoption around this technology and around a use case that makes sense? I mean, it's going to take time. So I think the things that we're talking about here today are the right things because they're keeping us grounded. And yes, the art of the possible. What is the future going to look like? That's really important because oftentimes innovation happens when you don't see it coming, right? You don't know that you wanted that thing that you now have. Maybe it's real-time settlement to increase efficiency and reduce capital costs to the industry and therefore drive further liquidity. Maybe it's just payments for effectively making sure you get your assets settled and you as a retail investor just get your money back sooner. There's lots of incentives and different ways that we want to see this technology succeed, but if we don't solve for these real challenges, and they're all solvable, but they are going to take time, then we won't get to that point where we see the adoption we want.
Excellent. And you made a comment about the trends over time and T+1 and the securities market. When I started bank examining, we were still on the journey of going to book entry. And that's one career in this industry where now we're talking about, I agree, innovation's moving faster, but I think sometimes we have to step back and say, just because it's changed, like what is the right path to get better? I'll stop there. And Bob or Jesse, anything you want to add or follow up on Jennifer's comments? No,
I think that's all. I mean, no.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So the next question comes to you. We can work it in that way as well. So operational risk. While tokenization has the potential to improve the way financial services and entities operate, adopting new systems always entails operational risk, just to name a few. Resiliency, unplanned outages, system recovery, friction integrating with existing rails, and of course, fraud. It's especially true where the technology is new, where competition for experienced talent is high and industry standards are still developing. When you are assessing tokenization use cases, how do you think about where these operational challenges might derail an otherwise promising project in its implementation phase?
So I think the first thing I'll say to this, and particularly within the context of tokenized deposits, is I think there's a lot of focus on trying to limit the scope of risk to the operational, an area that you can really start to wrap your arms around. I think when we think about tokenized deposits, one of the things that we often talk about is how do we get to a place where from a regulatory perspective, people will say, I know what that is. It's a deposit. It doesn't matter whether it lives as a token, an entry in a database, or it's written on somebody's handwritten ledger. That's a deposit. And it has all of the legal characteristics that a deposit has in a way that is interoperable between different underlying record-keeping systems. And then you have to start to analyze that record-keeping system. What are the characteristics about it? And I think, as I already alluded to, tokenization isn't a single system, right? If we think about public chains, if we think about stablecoins, for example, there are understood challenges around settlement finality around those assets, the potential for a deviation between legal and operational settlement that the CPMI and others have called out, and that would be a concern if stablecoin usage was to reach systemic levels. If we think about tokenized deposits, I was on a call recently where people said, well, are we talking about deposit tokens or tokenized deposits? Are we talking about a bearer-like asset that anyone can hold? Something I think a lot of regulators have expressed extreme discomfort around. Or are we talking about something that's a lot more like a messaging system that is talking about the settlement obligations that exist between a closed set of regulated players? I mean, the operational risks that exist around those sorts of systems and the way that they have the potential to bleed out into systemic risks look very different. So that type of careful analysis is absolutely required. And ultimately, I think it'll take us somewhere that I think Jennifer has been alluding to in a lot of the comments that she's been making, a question of, is the juice worth the squeeze? I was part of a roundtable on Monday with the Prudential Regulatory Authority, the main systemic regulator in the United Kingdom. And there, by virtue of some legislation that's been passed, they've been able to provide some very clear direction around stablecoins and tokenized deposits. And one of those is effectively saying that stablecoins should not be the purview of banks and that banks should focus themselves on tokenized deposits and some high-level direction on what the experimentation there should look like. And already you have participants in the space really able to dig in to think about that work and to ask themselves very critically, is the juice worth the squeeze? Is the transformation that we're talking about here worth the underlying value that's being created? But I think if I can leave us with sort of one point on this question, it might be slightly distant from the operational risk one. If we're going to start to wrap our arms around these questions, if we're going to dig in and understand all the different types of risks that exist and how it balances against opportunity, we need the type of regulatory guidance and openness and the legislation that I think we've been hearing so many ask for here that lets us really commit to running down a path that we know has the potential to make sense in the long term.
I think that was a trick question for the moderator, but I'll dance around that one as well as I can. So we're going to turn it over to just roll up of each of the panelists to give 5 minutes of their own. I will say I've been engaged in different aspects of tokenization and use cases or startup entities thinking about ways to be disruptors in the past 5 to 8 years. I got to meet the panelists here as we were preparing for this. I think the discussion has really moved to a much greater and in-depth thinking and use cases on what is good for the whole system. It's not just a profit motor or a disruptor. It's about how do we do what we do today better, and possibly from a risk perspective, which can lead to, we understand, all of us understand, you can't do this for free forever, but a lot of the work we're hearing about is exploratory projects, allowing people to get in and test things. That made me very pleased to hear that we're moving away from just totally distracting small use cases that are meant to just take a profit out and a quick hit and run. With that, we're going to do just down the line. We'll start at that end so I don't get criticized the way the last panel was. Bob, you go first and we'll come this way with 5 minutes left for each of you, and anything you want to add to today's discussion or the panelists from earlier.
It's hard to add much to what's been said today. I think if I may say one thing is we at MIT, we work with a lot of private sector organizations and try to help them better understand the underlying technology. And the technology is pretty well understood. The gap is here. And it's not necessarily a bad gap. It's just there is more questions about what's the future of decision-making here than there are of how does this database system work. And so we oftentimes find ourselves to be therapists for private sector organizations saying, if this is so straightforward, how do we make this happen in Washington? This is not a magical instrument, whether it's tokenization or blockchain, whatever database management system you want to talk about. It's database management systems. This is the same conversation we were having in 2012 or 2011 about the cloud. It's a tool that can solve problems, and it's a tool that the regulators need to understand, and they need to hire people that understand it, and they need to compensate people that understand it, and they need to train the people in-house to understand it. And my experience is they're doing that. And the people who want to use it need to prove they understand it before they jump into it. And I think there's been some pain in the markets over the last year because people may have not have understood it as well. But clarity is needed. And no is the okay answer too, but clarity is needed. Because as much as our engineers try to work with the private sector on how this works, we can't pass bills and we can't write rules. And so that's one thing, if I can speak for the private sector who will not ask the regulators this question, it's clarity in one direction or the other would be wonderfully helpful so that they can get a return on the time and effort they're spending on consultants and lawyers and research universities to help understand this better. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Bob. Jesse?
I've talked a lot already, but I think just if I can build almost a little bit on what Rob's saying. I think if there's anything that's been clear across the panel, And across the discussions today, the path forward is not clear and it will not be easy. It's not going to get done tomorrow. There's a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of thinking to do to understand the size of the risk, to understand the size of the opportunity, and the scope of the risks, and to really try and get our arms around that. And if I can say one thing, it's that events like this that bring together the public, the private, and the academic are so incredibly important. Venues like the tech division here at OCC, the lab at FDIC, and at CFTC, these are incredibly important venues to bring together the public and the private, because I think we're in something of a three-legged race. And if we can't have public and private moving together in synchrony, sharing learnings and an understanding of the space, we're inevitably going to fall over. And so if there's an encouragement that I can give, it's that even when the road ahead seems difficult, as I think it does right now, even when we're uncertain about necessarily our understanding of the value and the risk, that we need to keep on having discourse like this. We need to continue to invest in collaborative exploration across the public and private, and really try and understand where we're headed.
Thank you, Jen.
I don't have 5 minutes for you, Jay, but I will give you this. So I think what we've talked about today and some of the things I've highlighted in terms of the use case development, the areas that we tend to think about have the greatest shot or opportunity for the industry to kind of coalesce around. Also, the regulatory compliance demonstrating that how do we actually do this in the context of the existing regulatory framework. Those are going to be the easiest things to solve versus this last one that I'm going to mention, which is market structure change. And this is the one where there are, infinite financial institutions who have revenue objectives, who have and are incentivized to think about their companies and how they operate and the revenue that they generate for their activities. And again, going back to this technology helps you compress the value chain and take friction out of that value chain, making sure and having people that are willing to stand up and take the risk to say, I recognize that by changing this, I might lose out here. But if I lose out here, perhaps I can build something else over here that actually generates revenue, replacement revenue, or brings other opportunities. That's a very difficult thing for our industry to really kind of sit down and come to agreement that they're willing to do that. So I feel like if we don't have those conversations and we aren't honest about it up front, we can talk about use cases all day long. We can talk about how it complies with regulatory requirements. We can talk about the scalability and performance. But if we can't get people to say, I'm willing to take this shot, it still won't happen.
Well, with that, I know there's a whole bunch of people taking notes here today, and I definitely heard the questions directed at the regulators, and I know there's others in here that have influence in how we think about that as well. So that is incredibly appreciated, but also the work you all do every day to further this to a level of discussion that's really constructive for the industry. And with that, I want to thank you all for being here today and for everybody organizing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay, Jennifer, Jesse, and Robert. We will now have a 30-minute break until 3:30, and refreshments are in the hall on either side. Thank you. Okay, before we begin our last program of the day, we found some earbuds, wireless earbuds in a case. So if anyone is missing earbuds in a case, you can come find me. After this panel during the break, I will also leave them at the registration desk if you're unable to find me. So check for your wireless earbuds. So our last panel of the day will address risk management and control considerations. Beth Dugan, who is the Deputy Comptroller in Large Bank Supervision at the OCC, will moderate this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. First thing I'd like to do is introduce our esteemed panelists. And right to my left is Morton Beck. He is the center head in Switzerland of the Bank of International Settlements Innovation Hub. To his left is Aaron Klein, the Miriam K. Collarline Chair and Senior Fellow of Economic Studies at the Brookings Institute. And to his left is Jessica Ranier, Managing Director of Digital Finance at the Institute of International Finance. Of course, there are pros and cons to being the last panel of the day. First, you've heard many things from many of the other panelists. So what I'm going to do, and I've chatted with the panelists, that there are many things that they can either leverage off of, build upon, or maybe even offer some different points of views on as we start to think about the risk and control considerations that if you're going to use tokenization, how do you keep those in mind? But to sort of start off, there were several people and several of the panels that teed up definitions, but instead of asking for a definition, I'm just going to start with a question. And Aaron, I think I'll start with you for you to give us an idea about just how do you look at tokenization and what does it mean as it relates to risks and controls?
Sure. Thanks for having me here. And let me start and be a little academic, which is the joy of my perch at Brookings, right? Usually we're talking about tokenization, which is kind of a noun, right? But we're talking about a bit as a verb, like an act of doing something. And we're usually talking about as it relates to money, right? We're tokenizing money or an asset. And I think one of the big problems in this conversation is we have been taught the wrong definition of money. The standard definition of money that you were probably taught at some point in your life is it's a medium of exchange, right? That comes from John Locke, who is a genius philosopher, but an economist he was not. And there are lots of problems with that definition, right? We trade money for money, right? That doesn't a medium. But we also have many mediums of exchange which are not money. So Beth, hypothetically, I agreed to do this panel, and let's just say that now you owe me lunch and we're going to trade lunches back and forth. And the lunch that you owe me is an asset on my balance sheet. But the distinction between being an asset and being money is if I owe Jessica lunch, I can't have you and her take the lunch out, right? It doesn't work that way. That's one way to think of the distinction between an asset and something that is money. So what makes money money? Well, I rely on the definition used by Felix Salmon from Money, an Unauthorized Biography, which says money is a system of debits and credits with third-party acceptance without prior party consent. So the thing that makes money unique is that you can give money to someone else and it has all the attributes of money when they receive it, right? Regardless of necessarily where it came from on your end of the ledger. And there needs to be no other third party that consents to that exchange. This is why your frequent flyer miles are not money, even though it's directly exchangeable as a medium of exchange, because the airline would have to consent to transfer to your other account, which I'm sure we've all tried to do when we're like 50 miles short of a flight, right? And it's a $30 fee, junk fee, I might add. And so when you use this definition of money, a lot of things open up. It's also not that dissimilar to what Milton Friedman spent the last part of his life studying when he looked at FAE, which was a system of debits and credits that functioned as money in a remote Pacific Island part of the world. When you view money this way, tokenization is a change in the systemization of the debits and credits and or a way to get around prior party consent without the exchangeability without prior party consent. A reason banks are special and banks have the ability to create money is the government has chartered a bank, often through this very institution, not licensed. We all have a license, right? Your driver's license. A license is a permission to do something relative to some level of proven competency or not, depending on how good a driver you are. A charter is the right to perform the asset of the government, of the crown. The crown is the one who makes money, right? The crown has allowed a set of chartered institutions to also make money. The reason that this is important isn't because we care about that money's from a crown. We all exchange money to each other from banks, which are not part of the government. We live in bank money, right? Why? Because the Crown has given it to that and they have this ability to do it without prior party consent. So I think of tokenization as it relates to changing these two core concepts of what makes money money. We can have a separate conversation about the tokenization of assets, which is also very important, but is I think a distinguishable concept from the tokenization of money, because money has this unique principle that assets do not.
Thank you, Aaron. Jessica, do you have any other views on that? Particularly since, Aaron did tee up tokenization of assets as well as that of money.
Sure. And actually that's a great way to start, because what I'm going to do is shift slightly to think more about the risk and controls lens with that as kind of the background. Reflecting on what a number of the panels have said today, I find a few comments that I heard very heartening, and things that I think are really important to bring up, particularly from the standpoint of a risk and controls panel with respect to this subject. And I wrote some notes commenting on a few of them. I know Val mentioned earlier from the SEC mentioned people coming in with a purpose to address a very specific what's the problem, a good problem that's worth our time trying to address, right, and describing that purpose. And then Bob Bench bringing in the very simple way of just saying, like, what is the problem, and does this tool solve it, right? Does it address it? And then Jesse most recently getting to the point of the simplicity of saying we need to get to a point where we can stare at something, and for instance, if it is a deposit, just say this is a deposit. I know that is what it is, regardless of the fact that it might be tokenized. And I bring up those three things just to start, and there were a lot of other examples, but a very sober way of addressing these topics that otherwise can sound very complex, and particularly when we think about risks and controls and what might we need to do to address something that seems very new. It's always so good to come to these topics from the place of simplicity, of just saying, what is the problem that we're looking at? Does this tool address it? And we need to get to a point where we can simply say, this is what this is, or this is what this isn't. Now, with that, from that standpoint, it's not that easy, right? We need to get there, but it's not necessarily super simple. And from my background, so the IIF is the trade association of the global financial industry. And if that really means that we end up interacting with and talking with banks, insurance companies, asset managers, exchanges, you name it, all over the world very frequently on all of these subjects. And one of the things that I often am party to is conversations of the experts, whether it be a global head of digital assets or others from those different institutions, kind of in one room and having discussions about exactly the types of things that we're talking about today. And what's amazing is when you bring the different backgrounds, engineers who come at these questions in a particular way, the business line comes at these questions in another way. You bring policy into the room, different questions. That all seems obvious, right? But from all of those discussions, the number of different ways in which you might create something that here somebody's saying it's a token, right? Token could mean a million different things, right? And so from a risk and controls question and point of view, one of the things that I think the risk side isn't always great at doing is getting down to that level of saying, how many different things could this be? Where does the liability perhaps move, or does it not move? Is this the exact same thing that I'm already looking at, but it's just being represented by something else? It doesn't need more risk controls. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But coming in again with that sober view of fundamentally understanding it, will be really important. And I think that oftentimes from the regulatory side, from the risk and control side, the bias is to just say, okay, there must be additional risks here that we haven't dealt with yet. What are they? And not to ask the question, maybe there aren't, or what other risks does this actually mitigate? And so can we free up capital and other things somewhere else as a result of this? So I'll leave it there just to kick off.
Well, thank you, Jessica. We will be talking a little bit more about, does it introduce new risks or not? But before we do that, the last two panels particularly talked a lot about they feel perceived benefits that can come from tokenization. Now, Morton, I know you spent a lot of time looking at this through your work, not only in the Innovation Lab, but your previous work in the Committee on Payments and Market Infrastructure. So what do you see as the potential or possible benefits that tokenization may bring to those activities?
Yeah, thank you. First, I should say that whatever I say today almost surely does not represent the institution that I represent. For a number of different reasons. One is that I'm very jet lagged, so we'll see how it goes. To be honest, I actually don't think I know what the benefits of tokenization are, but I think that's super exciting, and I think that's why I work in an innovation hub. But when we started the innovation hub, one of the first things I did, but I would say I'm a believer. So one of the first things that I did was to hire 2 people out of the crypto community. So we basically brought 2 crypto bros into the central bank world. and I think, as you can imagine, that has been quite a journey. But somehow, and this was actually not during one of the crypto winters, but I was basically able to sell them on the notion that if they wanted to think about the future of money, then they should come and work for us, and they still work for us, and that has been quite good. But I think I agree with what has been said earlier in kind of like what are really the benefits of tokenization. I think it's the combination that recording and programmability is kind of like on the same platform or ledger, if you will. And I think that's extremely powerful. Then that this ledger platform is almost always on, I think is a huge improvement. And then there's things such as composability, that you can like put different actions together in one long executable thing. I think that's really powerful. And then atomic settlements, but those are more like cherry on the top. I think all those things can be really, really, really powerful. And those are kind of some of the things that we are really working on in the BIS Innovation Hub, mostly so far from the liability side. So we've been trying to think a lot about central bank digital currency, obviously, but we are increasingly moving into digital assets. And if I can make just a quick plot for what do you say, for one of our projects, and I think it's really interesting because it's like a lot of people have talked about what are the benefits of tokenization. And the first panel, I think, did a really good job and was really eye-opening for me, talked about, well, remember, tokens are just paper. And so what we're doing in this project, which we call Promissa, we're basically taking a paper-based instrument and then digitizing it. But we're not moving to book entry, we're moving straight to DLT or blockchain, if you will. So these are promissory notes. This is how the World Bank and other multilateral development banks are financing themselves. Basically, the governments issue these promissory notes, which are in paper-based form that, Switzerland will pay the World Bank. I'm going to get the numbers wrong now. So let's say 5 billion Swiss francs, but over a 10-year period. And then whenever the World Bank needs money, then they send, in old days, a letter, but now they send, I guess, an email. And then the Swiss National Bank takes this piece of paper out of their box, looks at it, and then flips the paper around, distract the amount from the principal amount, stamp it, and 2 signatures, and then the payment is done through the traditional rails. And so in that sense, but what we're doing here is not trying to, and I think a lot of the book entry digitalization that you've seen is really just trying to digitize the paper-based methods. But what we're hoping to do here is like more DLT-based, so there will be a common shared truth between the World Bank and all the multilateral and development banks and the central banks. And so we don't need to send all these confirmation messages back and forth. We will reduce operational risk and so on and so forth. So I think that's a super exciting project, but I think this thing about thinking about what is the benefit from digitizing things and tokenization. So I think that delta is going to be really important.
Excellent. So Aaron, do you really think tokenization does create something better?
I think it can, but I'm just going to take the flip side because I'm kind of obnoxious like that. And let's talk about the times in which tokenization has made things worse. And let's start with the original token, subway cards. Everyone have a subway token? I mean, that fare cards and subway tokens is where this thing came from, right? Now we've digitized that. Who here has Smart Trip on their phone, right? Yeah, Metro, right? It sucks. And I'll tell you why it sucks. It's not money. When you put money on your Smart Trip card, you don't have money. You have Smart Trip points. And if you're low income, if you're a high income, you put $100, whatever. I got money on the New York card. The New York actually doesn't operate. The San Francisco BART, the blah, blah, blah. Who cares where I have all these little $50 here or there, right? Starbucks, who has money on their Starbucks app? Another token, right? #1 app. Up until 2019, it was the #1 form of digital payment. Only then did Apple Pay beat it. And Apple Pay is everywhere. Starbucks cards you can use in one place. It's not money. It's points. It's points at Starbucks. It's points on WMATA, right? And that is detrimental to moderate income people for whom pre-positioning sums of money has a large cost when it comes to their basic liquidity, right? And so, oh, smack, I'm running out of money. I can't get the $35 that I put up on my WMATA card and pay for food this weekend, but don't worry, I'll put on my debit card and get an overdraft, right? These things have real pernicious consequences. It is not so wonderful. I'll give you another example. Everybody, right? I didn't need to show this piece of paper to get in here to prove my identity. I have that on my phone. Maryland is one of the few super awesome states that have tokenized and digitized their driver's license, which I could give you 5,000 great use cases for, right? The bartender doesn't need to know my address, right? They just need to know, am I 21 or not, right? Here, all these other things, right? Too much information, etc. Anybody try to use this thing at TSA, which is the only place you can use it, 50-50, depending on when you get through? The system doesn't work. So you have this huge concept that it would be super awesome. And then you have to go into the actualization steps of, is it going to work? All the different levels of implementation that have to do. And then at the very end of it, am I confident enough to leave this home when I fly? Because if it doesn't work, so now I'm lugging around two things, right? I have the tokenized value and then the backup value. So there's a lot of things you have to think through between really cool, smart use case theory and actually makes the world a better place, and simultaneously multiple pitfalls that you'll have to think through, not just from the perspective of people in the room, but from the perspective of users. And as a liberal, I tend to care more about lower income people who have less opportunities in life and the consequences for them, not are we going to build a really good system for really super elite people. If you care about that, then you have a great thing, and it's called high reward credit cards.
Well, I appreciate you. As I said, I opened it up for some contrarian views, and I appreciate that. But with what Aaron just shared, Jessica, what do you think would need to be considered to actually achieve benefits through tokenization?
Sure. So of course that also depends on the benefits that you believe there are. And if you don't believe there are any benefits, then probably not much to do. But there's a fair amount to be done out there. I know Morten mentioned a number of potential benefits that he sees. So without repeating some of those, I think certainly questions, anything that can benefit or free up capital is a good thing to make it more efficient, right? We should want that. So removing risk in places where we otherwise have to hold capital to mitigate against that risk frees that up, and that's good. So if we can get somewhere there, then always a good thing. I think ways in which we can make markets that aren't liquid today more liquid, right? Again, that's something that is something to be worked towards, and where there's potential here. And then I think Morten got a bit to what might be a multiplier effect of being able to take assets that today don't interact in the same platform or ledgers and kind of go in the same processes in ways that you could have those assets because they're then tokenized, being able to move amongst the same platform or ledger. So I think you get a potential multiplier effect of their usefulness, efficiency, and other gains there. So with that, you still have to be able to get past. There's a lot of discussion today about proofs of concept, and somehow you have to be able to take a lot of those efforts and eventually be able to scale them, right? And there are barriers and challenges to being able to scale them, even as of right now, even in a situation where any number of the financial institutions that I speak with regularly have done really cool projects that, they're doing really, really interesting, awesome things, right? But there are barriers to scaling, and those a lot lie in the legal uncertainty. And there are uncertainties that I think the last panel really hammered home, or the last one, maybe the one before that, multiple of them hammered home. Without certainty, it makes it very difficult to move forward, even on projects that have a pretty clear beneficial beneficial attributes, things that the entire industry and the economy may benefit from. So, I said what financial institutions are doing today is incredible, and they're doing things that X number of years ago we would have said that's absolutely impossible, that's not going to happen, right? And they're doing them, and I think we oftentimes talk, again, I'm going to bring it back to the risk and control aspect of the panel. We oftentimes talk about controlling an asset on one ledger versus another ledger. I think we talk about private or permissioned or public all the time. And I think that we need to focus more on articulating what the risks and the gaps are and whether they can be addressed, as opposed to trying to label what this is or that is or another thing, and then try to come up with some, what oftentimes happens is, here's this blanket approach to mitigating this risk, right? We need to not mistake, I think we mix up prohibition for safety, right? We're just going to prohibit doing something, and now we're going to be safe, right? That's not true, right? We miss out on benefits of things, and if you prohibit the forward movement of innovation in a particular way within the regulated system, then where does it go? To other areas that you don't have as many protections, right? And I think we also oftentimes mistake process for risk management, right? Just because we have a process in place doesn't mean that the risk is actually being managed or that a process is very effective. And I think in a lot of the innovation that's taking place today, I think that we really have the potential to close some of the gaps and close some of the risks that are identified already, as opposed to saying, hey, this just is not, this is not safe for banking, or will never be safe for banking. Let's ask ourselves, what is possible today versus what wasn't possible any number of years ago, and we're doing it. The financial institutions are doing it, and many of them, most of them, when I speak with them, are absolutely confident that many of the risks and gaps that might be pointed out today are things that we might eventually be able to solve for, but they need to be able to work towards them to do that, and it's not going to be instant.
Along those lines, then, obviously, Morten, you've done a lot of work globally looking at like frameworks possibly, or standards. While that may not be full regulation, sometimes those are passed toward getting agreement on at least principles that we can all maybe consider when we use it. What are some of the things that you're seeing in the work on frameworks and standards? What's missing? What's included?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for reminding me of my past life. I used to work for something called the CPMI, so I used to spend a lot of time thinking about frameworks and international standards. It's really important work. It's not easy, and people never thank you for it, so it's great. But I was very happy to see that the CPMI and IOSCO has actually published some guidance on stable coins. I think it's very useful. It kind of like reconfirms that what we call the principles for financial market infrastructure also applies to stable coins, which I think is great. More broadly, I think we're seeing a lot of developments outside the US, to be frank. I think there's a lot of good things, regulatory developments happening in the European Union with MiCA. The UK was mentioned earlier. Switzerland, I would highlight, they have a whole DLT Act that actually provides a lot of clarity around finality and so on and so forth on distributed ledger. This has also led to the fact that there's now a CSD that is based on distributed ledger technology operating live in Switzerland. So I think really this clarity, and also Hong Kong and Singapore, very, very, very forward-leaning. So I think those things are just great. And I think most of what they really provide is like the same thing that you have for traditional systems. And I think that's really useful. In terms of what is missing, I want to go back to the first panel, which I apparently enjoyed quite a bit. I think what is really wrong, what I think the regulatory community really got wrong is like the definition, and especially around crypto assets. So defining like an asset class based on a technology just somehow rubs me the wrong way. I don't think it's the first best or the second best. But like the first panel, when they talked about what was a uniform commercial code, where they really tried hard not to define whatever tokenization, whatever they were talking about in terms of technology. I'm definitely going to go back and read the amended version and be inspired by that. So I think that's really what is missing, a better definition that's not based so much on the technology in terms of crypto asset and tokenization.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to stay with you, Morten, only because of where you started it. And when I think about frameworks and standards, it's usually to what Jessica's point is, you're thinking about what are the risks and how do you want to make sure you approach it right, that you do this to achieve benefits and do it to the good of all and safely and soundly, at least particularly for the OCC. So are the risks really the same, or are they different when you tokenize a real world asset? I mean, are they really changing? And if there are, what are the differences that you've seen between that?
Well, thank you for that very simple question. I really appreciate that. I'm going to give you, I think, like an economist type answer and say that it depends a little bit. And maybe if I'm going to argue first why I don't think there should be any difference, as I mentioned, tokenization in many extent is like a technology play. And so I don't think there should be many differences in terms of financial risk, and so on and so forth. So coming back to my Switzerland example, so the CSD runs a traditional system and a DLT system. And in some of the issuances, they issue in half of the bond on the traditional CSD and the other half on the one based on the DLT. And to me, there really shouldn't be any difference as long as you have the same legal clarity. However, that's not how the world always works. So there are some differences, and now they're actually working on a way so they can bridge between the two systems so that the liquidity and all kinds of other issues can be the same across the two systems. But you know, everything else equal, I don't think there should be that much difference. But everything is not always equal. So I think, especially if there's lacking of like legal clarity, that's of course a problem. I think there could be differences when you talk about operational risk, definitely, because maybe this technology is better, maybe it's not, especially in the transition periods where you run both systems, there might be more operational or even cyber risk. But really the thing I think I would be most concerned about is really about, which I also said was the real benefit, but also I think the big risk is really around programmability. I cannot imagine a system where, imagine if I were allowed to program on that system, I would just be very scared. Like a lot of things could go very wrong just because I'm not a very good programmer. Or even if I'm a good programmer, kind of like what could happen? We saw with algo trading and stuff like that, you can have flash crashes. Could we see something similar when you just give up, like everybody can program? So that's probably the thing that I would be most worried about.
Okay. Well, when I think about, doing programming, and I think I'd be more set at you unless they are programming these supposedly non-smart smart contracts in Fortran, because that's the only language I know. Shows how long I've been around. But when you think about that concept, then they also talk about that could be one of the strengths. It can really actually provide some control and reduce some risk because of you're able to go through, do the programming, do that like quicker settlement, the atomic settlement, et cetera. So Jessica, and when you talked about the risk and controls, do you see and can you see tokenization actually strengthening or improving controls and reducing risk? And if so, how?
Sure. And the reason I say sure is that, any time that you, that you look at something different technologically, or you build new infrastructure, or you create something, it can make a system or a process more resilient. It absolutely can. And assuming that it just won't, and that there are only risks associated with it, is just not being very smart, right? It can, but it can also present risks, and may often present risks as well. So I think the kind of going back to a bit of what I said at the beginning, taking a really sober view of it, is saying, rather than, what are the additional risks, because now we've changed this process, and what are the new risks that are here? It's what are the, what's different, right? Take the state as it currently is, without tokenization, and what are those risks as it currently is, and then separately take the state once you have tokenized whatever assets you are talking about and put them in that system, and say, now what are those risks? And then overlay those things and say, which things are different, right? Some of them may be riskier. There might be additional risks, and some of them, other risks may have been removed or mitigated, right? But we have to ask just what is different, not what more has to go here as a result of something new coming up. So absolutely, sure. Yeah.
Very good. Aaron, did you have anything more to do, because we to get your views on this too?
Yeah, so Matt, I think I want to jump in here and talk about this concept that I've heard discussed at other points, and it's such a dumb idea that that taking away friction makes something more susceptible to fraud. I am aware of zero evidence that shows a correlation between speed of payment and fraud. England moved to real-time payments in 2008. They have lower fraud rates as a result of it than they did before. Our debit interchange system, our ACH system, Morton's going to go back to Europe and laugh about how slow our payment system is in America, because nowhere in Europe are they running batch-based systems that close at 5 p.m., right? Mm-hmm. Well, because we have more frictions, we should have less fraud here. No, we don't. Is there a slower, more friction point way to send money than to write a check and put it in the mailbox? Mm-hmm. It is one of the highest ways to get fraud in check washing scams. We have gotten so entrenched in the existing way of doing things that we will not stop to think for a second that there's a better way. And Jessica made a really smart point about this whole permission and if mistaking permission for control. My oldest daughter just became a teenager, and I'm going to think a lot about the way that you describe that as I think about our next 5 years. But think about signing for something when you buy something. That's a point of friction. You have to grab the pen and sign something. I write, "This is fraud." I'm deadly serious. I've never had a transaction denied. Sometimes I write Elvis if I'm feeling cheeky. Nobody cares what you write. It's an inconvenience. It's a moment. It's a second. Now I want you to go back 4 years ago when we had this crazy pandemic. And for a brief window of time, we thought touch was a way in which the virus was transmitted. Like you had the little wipes and you were wiping down your stuff and all this. This is real. We all did this. Maybe some of you were smart enough to realize in the very beginning it wasn't that case. Maybe some of you kept doing it for 5 years later, like my school system, even after the science has shown it wasn't. But regardless, there was a window. During that window, you had to go to the store, essential workers, 16 masks, gloves, blah, blah, blah. You had to pick up that stupid stylus and write your name when you sign. So there's a real life moment where the benefit cost of signature, the cost of signing, of touching this thing, have risen astronomically. Nobody as a society was willing to waive it for a week, even when we waived every other thing known to humanity. We get into these ruts of doing things, and we don't second guess and stop and think, is there a better way? So tokenization could have a lot of benefits. It could have a lot of costs. But this idea that eliminating frictions ought to make us fearful and scary is dead wrong. If it's better, there's such a thing as better, quicker, faster. They're not in inherent tension. And I get very frustrated when people start getting afraid of faster because they're like, oh, scary.
Well, I think I want a little, I'm gonna go off script. Sorry, Beth, Ben, Jennifer, because I just want to talk about that point, because I will admit, I myself, as a regulator, have said, sometimes we like to have points of friction because it gives you an opportunity to possibly catch something or to put a control in. But you're saying to remove the friction, then how do you then look at it from that control risk?
You have a better system. You have faith in the system, and then you let the system run. The point of the reality is you're not going to really catch it in that moment of friction. Almost no single fraud is caught by a person taking a signature and the clerk saying, oh, look at the back of the pen. That might have happened at one point, right? But now the friction lives on in perpetuity with no benefit. And regardless of the level of cost, nobody in charge to actually remove it. So if you have the right system, relax and let the system run, or be concerned and put controls in the system. But you add a little friction as a just in case buffer, and then the friction lives on in perpetuity. But it actually, what benefit? Stop and ask yourself, if you really wanted to stop fraud on debit card, make you put in the zip code. That's effective. That's friction. That makes a difference, right? There are alternative frictions. So not only is it, should you not take the friction, ask yourself, what is the benefit? How many cases have I caught? If you want to put in a control and a risk management, look back and say, how many times has this actually succeeded in getting what we did? And if the answer is 0, get rid of it.
Well, sort of along those same, and do you want to jump in there?
Oh, I was just thinking about what I had said earlier about mistaking process for risk management. I think we often mistake process for there being that effective risk management just because the process is in place. And I think you did a wonderful job of illustrating that. Thanks, Aaron.
Well, I guess then the next thing, which oftentimes is where you have points of friction, is actually there's been a lot of talk about what role do intermediaries play when you're thinking about just moving assets, regardless assets and liabilities, and then even to the using the tokenization of that. So they talk about removing them. So do you think that if tokenization takes off, do you think there is a role for intermediaries to play, Aaron?
So, I mean, possibly. I think that there's a little bit too much intermediation. There's a great book I recommend, Direct by Kate Judge, who's a law professor at Columbia, and she talks about the growth of intermediation and middlemen and the benefits of going direct. Sometimes middlemen just are rent-seeking and take profit. Other time, they actually provide a valuable service, right? Amazon provides a valuable service relative to having to look up every little, internet thing for whatever it is that you want to buy. But there are real costs and benefits to society of having too many middle people. And when you get control of a market, the incentives of the intermediary could be different from the incentive of the buyer and the seller. So eliminating intermediaries can be good, can be bad. My natural inclination is less intermediation and more direct is good. Sometimes that is a normative. Sometimes that's just an economic efficiency statement. Sometimes that's a normative statement of value. I like to go to the farmer's market and see the person that made my food. It may be more expensive that way. That's a normative judgment. I understand some other people might want a different system. I think in terms of financial services, it's important to appreciate the question is, what is the value that the intermediaries provide? Is the intermediary simply extracting rent because they can, because they're an in-place entrenched incumbent, or they have a charter or a license or something? Or are they providing a functional use case that actually adds value into the system, in which case the market will determine how much it is or isn't, and the market may go against normative moral judgment, and you know, so be it, right? Like, I say I don't like Walmart and I want little local shops, and then I go to Walmart because it's cheap, fast, and convenient, you know. So people normatively cannot behave the way they want. As it relates to the tokenization, the ability to remove intermediaries who are simply existing and seeking rent, it ought to be a net positive to the system.
And you can see tokenization helping to achieve that then?
I can also see tokenization ushering in a new set of different intermediaries who are able to extract rent on their position within the tokenization chain. And we could have a giant debate about, you know, the difference between Amazon and Walmart, right? Two different intermediaries who provide two different shopping experiences, agglomerating goods for different folk. I would note either person can get anything on earth to your door faster than the Fed can batch ACH process your bank deposit.
Oh, I thought we just heard FedNow was going to save us from all of that.
Fed flop?
Okay, I'm not going to. Well, and I know you've done, again, more and with your work with CPMI and the thought of just roles intermediaries may play, or even counterparties in all of this kind of activities. Just, do you have any thoughts about maybe intermediaries, roles of good, bad, need to be in the tokenization space?
I think I agree very much with Aaron. Like, throughout history, intermediaries have come and gone as technology has changed. So I don't think, yeah, I think we will see just as he explained, we will probably see new intermediaries, but we shouldn't hang on to the old ones. I was recently in Paris, walking around, and I don't know, as you walk around in Paris, there's a lot of notaries, right? So they all have the same golden plaque, so you can see where they are. And for me, I'm from Denmark, and we for years have had like a digital ID and a digital signature scheme. So notaries have just disappeared. So you don't really need them. You can do everything on your phone. And so this thing of having somebody confirm a signature, as you were discussing, is really not needed. And, you know, basically I did a real estate transaction recently in Denmark, and everything I did from my phone. I signed everything, all the documents, everything, just via the phone. The only thing, an interesting example of a friction that was in that system is that you put the money into an escrow account and everything is done, but then it takes 8 days for the money and the title to move. And why is that? It's because they coded in an old school friction. Because in the old days when they did the titles and had to update them, then they had to hang them up, and then the ink had to dry, and that took 8 days. So that's why they coded in when the programmers, so that's why you have to watch the programmers, as we were just saying. So they hard coded this friction in, so.
Fascinating. And with all the conversations we've been having about this, that was mentioned on a couple other panels, when I think about when you do remove friction and we do not replace process for the actual activities. Jessica, what are kind of the then skills and knowledge and resources that, you know, the industry, regulators, maybe even customers need to have if we move into this world of tokenization of assets, liabilities, our lives?
Yeah, sure. I was trying to think about this because I was trying to think about a way to approach it that doesn't sound like recommendations that we made in you know, perhaps a Treasury report 5 years ago, and then the report 5 years before that of, you know, that we all need to you know, we need to upskill on our technology and, you know, really get in there and get our hands dirty. Unfortunately, you know, that continues to be true, right? Just because it was said before doesn't mean that it doesn't continue to be true, and we always need to kind of stay in that path of learning. But overall, and I know Aaron started out with discussing money very specifically, and what's money, and I think we're moving into a time when we absolutely must be as good at technology as we are at money. Right? The financial sector is very good at money, and we all have to be equally good at technology now. And yeah, again, we've all probably said this many times, every time something else technologically advances, but we have to be good at auditing code, right? Auditing how validation happens, or the movement or transfer of these different assets, that some of them may not be liquid today, but could be liquid once you tokenize the market, right? We need to be good at auditing smart contracts. Things that today, on the whole, or up until today, we just haven't had to be good at. So I think without wanting to repeat some of the messages or recommendations that we have made, kind of everybody does year after year, those are some of the things that it's just the reality of how we have to operate. And I think competence development is key by all involved, the financial sector, regulators, et cetera. Again, this is a thing that gets said over and over again with new technology, but you really can't replace that competence development. And so if you don't interact with the technologies yourself, if you don't try to trade assets, if you don't try to build things, if you don't sit with an engineer and fully understand, let them walk you through how are they doing, how are they actually building the piece of technology that you are calling a token, then you can't necessarily understand where does the potential legal implication change because of the way that it was built, right? You have to get down to that level. And again, I think oftentimes from a regulatory standpoint, we're not always great at doing that. And instead just say, oh, there's some new technology out there, and we're going to kind of have a blanket rule to mitigate some risk associated with it, when we haven't actually dug down there to understand what it is.
Any other input on what skills that both the industry and regulators may need to have outside of what Jessica shared up?
I think it's interesting, just reflecting on a couple of the comments made. Beth, you talked about coding in Fortran, which is how the unemployment insurance system in many states in America works, and actually had deeply pernicious consequences in COVID when lots of people went there and there weren't folks that knew enough to code in this dead language. Morton, I deeply resonated with your explanation, not just because my mom sold some real estate in France and I had to drive her to a notary at a UPS store in Bethesda, and the idea that somehow validated her identity to send a paper-based document to France to secure a real estate transaction, was a security thing. It was definitely a source of friction and a pain. But the idea that everything works great up until it has 8 days for the ink to dry. We have a set of these types of structures. And I thought Jessica's point about, we're mistaking these for risk management and control. And then somebody else is coming out with technology as a way to solve a friction that, we can all acknowledge is stupid. And then we go, oh, but wait a second, by removing that friction, I'm really scared that this new system might have a problem. And it might. By the way, is it that hard to fake a notarization to France? Is it that hard to, do different things? No, right? But we have all this fear. So we hold the new thing to a level of perfection. Well, we let the existing system with all of its idiocy move on. And I'm a huge fan of radical incrementalism. If the system is better than the status quo, maybe we should go that way. That doesn't mean it's perfect. It doesn't mean you've solved all the problems, right? In Judaism, we have a prayer called Dayenu, it's enough to make an improvement if you don't even get all the way. And so I get a little bit nervous when we put this perspective onto a new technology, that we're creating a bifurcated playing field. And because nothing can solve for everything, then we exist in the status quo, and the status quo has some real pernicious consequences. Yes, we've figured out a way around them, but at a tremendous cost that we often don't think of.
Thank you. Morton, just a question then for the work you've been doing in the Innovation Hub. And like you said, you brought in some crypto folks and everything. Are there any particular things that you have found very helpful to increase knowledge, understanding, to the point of understanding code and being able to read these kind of things.
Look, I think the most important thing, at least in the Innovation Hub, is really just to have a diversity of skill sets. I think we have crypto people, we have more like software engineers, and then also economists and lawyers, and try and bring them all together to try and find solutions. I think that's extremely powerful. I hope you would agree with some of the things we've done, but I think really this, most of my professional life, I worked in economics departments, and it was just economists. So this thing like setting us free and like explore with other fields, I think is extremely good. So yeah, we need more of that.
So, well, sort of like the last panel, what I want to do, since you come, all three of you all, and I do encourage everyone to go look at their bios that have been posted to really see the very impressive accomplishments of all the panelists here. I just want to close out the last few minutes of the panel and to let each one of you to deliver really what are like the three big points or statements you would like to make sure that you've shared or want to reinforce or to introduce to the participants in today's symposium. And we'll start with Jessica and work our way down.
Sure. 3 points. So I guess I've said this a few times, but since it's the time to hit those 3 points, I would say it again. We have to fully actually understand what the thing is that we're looking at before we just say it's risky and we're going to regulate it. And having talked with many different experts who are building all kinds of amazing different things, each one of them comes at it in a slightly different way. And if you dig down into exactly how they're building it, then there are different implications. And just understanding that, that there are, tells you how much more thoughtful we need to be about an approach to regulation, rather than just a kind of quick approach of, oh gosh, there might be risk, so we're going to have to say the regulated system should kind of shy away or stay away because there might be risk across the board or something. We have to get to that level of understanding so that we can look at things with clear eyes. And again, back to kind of what Jesse said, look at something and say, get to a point where we can say, hey, this is a deposit. I know it's a deposit, and so I can leave well enough alone. Right. And then where there is actual risk, address it. I think that's one. Two is, again, the dialogue has changed significantly over the last 6 months, the last year, conversations that I've been in, private and public conversations where, a year ago, if you walked in, and I know that we said we need to focus on articulating risks and gaps rather than saying, private permissioned public. But if you came into a room and said, public networks, a lot of the public sector would have basically said, I'm not interested in talking to you about that. Let's get back to something else. That's not, now the dialogue is much more like, okay, tell me more. Like, I still might not love this, but I know that I need to better understand it because you guys are all doing really interesting, cool stuff. And there's got to be a reason why. So not sold, but want to understand it better to at least get at what's going on. So dialogue, things move, right? And that's only over 6 months, right? So I would, I think the point to hammer home on that is just because something is a risk or a gap today doesn't mean that it can't be resolved. And we should focus on how to resolve it rather than just maintaining the assumption that it won't be, right? Because the financial institutions out there are doing really, really cool things. And then I guess the final thing I would say is where I ended with saying, we're going to have to be just as good at technology as we are at money, no question. So we have a lot of learning and upskilling of the entire workforce to do.
I've been challenged to do this in a waltz of 3 beats rather than the standard 4/4 time signature. So the first one I'm going to say is make the world a better place. We are all privileged people. The definition of the fact that we are in this room in an oversubscribed, invitation only, hard to get into, levers of power room, right? We're in the room where it happens. Don't just be here to be in the room. Be here to make the world a better place. Do something with your privilege and power and position to make the world a better place for somebody for whom the world is not serving well. The world served us all well enough that we got into this room. It doesn't take much to understand the world isn't working for a lot of people. So make the world a better place in whatever way that can be possible. Number two, failure's okay. It's okay to try something new and fail. The optimal number of bank failures in America per year cannot be 0. The first year in American history there were 0 failures was 2005. The second year was 2006. Regulators came before Congress where I was working and told us 0 failures meant we had a great safe system. I think we can all appreciate why 0 failures is actually the worst place you can end up in. Third, safety third. This is risk management. This isn't risk elimination. There's going to be risk. You want to manage it. I try to teach my kids safety third. Safety is a priority. It can't be the only priority. We go skiing. Skiing's unsafe. You fall. You can fall badly. Now, we wear a helmet. We learn to ski. We ski within our limits. We don't, jump to the top of the mountain and do crazy hard stuff that's beyond our control, but we take risks, smart risks with guardrails. But sometimes you fall and that's okay. This is not risk elimination. Risk elimination, none of us would have come here today because probably the riskiest thing any of us did today was get in our car and drive here, statistically speaking. It's okay to take risks, take them smartly and under control.
Hopefully you had those better brakes so you could drive faster that Acting Controller Sue teed up at the very beginning. So Morton, take us home with your top
Well,
three.
wow, how do I follow that? That was amazing. Mine are going to be stupid in comparison, but I think what I want to say, I think what I've learned from the Innovation Hub is really that you have to do it to learn. So you have to experiment with the technology. I think that's really, really powerful. So all the innovation hubs and labs that are around and regulators are just an amazing idea. The other thing I would say, I know this is an impossibility in the US, but I would just say it anyway. Digital ID, that's where it all starts. Everything else becomes so much easier if you have a digital ID. I know it's not going to happen, but please try. And then the last thing I would just say, listen very carefully to the coming keynote. It will be amazing. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, again, I want to thank the panel for all of your insights. You did exactly what I had anticipated you doing. Some very provocative thoughts building off of what we heard, but also giving us some additional views to really think about. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Beth, Aaron, Jessica, and Morton. That was a very engaging and informative discussion as well. We will have another short 15-minute break before our keynote speaker, Mr. Hyun-Sung Shin, with an introduction by Mr. Su. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're ready to move to our keynote speaker, Hyun-Sung Shin, and Mr. Su, Acting Comptroller of the Currency, will be introducing him. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So I'm going to do a quick introduction for Hyun-Sung Shin, who really needs no introduction, but I will do this because it's important. Since May of 2014, Hyun has served as an economic advisor and head of research at the Bank of International Settlements, or BIS. And in this role, he co-leads the Monetary and Economic Department and is part of the bank's senior management as a member of its executive committee. Prior to joining the BIS, Mr. Shin was the Hughes Rogers Professor of Economics at Princeton. And before joining the faculty at Princeton, he had appointments at Oxford and the London School of Economics. Hyun is an intellectual leader in the fields of banking, international finance, and monetary economics, and has published widely on these topics in leading academic and official publications. And he recently has focused on developing the BIS's research program on digital innovation in the financial system, including the design of the central bank digital currencies and their implications for users, financial intermediaries, and the central bank. He's also been part of the BIS team that developed the BIS Innovation Hub, which I know many of you are familiar with, and served as its interim head at its launch in 2019. In 2010, while on leave from Princeton, he served as senior advisor to the Korean president, taking a leading role in formulating financial stability policy in Korea and developing the agenda for the G20 during Korea's presidency. Mr. Shin was elected to the Academy of Arts and Sciences in 2023 and won the R.K. Cho Economics Prize in 2009. He has a PhD in econ from Oxford University's Nuffield College. And I can just say, Hyun is a polymath, which I think really helps bring a lot of credibility and perspective on the topics here. And for any listeners of Odd Lots, he's also a hiker. And I think that he ran into the host of that in Jackson Hole, just hiking out in the woods there. So please welcome me and giving Hyun a big round of applause.
Well, thank you, Mike, for that very kind introduction. It's really a great pleasure to be here and to be part of this event. It's been a very impressive event, I must say, and you really deserve congratulations, and also the whole team at the OCC that actually put this event together. By choosing the title Tokenization of Real-World Assets, I think what you did was really focus on some of the key questions in the application of tokenization. And what I'll do is just to build on some of the work that some of the discussions that we've had today, and maybe highlight a couple of themes that I think probably will be forming, I think, much more of the discussion going forward. I think it's worth taking a step back and go back to history and just getting a sense of how the monetary system has developed pretty much in tandem with economic activity. And what we normally see is that development in the monetary system coincides with big leaps in economic activity. So I think a very good example is the advent of ledger money. So money in the form of ledger entries entrusted to intermediaries. So, there was some discussion about intermediaries on the previous session, but sometimes intermediaries can also do, very important tasks. And book entry money was a major innovation that allowed financial instruments to really expand the scope of international trade. So the instrument such as the bills of exchange, it really opened cross-border trade, and it combined credit and payments. And we wouldn't be here without without that innovation. The next big advance was to put the information on paper ledgers into digital form, and the rest is history. Yeah. So what could be the next development? And I think tokenization may be the next step in this evolution. So we've had several definitions of tokenization in this conference today, but what could it actually mean? Now, Mike gave a definition in his opening remarks, which is it's a digital representation of an asset, of a claim on a programmable ledger. And what that captures is this idea that it's not simply digitalization, it's also the rules and logic that govern the transfer of that claim. So, we can think of it as a bit of a donut where there is the core element, which is the information that's in the database. But surrounding it are the rules and logic that actually govern how that claim is actually transferred. Now, what is the use of that? Well, I think the way that economists would think about this is to say, what tokenization gives you is the possibility of incorporating the contingent performance of actions. So if you have a flow chart, there are these diamonds where, if this condition holds, then you do this. Or if this is true, then the next step is the following. And for economists, this is a very, very important idea because many of the arrangements that we have precisely this element of the contingent performance of action. So you only do something if some other circumstances hold. And if the action can be contingent both on the actions of someone else, so it could be a reciprocal sort of transfer, it could be something that you do provided that someone else does their part in a cooperative endeavor, or it could be something about the state of the world. So we all agree to do X provided that these conditions hold in the world. Of course, there will need to be some way of channeling those facts, perhaps through an oracle to inform us. And the way that economists would look at this is to say, well, if you can condition your actions on either the actions of others or the state of the world, you can expand the range of possible economic arrangements. You can expand the universe of possible economic contracts in that, so in the sense of having mutually beneficial arrangements. So to get more concrete, how does the work? How would the system in a non-tokenized world function? So imagine this very simple case of Amalia sending a payment to Bob. Now, how would that work today? Well, abstractly speaking, what you need to do is to call someone who is managing an account on your behalf. So this account manager is entrusted with updating the information on the account. So if you have money out, then your account is debited. If you have money in, your account is credited. And is entrusted to actually perform that role faithfully. And so does Bob, who will do the same on his part. And in between these account managers is a separate messaging system that sends messages back and forth. In the payments arena, of course, there are the interbank messaging platforms that actually send messages back and forth. And of course, this works perfectly well. But there are actually quite, there may be cases where two transactions are interrelated. So here's an example here where Amalia is buying a security from Bob and is paying for that. So the payment flow is the top row, and then the security transfer is on the bottom row. And there are going to be intermediaries both on the security side as well as on the payment side. And this is where possibly some risks might crop in, might crop up. So, for example, and I'll mention a historical case later, but suppose that there is some disruption to the securities market, and I pay for something, but actually I don't receive the security, or even worse, I transfer the security, but actually the payment doesn't come through. And this is a kind of canonical case where the joint execution of the payment and the transfer would be the optimal way. And so this is where the contingent performance of actions would really be very helpful. So what I would say is, look, I pay provided that you deliver, and you deliver provided that I pay. And so this is the essence of tokenization, the function of tokenization, and how by using not only the database information, but also the rules and logic that govern the transfers, you can achieve this minimization of risk. And so the interesting question is not simply, oh, this is a way of doing things that we do currently better. The really intriguing possibility is, what are the things now that are made possible because we have the system? So this refers to what I mentioned earlier about expanding the universe of possible contracts. So there are things that are not feasible today because of these incentive problems, because of the information problems, because of the aversion to risk, that would be possible provided that we close these gaps. And I think that is actually a really intriguing idea, which I think has a lot of promise in a number of different applications that I'll come to. But before we go there, let me just also say that I'm limiting my remarks in two ways. So first of all, true to the spirit of the conference, this is about tokenization of real world assets. So whether it be financial assets or non-financial assets, there is something that's happening already that we would like to tokenize and to benefit from the expansion of the universe of possible contracts using tokenization. So I won't have much to say about crypto DeFi for my remarks today. The second respect that I think is very important in terms of the terminology is that tokenization is not synonymous with decentralization or blockchain or any other mention of the technology itself. So this could be something that happens on a centralized platform. So what's important here is the functionality of enabling the contingent performance of actions. And that can be done on a centralized platform, decentralized platform, or indeed with the permissioned DLT systems. It's actually, they sort of fall somewhere in between centralized and decentralized. I mean, it's debatable to what extent a permissioned DLT platform is actually decentralized. Some of the well-known applications that have notaries that now doing more and more of the record keeping. And it almost seems as if there is a central bank there that is actually doing things. So I think decentralization for the purpose of my presentation today might be also something of a distraction. So I will steer clear of the technology itself, just focus on just the basic concepts. Now, I think this point about technology, I think, is very important when we think about where delivery versus payment, DVP, came from. It's a very old idea. If you go to the CPMI webpage, it has all the CPMI papers, and in the old versions, the CPSS papers in its previous incarnation. And there's a very important paper on delivery versus payment. And this was, if you look, this was published in 1992. And if you read the abstract, this whole exercise was motivated by the settlement failures, the principal risk that that cropped up in the 1987 stock market crash. And if you read the first paragraph of the abstract, that's it's very clear. And it's very refreshing actually to go back and read something like this, because there's nothing new under the sun. And they found a very good way of tackling many of these problems. But of course, this was well before DVP tokenization was even a twinkle in Satoshi's eyes, if Satoshi was even born then. So I think it actually shows us that decentralization, blockchain, that actually takes away from some of the underlying sort of principles in the economics. And I do highly recommend that you actually take a look at this, because I think some of the ideas here are still very relevant. Of course, the way that the community went back in those days was to design new infrastructures. So centralized counterparties, central counterparties that could be counterparties to all the players. I think CLS, the continuous link settlement, the infrastructure that has FX payments. I mean, that was a very specific, bespoke infrastructure that was built specifically to deal with a very, very important principal risk case, which was on FX settlement. So there's more than one way of implementing DVP, and tokenization can be on centralized as well as decentralized platforms. But one thing is very clear, and that was very clear from the morning panel that we had, which was an excellent panel on the legal implications. As soon as we talk about the tokenization of real-world assets, we're already presuming an extensive set of legal sort of principles already in the background. So we're already presupposing a legal framework. And why is that? Well, if we have a traditional asset, whether it be a financial asset or a non-financial asset, it had better be the case that when I trade a token, that I can be sure that I'm actually trading the underlying asset as well. So it has to be a link between the underlying real-world asset and the token on the platform. And there has to be assurance that when I trade a token, there's also the shift, whether it be the ownership rights or other cash flow rights that come from the transfer is also transferred. Now, it's undoubtedly true that this is going to be easier for assets that are already digital. And certainly for securities, we have the centralized securities depository that already has gotten a long way from the paper-based, securities and literally cutting the coupon, in the bond. And ownership is just through a book entry in the intermediary. It's just a matter of having the overlay of the tokenization on top of that. If it's a physical asset, then there are lots of other problems that will arise. You need some way of immobilizing the asset. You better lock it away and have some proper custody of that asset so that you can actually, when you trade the token, be assured that you actually have the claim to the underlying asset that's locked away. And I'll talk a little bit later in one of the applications of the tokenization of gold. So in fact, commercial banks have pushed this agenda, and there you can see that you will need all of those legal safeguards all the way in order to have the proper assurance. Now, what else do we need? I think one thing that really struck us when we thought about this problem last year when we wrote the BIS annual economic report on tokenization is that to have settlement, which is one of the main reasons why you want to have tokenization, it's really a very good idea to have the best settlement asset out there, full stop, which is called central bank money. So you want central bank money to be part of the tokenized environment so that whatever happens, the settlement is going to be, absolutely, unquestioned. But of course, you want other things there. And clearly, one of the key elements of this would be the private money that's going to accompany it. That's going to be the main means of payment, when you transact. Now, Gordon described stable coins earlier. We also discussed the difference between tokenized deposits, which are deposits that are just tokenized, or deposit tokens, which are actually stable coins issued by banks. Yeah, I think it's worth just spending a minute on what the difference would be. So with a stable coin, it's a transferable asset. You literally pay it from one person to the next. And the issuer really has no say in how that is transferred. And it's a bearer instrument in that, if I own it, then I can transfer it to whomever I wish. So in this example, Hero, who is a stablecoin owner, pays equal amounts to Bob and Maria. And the dotted line here is the KYC boundary. And so it's possible that it could actually also be transferred outside. But it's Hero stablecoin, and so there is perfect right to do that. But in this world, every money balance is going to be associated with the issuer. So when you open your wallet and you look at how much money you have, you have $10 from issuer A, $10 from issuer B. It's like saying, well, I have 10 red dollars and 10 blue dollars, and they're different dollars because they're issued by different issuers, and there's an exchange rate between them. I mean, it could be very small, and Gordon also described how redemption might mitigate this, but there's an exchange rate. And this is somewhat sort of unfamiliar to us because it gets very serious during stress periods. And so this is from November 22, those very tumultuous days in November when we had all the stress in the crypto universe. And sometimes these deviations can become large. Now, the reason why this is somewhat uncomfortable is that it violates, I think, something very basic, which is, money should be money rather than a financial asset. But as soon as you have an exchange rate, it looks and feels much more like a financial asset than money itself. And what might be a better way? Well, I think deposits actually have many interesting and very, desirable features. And I'll just say a couple of words on how this is very, very basic stuff on how you would make payments using a deposit. So when you make a payment using deposits, money actually doesn't flow. Money doesn't travel. All that's happening is there's a sequence of book entry operations. So when Sven pays Maria, what happens is that Sven's bank just debits the amount that goes to Maria. So there's a book entry operation there, and the receiver's bank then credits the account of the receiver. So money doesn't travel. It's simply a combination of two book entry operations. And of course, in the background, what's happening is that there is a settlement between the banks because so Bank A has gained because they've just wiped out one liability, and Bank B has lost because it's increased its liability. But of course, that has to settle through the central bank, and it's through the central bank, it's through central bank money that you actually settle that claim. So the important point here is the payment goes through using central bank money. So the only thing that travels is central bank money in that respect. Money between the two individuals doesn't travel. And I think this is an important point when we think about the different creditworthiness of the two banks. So clearly, one bank could have a much higher credit than the other. And we had the banking stress in March of last year when there were these questions were raised much more acutely. Someone might say, well, how can you trust deposits when these are the liabilities of commercial banks? But of course, the point here is not that commercial banks all have the same creditworthiness. They obviously don't. When they issue bank bonds, they trade at different spreads. When they issue CDs, they may have different rates, especially if they're negotiable. So this point about the singleness of money is not that banks have all the same creditworthiness. The point is the only thing that travels is central bank money. And so the payment always goes through at par. So whether you're going from a weak bank to a strong bank or from a strong bank to a weak bank, the payment always goes through at par. And that's why we can guarantee the singleness of money. So I think that in this respect, there's a huge difference between tokenized deposits and deposit tokens that are stable coins. And I think there's a lot to be said for the tokenized deposit model. So why is tokenization important in this kind of setting? Well, this payment actually involves three operations. So the sender's account is debited, the receiver's account is credited, and there is a transfer on the central bank's balance sheet. So all three have to be done at the same time, with one being a precondition for the other. So this is a perfect use case for tokenization, where you can program in the contingent performance of action. So they all go through in one bundle, or they don't go through at all. So what we described in our annual economic report last year was, depending on the use case, a very promising way to use tokenization is certainly to have central bank money at the heart of the system. You need that for the settlement. The main payment instrument would be tokenized deposits. I think we can also have stable coins. I mean, that's certainly another way to go. But in this chapter, we advocate much more for the tokenized deposit route. And the key is this idea that central bank money resides in the same venue as the assets that's being transferred, because then you can actually program everything within the same program. Now, we call this a unified ledger. Unified ledger doesn't mean this is the one ledger to rule them all, where you have all the applications on one single ledger. That's not what we have in mind. What we have in mind is, for any particular use case, let's bring the elements that you need all together into one ledger, and then you can perform all the operations. So if it's a securities market application, let's have the securities there. If it's something to do with correspondent banking, let's have all the deposits there all lined up. We talked about property and supply chains, but I'll come to that. It's a little bit more complicated. So one way of thinking about this is, so which applications are going to be most amenable to tokenization? So we've heard for many years the benefits of moving supply chain financing onto blockchains. And that's been something that's been a perennial subject that we hear at conferences. But it's taken many, many years for those experiments to proceed. And yet, they haven't really got that far. And I want to argue that there might be a good reason for that. And that is that there are so many interested parties that you need to bring into the token, the token application, that it's going to be a huge challenge to make sure that all the pieces are ready. So one feature that I would just put to you is what we call the closure property. So what is the closure property? It relates to the answer to the following question. So are all actors necessary for the application present and available to be tied into the tokenization? And you have to do it ex ante because you need to write the program to bind everyone. So do you need everyone for the application to be there and willing and ready to be tied into the application? If the answer is yes, then we have the closure property. And the terminology is meant to evoke this idea of a closure operation in a mathematical sense, where if you have a network and the nodes are all connected and the interdependencies are given by the edges of the network, depending on the application, well, you start with a particular set of the nodes, which is your first guess as to who might be necessary for that application. And then you think more deeply, well, actually, for this application, we actually need this other person because, they need to sign the paper. They need to, they need to vouch for this, and we need to do some information assertion and so on. So you bring them in. So that's the sort of next closure of that set. If you find that the closure of the set is the set itself, in other words, the interdependencies are actually limited to all the people that you have in the net already, then that's actually a very good precondition for the tokenization to work. Now, this could be a very large set, but the larger the set, it's going to be more challenging for you to bring everyone, especially if they're scattered across different jurisdictions, if they have different regulators, if they are coming from different traditions. So What we did a few months ago was to put out a BIS bulletin on what we call the tokenization continuum. And the idea is to emphasize the fact that, that there are some applications that are within reach, that are, I think, probably the low-hanging fruit. But the further we go away from that, it becomes more and more difficult. And I think the reason why they become more difficult turns out to be incredibly instructive. So what might be the lowest hanging fruit? Well, I think wholesale payments, in the way that I described in the tokenized deposit operation, is a very, very good application. You really have everyone that you need already there. You have the central bank, you have the commercial banks, the regulators, they're the same regulators that also regulate the entities already. And the book operations are all the same ones, but we're actually tokenizing it. What extra could we gain? Well, I think this is where the length of the chain and possible use of correspondent relationships would really come in. So that's more difficult, but certainly for the lowest hanging fruit, the case that I described with wholesale payments using tokenized deposits would be the lowest hanging fruit. Another case, but going in a different direction, might be something like tokenizing gold. So here is the gold. We get a secure warehouse, make sure it's locked up, it's secure. We have the legal framework for the custody, and then we issue the tokens, make sure that the mapping from the gold to the tokens is secure. And then it could be traded on the bank's proprietary tokenization platform. And indeed, this is the way that a couple of the commercial banks have actually really pushed this particular application. It's not using central bank money for settlement. It's purely a bank service provided to its customers. But it's a very limited, so it's low hanging, but it's limited in that it's really a silo. It's a silo to the bank's customers. Perhaps the next one is the securities market applications. And I described the securities market clearing and settlement as something that could really help, both in terms of reducing delays, but also possibly expanding the range of possible transactions that are not taking place, actually being enabled. This is a little bit more difficult because the securities ecosystem, if I may put it that way, so all the range of actors there and the regulators that oversee the securities sector, they come from a different tradition. There are different rules. And to bring that together with the banking sector, with tokenized deposits, that's going to need some imagination in terms of agreeing on the governance. So who has which role? How do we make decisions jointly? And how do we actually then make sure that when we need to change the rules, we have a way of changing the rules in a way that has consensus? Another application that I think is definitely within reach, I think this is probably the one case that will really make a big economic difference, would be wholesale payments, but using correspondent banking. So as I said, deposits, if you're using deposits, money actually doesn't flow. All you're doing is just a sequence of book entry changes. And if the correspondent banks can all be on the same platform, and by definition here, we're all using the same currency, so all the way down the chain. And you can program the sequence in a way that you can also take account of AML, KYC procedures ex ante. What you can avoid is having the problem of, well, let's have a sequence of correspondent banks that accept payment and then look at the next step in an incremental way and then find that you get stuck. You have to unwind the whole transaction and then find another route. And each bank, of course, has responsibility for that payment because the payee is listed in the message. And so at every point, the bank is going to be extremely prudent in making sure that all the all the KYC and AML procedures are followed. And of course, the converse is that this can be very onerous for the bank and presents risks in terms of compliance risks, reputation risks, and so on. And as you know, for a variety of reasons, correspondent banking has been on a very slow decline. I think one very, very promising use case of tokenization is to have this correspondent banking application really be on a much firmer footing, because you can do the AML KYC ex ante. And once everyone agrees and you've found a path ex ante, then you can just flip the switch and the payment goes through in just one go. You don't need to, so if you fail, you have to go back and then find another route. You don't need to do that with this particular application. And this particular application, I think, is something that is definitely within reach. There's nothing that's experimental with the technology, and I think this would actually have very big economic benefits. Let me just say, mention two other applications that are actually a little bit more challenging. So we talked about property conveyancing, and Morten told us about his house purchase. The conveyancing process in property transaction is very, very time-consuming, and it's actually, involves many documents all along the chain. You need to find out, you need to be assured that the buyer and seller are who they purport to be. Make sure that the house doesn't have other liens that are, other claims are, outstanding. You need to do all the checks. And then you've got the, and if you have a mortgage, then you have the lender coming in as well. It's a very, very complicated process. And this is why it takes so long. And it's probably also why the tokenization projects that are already out there on real estate are not on the houses themselves, but rather on special purpose vehicles, some real estate investment trusts like vehicles that are simply financial claims on the houses. Of course, then you can do the tokenization on those financial claims. But I think the example of tokenizing real estate gives us, I think, a very good sense of the difficulty of actually doing this while ensuring that the closure property is respected all the way down. As soon as you've solved one problem, you think, oh, well, actually, I need to solve this other one. And so there's actually someone else that's relevant. And so it just goes on, fans out like that. But I think probably the most difficult one, but I think something which will have a huge economic impact, will be the supply chain application. The supply chain application is especially difficult because if you think about the documentation that's needed, some estimates go from 40 to 60. So the WTO and the International Chambers of Commerce, they have very helpful explainer sheets saying, well, these are the documents you need all the way down. And it's, the paper-based work for supply chain financing, supply chain, you've got, the shipper, the seller, the buyer, you've got the warehouse, all the way down. And when it goes across the border, you have to face two different jurisdictions and possibly two different sets of laws. And that is also very difficult to handle. So this is probably the application that is going to remain the most difficult to crack. But I think it's a very worthy goal for us to have that in our sights. And to a large extent, if we can solve the wholesale payment application with correspondent banking, that's going to be a major advance in making progress on some of the other applications as well. So, so Mike, thank you again for laying on this this great event. I certainly learned a lot, and so I managed to weave in some of the lessons that I learned today for my remarks today. Thank you again.
Another round of applause, please. Dr. Shin, this is a token of our appreciation for you.
It's a real token.
It is indeed a real token, and I have a horrible sense of humor. So
that's perfect.
Dr. Shin, please sit if you'd like to sit. I'm going to be very brief. So first of all, thank you for that. That was excellent. I learned a lot. I thought Dr. Shin did an excellent job in a very elegant and simple way of tying together many of the themes we had today: legal issues, use cases, risk management, and the economics that are involved. So thank you again for that. That was excellent. I'm going to do a very brief summary of some of the themes we had, and then I'm going to send you away. So starting with this morning, it's always good to start with a good foundation. So we started with legal foundations. We heard about some of the ancient roots for tokenizations. We heard about general intangibles. It took me back to my secure transactions course. So you know, I encourage all of you to pull out the UCC and read up on that in your spare time. We also had an excellent discussion of academic papers. We heard about the importance of incentives as we're thinking about economics, and I also really appreciated the sort of showcasing for us sort of the academic work, thinking about empirically what's going on in the world. So thank you for showcasing that for all of us. It's good to see that speculation is down. So thanks for showing that. On the regulatory panel, what I was surprised about is I counted at least 3 different world religions mentioned. I heard different speakers invoke higher powers and oracles, the Arabian Peninsula, but just a couple of things I took away from it were, and these were themes I think throughout all of our panels. One is the centrality of risk is something we all agree that we need to think about. We may not all agree on how we see the risks, but we all agree that it's something we have to think about. And I wanted to commend Val for pointing out the need for us to keep front of mind of preventing harm as just a guiding principle. And that takes me right to the use cases. And here, again, I think I'm going to come back to the comments from Acting Comptroller Sue. We need to keep in mind what our North Star is. So what is our goal? You know, Bob kept it real by reminding us that what a tokenization is about is thinking about what is the problem that we're trying to solve. Jennifer pointed out the value of increasing value and reminding us that, you know, regulators need to be part of the conversation. And I personally noted, and this resonated with me, that the Fed doesn't do celebrations. So I agree. But we should celebrate a little bit the real-time payment system that the Federal Reserve has just accomplished. So a little celebration for that. On risk management, we heard about the need to avoid bad habits, the need to keep in mind the legal issues and the cost and benefits and the benefit of standards. And I've already covered Dr. Shin, so thank you all very much. I'm just going to give a couple quick shout outs from my colleagues. First, to all of our panelists and moderators, thank you for being here and taking time away from your busy schedules. Again, thank you to Dr. Shin for giving the keynote address. Fourth and finally, thanks to all the OCC staff, in particular to Graham Bannon, Chris Crawford, Beth Knickerbocker, Jennifer LaRoche, Mark Ahuru, Valerie Song, front office staff in the Chief Counsel's office, our public affairs staff, our event planning staff, the technical support staff, and anyone I forgot to mention, thank you very much. I know you put in hundreds of hours of hard work, and it shows. Thank you and safe travels.